Game over. Hello, guys, and welcome. We're here with the first game of today is going to be NoPing versus Apple King of Kings, a team that has been renaming itself every day a little bit more, adding a little bit more sponsors every day, a little bit more money for themselves. NoPing has been looking really good. Apple King of Kings has honestly been up and down because they managed to beat Lava 2-1, so anything can happen with them. Binomitas was kind of like that last time as well, so it makes perfect sense for them, staying true to their name. And for this wonderful panel to analyze this match, we have myself, I'm Plus. We get Kips as well, wonderful analyst. And this time we get Hokori's current coach and also know-it-all of the Brazilian scene. It's Mr. Felipe Stini. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here, and especially on this Brazilian clash where I have players on both sides that I coach, so maybe I can get some inside info to the guys watching, some cool stuff to say about them. And yeah, both had some really well shown on the last match they had, so very excited to see what they can bring for today.
What is there any player that really stands out to you that you're like, you got to look out for this guy?
I really trust RDO is a tier 1 carry, and
Fair.
I guess he just needs time to show.
Okay. Have you got to see RDO a bit, Kips? I know in EU as well when he had that little stint with Fate. What have you noticed about him as a carry? What is it that you liked about him?
To me, he looked like a guy who very much enjoys the responsibility of being like the proper carrier player. Like I've seen him play fast, but to me, he definitely seems like he wants to have that be all end all kind of power in a game, and that's something that you called him a tier 1 carry here. That is the attitude of a tier 1 carry, where you're not afraid to be the last man standing on your team, and in fact maybe you even desire it a little bit. So that's been my read on this guy. And I gotta say, the previous match that they played in the DPC, the IO Luna, was absolutely brutal, and a lot of it just came down to him absolutely dominating his lane and playing up in that game as well.
Yeah. I think when people talk about RDO, he's often compared to, because he's, I guess, on the same level and from the same generation to Costabile, right? And it's RDO and Costabile, particularly because they also share a decent pool of heroes, particularly the Terrorblade, which they're both godlikes on. And to me, I was always a big fan of RDO for that precise reason. I agree with you. Like Costabile would play the map a bit more, perhaps, right? And he had that, like, you had a little bit of space creation carries into his pool. You'd occasionally see the Razor popped up for him, but RDO is the one true carry. He is the guy that you could give Terrorblade, and it could be the worst matchup. He could be against Shroud, and he would win regardless because he's okay. He knows how to play against every single hero, and he doesn't really need a team. He just needs people to create space for him and die in places so RDO can farm. So I'm glad that you brought him up, Stevie. I think he's on NoPing, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, and he is a very different style to Benny on Apple King of Kings. Benny, a Peruvian player living in Argentina, even though Wikipedia has his flag wrong for whatever reason. He is not Argentinian, does not even have the nationality, but he is a player that, unlike RDO, if you were comparing this to like maybe more traditional carries or more normal carries that people might know for, RDO is Raven from SEA. Like RDO is the guy who you can always trust. Mm-hmm. He's the guy who's not really going to make too many mistakes in the game, and he's going to farm. And he's going to carry you late game. And then Benny is what's a good example of Benny? It's like old Matumba if he was drunk. That's like Benny. You really never know where Benny's gonna go. Like he can carry your game with Gyrocopter and be the most active early carry and actually get a ridiculous amount of farm despite a bad lane. And sometimes you'll be like, Benny, why are you having tier 3s? The tier 1 is still up. What are you doing, Benny? And that's why Binomitas was so fun to watch. He's honestly very unique. I don't know if you got to watch a lot of Binomitas last season, Astini.
Yeah, just on one thing that you mentioned, if I'm not wrong, now Benny is back to Peru because I believe with this
yes
merge of APU Kings with APU with King of Kings, they do have a gaming house in Peru. I believe Benny and Valky are already there, and the Brazilians might join them next year, beginning next year.
Yep. That's what we're hoping. I think they're sorting out the visas from what I heard, right? Like because that's a little bit difficult right now with the COVID situation, but it should be good. We have a draft in front of us now. Apple King of Kings versus NoPing. We did talk a lot about RTO, but in both teams we have a lot of standout talent. For NoPing, we also have Monster. You guys should keep your eyes out for this player. He's been styling for a while, and he's American, North American. Who would have guessed?
He looked very small to me. Look at that. Don't change a winning plan. NoPing going straight for the IO. I love this kind of holding on. It's like, all right, fine, we're just gonna pick this until you ban it.
Yeah. I wonder why people lose to that IO and don't ban it. That's coming from the coach that lost twice for their IO. But yeah.
Yeah, how was that? How was that discussion? Because I've been there, but I'm still curious to hear other people say it. Like, how did you also catch the IO, or were you like, nah, I'm sure we can beat it?
Yeah, we had practiced against IO many times and we were pretty confident. We knew how to deal with it, but unfortunately in the match we didn't do as well as we were doing on practices.
Yeah, relatable.
Might come the Luna here again. I don't see any
Yeah, why
reason
not?
to change.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they're a little bit afraid of the monkey, but I don't think Luna's that bad against him, honestly.
Maybe you can secure like a Beastmaster because you see a monkey. Oh.
Why try something new? You can just IO Luna every game, huh? We do get a Monkey King for Benny. Well, I'm assuming it is a bit of a flex for them, but it could be a Benny hero, and it is something that suits his style, obviously, because he gets to go in very far, which loves. And he also gets to farm a fair amount and play a strong lane. One of the best things for King of Kings, at least when they were Binomistas, is that their laning phase is actually pretty good. It's usually in the late game where they break down, but the laning phase is usually one of their strong suits as a team.
Yeah, the thing is about the monkey is that Mini plays that hero so much. He's 27 with the hero, I think, on Dota Plus. He has like Invoker and SF with 30. So that's his third hero. So there's a high chance this monkey can go mid. It depends on the matchup, right? So they have the last pick and they can decide on the last pick where this monkey goes.
But we always talk about how Mini has a relatively low hero pool. Besides Monkey King, Invoker, SF, what heroes do you think Mini can also specialize on? Because I know you have inside information on him.
So his fourth hero would be the Void Spirit, and he plays Bloodseeker if you pick Invoker before him. So he plays only Bloodseeker against Invoker.
That is really weird. That is very specific.
Yeah.
Is that a great matchup? I didn't know Bloodseeker destroyed Invoker mid. I mean, I guess it makes sense.
He likes it.
You're not really sure? Yeah, it's just mini things. Okay. Fair enough. So here, let's look at the draft. I want to hear from you, Kips, here. You have IO Luna. Obviously, that's the base strategy. You already know what your win condition is. Pretty obvious draft because we've already seen this before. What heroes complement? What are you looking for once you've picked up the win condition here? Like, what do you complement Luna with? Do you look for buffs? Are you looking for initiation, a death ball strat? What's the idea?
Buffs are cool. For me, always when I look at this IO, I want to see a second hero that this IO can play with while the Luna is farming, so that you can actually play 4 versus 4. And the Luna will still out-farm the Monkey King, most likely, if that is the enemy carry. And then you can make full use of both the offensive as well as the defensive capabilities of the IO. So I really prefer that over strategies where the IO is constantly with their Luna or with the Gyrocopter. And previously they have done that. They have picked, for example, a Tiny and a Sand King with that in their first match. So I am not opposed to either of those. Maybe the Tiny wouldn't be the greatest right now, but an initiator.
Yeah, you can play with something like a Slardar, Lash, also like... Because Lash and Storm are the mid laners that can play with IO while Luna is farming, or an offlaner such as Slardar, because they ban Legion, which would be the other one. And they can also go for a support that sets up a relo kill like Bane, that you can just leave the target, have the reload, and get a kill. We've seen Team Spirit playing that on TI.
That's true, actually. That's They used to play as well with the Mars, right? They would be like the IO Mars, and then you would pick up a Bane on top of that, and they would with kill squads ready. Mars is going to be picked up for Apple King of Kings, probably the best hero of this patch, honestly. I mean, up there with Snapfire, IO, and Bane, but like he's top tier material. And with 2 abilities that can take advantage of the arena, you're pretty good. You're pretty good. It's also one of Balki's heroes that he likes. Balki, in case you guys don't know, it's short for Valkyria, which means Valkyrie in Spanish. And so any hero has this kind of mythical... It was for Legion Commander, right? But like any hero has this kind of aspect, he's fan of. He likes the Greek mythical aspect. So I think Mars is right up his hero pool. Yeah.
Yeah, that matches. Does he play offlane Zeus?
He does not, but you know what? I'm going to suggest that to him. You know,
No.
and he can insult me for being low MR. And why are you talking about?
One hero I like against the Mars fight.
Oh, there's a Senki you mentioned, Kips. I like it. With
Sun
Mirana.
Kimura,
Strong lane.
I mean, they are really not changing any winning plans here, are they?
It's literally what they picked on the first game against Hokori. APU Kings, they can't go the anti-mage. Was a hero I was trying to push. Anti-mage or Morphling. I think both are good choices here.
Why is Tini? Why do you say that?
Anti-mage because of the lane against Sand King Mirana, and then Io has no catch, so you're pretty happy being an anti-mage against that lineup. And Morphling, it's pretty good against the Sand King, and it's also a burst that you can jump on the Io, kill him first, and it's such a good carry matchup against Luna.
I like the Morphling idea personally. I mean, the anti-mage might be a bit too much for my taste. I have not seen too much success. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan. I know that Sanking, you just take advantage of the first levels these days. So actually, this is really good, right? Not only is Bane God, but also Bane strong lane support, either Snapfire as well. And the idea is from level 1 to 3 when Sanking is weakest, you just kick him out of lane. So you can pick, you're more free on what carries you pick now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and they keep that flex for the last pick. I believe that's the reason they don't want to pick the hard carry here. So they get to see the mid choice of NoPing, and then
there's the
either counter it or just to have the monkey on mid.
If you're NoPing, do you pretend like Monkey King is going mid and do you counter it? Or are you wary of that? I'm assuming because Mini's there, right?
Yeah, they need to at least be ready for it.
Interesting. Konka ban. You wouldn't expect Konka if you're playing a Monkey King mid, huh?
Yeah. Are they banning the Tiny or letting NoPing just repeat exactly what they picked on their last match?
We'll see. I mean, if they pick Tiny, then you just put Monkey King mid, right? It doesn't seem like it's too bad a matchup.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wasn't sure that they were going to take that, and I was much more favoring the Sand King than the Tiny in this game.
NoPing has to reveal it themselves. I mean, a lot of analog heroes are also kind of countered by Monkey, like his Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
There's Storm.
Okay, Storm.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be good. I've seen some Storms have a lot of trouble versus Bane, but you're not the sole initiator here because there's also Sand King, and that helps a lot.
Yep. You even have the covering of Lucent Beam, which is honestly not a joke when you want to cancel the Fiend script, right? With the talent and everything.
Really nice.
Okay. I like the Storm idea. A bit on the greedier side, but because Sand King is such a space creator and you have strong lanes, not bad.
And they strongly believe it's a monkey meat because they just banned 2 carries.
Yeah. They're thinking about it.
Storm is decent against the monkey on lane, and in the game it's super great.
Dire team pick.
There we go. What a panel.
And now the anti-mage looks even nicer.
The anti-mage does look very nice, actually. Yep. I'm not gonna lie, I like the anti-mage now.
I'm a big anti-mage hater as well, and even I have to say that there's time for the anti-mage right now. This Luna Io, unless they completely run away with the game, are not actually going to shove all his towers down. There's going to be space on these side lanes, and you have so many good targets to go on in these team fights. It does look rather a lot like an anti-mage game.
Is the Monkey King's Storm Spirit matchup playable? Is it okay for the Monkey King? Can he make it out of that?
It's playable on the lane. And on the game, it's bad, so another reason that you don't want the monkey as position 1. What they could play here is SF, which is super great against the Storming lane, and you have the Fear with the Mars Arena. It's kind of weak. It can be really easily bursted with a Sand King stun, but can be just one of mini comfort if they choose a mid laner.
Yeah, if you're a drafter for King of Kings, you're like pretty happy. It's like, Mini, which one of your 4 heroes do you want this game? Oh, 3 are bad? Well, there you go. Alright, it's gonna be the last pick, and they're gonna go for a Gyrocopter. Alright, this is Benny's best hero. This is more of a comfort pick than anything. I mean, Gyro is actually good at abusing the Sand King in the early levels too. He's not as good at the anti-mage. How do you guys see this pick?
Attempt to keep up with RDO, most likely.
Okay.
Making use of the fact that the tempo of this game with the Storm Spirit, they are leaving a little bit of space on NoPing, so King of Kings is really going all in on that. And they have really good lane push with that Monkey King. A lot of ganking potential for the Mars Snap. you can definitely play a longer game here, and if you manage to get a couple of ganks off on this Luna, I mean, the question is, of course, how Monster is going to do, because this man can really direct the entirety of the game over on NoPing. But I'm not opposed to this gyro. I think there was space for it.
Stadium.
And the gyro also gives very good roach team fights. So they have the arena, they have gyro ultimate, they have the monkey ring. So they have all that roach team fight, and that's something that NoPing really wants to do fast with that like 16, 17 minute BKB on Luna, or even earlier. They want to get the Aegis and just push the map, and King of Kings, they might be able to fight that fight and delay a lot NoPing's game. So I can see King of Kings draft working, but I would still give advantage to NoPing.
All right, we'll see if King of Kings can take this game, can do like with Lava and make the impossible happen, or if NoPing, they continue their domination here and prove that they're going to be one of the top teams in the SA DPC. For now, we're going to move to our casters who are going to grant us their wonderful voices for this great encounter. It's SeekNStrike and Lacoste.
Yes, thank you, Avo. We're here to grant you our voices for what is going to be a wonderful series. NoPing and APU, King of Kings, Lacoste. It's already kind of getting scary, right? Because SA Dota, SA Division I, rather, they only have 2 slots to the major this season. And that means for these guys, you can't really expect to take more than 2 losses and be heading to the major. APU, King of Kings already has 1 loss, so it's getting down to it for them already.
You gotta be careful. One thing we always say about the DPC, gotta take not every series, but every game. You gotta take it seriously. Otherwise, maybe against some weaker teams, you try to be fancy, doesn't end up well. You lose the game. There are so many good examples in the EU West and like even EU East where like stuff happens. Like even North America, like EG, they lost to Black and Yellow.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
So you got to be very careful how you approach this one. But let's focus on this. NoPing, pretty much the same draft as they had against, who was it? Was it Hokori? I think it was. Yeah, it was Hokori. So they swapped things around. I like this trifecta of heroes, Luna, Io plus Storm Spirit, because you play with Luna, but also you do not want to take too much farm out of Luna when she's farming a triangle. So you play with the Storm Spirit, you give him mana, you refill the bottles. So that's going to be very effective. I don't think I've seen like Luna, Io plus Storm Spirit lose, to be honest.
Yeah, just the tempos play together so nicely as well, right? Especially Storm, who looks to get that first item online, whether it's going to be the Orchid or something different. Luna, who just wants to farm, so you have the Storm to cover him. But the global kind of presence on these heroes as well just always feels
you have
amazing.
A lot of ways to set things up. Like one sanking Blink into Burrow Strike could set up for a good relocate. Or you see no heroes, Storm Spirit zips in into Vortex. You need a good coordination for it. Last pick, Gyro. This is Gyro without any kind of buff. They have nothing to buff him up with. So I'm a bit worried. Also, a bit worried for his laning stage. That's something that APU King of Kings are doing really nicely is zoning out the sanking. They understand sanking level 1 most of the time. Like, he holds onto a point. He does not want to go in and start with Caustic Finale, especially since you're playing into 2 range heroes. So that means you're not going to get the value out of it. So might just completely skip it, get the Sandstorm and the Burrow Strike, and push out the wave, get the Gyro off to a good start. Exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and that all seems good and wise. And you brought up a point that I was actually a little bit shocked to see APU King of Kings decide to go into. And that's kind of enter in like a farm battle versus one of the players in SA that maybe behind Hector K1 likes to farm the most, and that's RDO, right? He went to Europe, he farmed a lot over there for 2 seasons. Now he's back to SA on the Luna with a Wisp. They pick up a Gyro with no ways to buff him. I don't know how he's going to keep up, to be honest.
I don't think he can. I don't think that's the game. Also, if he gets shut down in the lane, so far he's doing okay, 6-3. Also, you have one of the best heroes in the game to like steal the stacks with, if any are being made for Gyrocopter. You have Storm Spirit, who's very active early on. You have Sanking, like even Luna going with the Gyro. But good thing for APU King of Kings is, I think, like Panel talked about how it's a good AM game. It was, but it's also very slow. Like you need to match what also Panel mentioned, like 16-17 minute timing. I think that's very good prediction what NoPing wants to do, especially since they're playing Radiant as well. Go for Roche, get a lot of advantage, take tier 2 towers with the first Roshan, and then, like, it's pretty standard stuff how Dota is being played these days with first and second Roshan. First one is to get some advantage, second one is to close out the game.
Yeah, exactly. Teams always looking to accumulate like a 10 to 12, 17k net worth, really ideal with that first Aegis. Kind of close out the tower, farm the entire map, and just not allow enemies to fight into you. Yeah, it looks pretty scary. I mean, there's two great Aegis holders. Storm is, in my opinion, the best Aegis carrier in the game.
Yeah, I think in this, if they get 2 Roshans, first Aegis goes to Storm Spirit, because he's a bit more active and will most likely die. Iroh, in a way, plays with Luna if they're pushing, and the second one you give to Luna because you want to siege the high ground, and Storm doesn't deal any tower damage.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be the game plan here. So fighting for first Roche seems to be kind of the game plan, or it seems to be Alpha King of Kings. They need to be ready for it, is what I'm thinking here.
They have heroes to be ready with. These heroes are come online very early on. Gyro, Mars, you have so many circles. I mean, this was one of the best combos, I think, in the previous year, at least for me. Monkey King, Wukongs, plus Arena, you can't get out. Pretty powerful top lane, Arrow.
They're just using it to back off here. It's the curse of Burrow Strike, isn't it? It's your movement spell, it's your mobility, and a stun at the same time. So if you needed to use it to get out of a pinch, it also means you can't use it to set up for a kill, usually. But that lane's starting to go a little bit both ways now, that monster. He's taking the sampler build of 1-1-1. And with the point and arrow, of course, this lane incredibly deadly. What I meant to ask you was, what do we need? What do APU, Apu King of Kings, need to fight for that first Roshan? A blink on Mars, for example, a necessity. Gyro needs an item. What do you think they're looking for in order to be able to contest that first Rosh timing?
I want to see the itemization from Monkey King on mid lane, because he's doing much better than I expected. Something that comes online relatively fast. Blink on Mars, also not a bad idea. I don't think in this situation... Oh, I'll hold that thought, Cookie.
Yeah, there's the cookie, and with the Jingu Mastery bonus damage, the simple rotation coming through from the Snapfire is going to net Mini a first blood. That's pretty major here. I didn't expect this lane to go this well for Mini, but that's what the Grandmaster tag is for, huh?
Yeah, and Snapfire also did a very good job controlling the rune. So she took the water rune on the bottom. Monkey got one on the top, which means Storm Spirit didn't get anything out of it, and she also... Did Granny stack anything? She didn't, but also very nice movement. They get the first blood. So I want to see what Monkey does. I think an active item, something... I would maybe prefer if he gets like either a Diffusal Blade into a BKB, just to have a bit more lockdown, or Echo Saber into BKB, because you will need... Like, this is not your carry, Monkey, which means that you need to create some space for your Gyro. And Gyro's back. A lot of disconnects in South America. That's what I noticed.
Yes, it is very much the norm here, especially when you have a couple of players playing across regions. I didn't take note of which server this was for game number 1, but we heard our panel discussing the whereabouts of Benny and all that. Of course, is well, even though the geography might suggest otherwise, if you just look at a map, the server and ping difference between Peru and Brazil is mighty high.
Yeah, I think Radiant has much better advantage when we're talking about the ping. Like, the whole squad is called NoPing.
Of course, NoPing VPN, even, So, shout out to their sponsors for finding a segue into our little discussion. Yeah, but back to the Monkey King discussion. Hold that thought, Benny, he'll be fine. Theolicor is going to get himself nightmared up, but he did get that leap out to prevent any further harass damage from coming through. Real quick, Benny going for this maximum farming build on the Gyrocopter, right? He already has the 1 point in stats, 3 points in flak cannon. Might see the Falcon Blade, might just see a straight Ags Rush on him after this one. We'll check in with him in a bit. But both of your suggestions for Mini's Monkey King, Keely had that BKB ready to go as the second item, as the rotation mid for Bane is not going to net them this kill. Analog actually out of mana, so Mini might look to continue chasing, especially with the Jingu bonus damage. Analog trying to get himself denied, can't get it
One leap
done.
left.
There is, a leap for Theolicor,
Nice
but
timed.
he's just going to leap his lifeless corpse up to the high ground. Ooh, and that is another double kill here. for Mini's Monkey King.
And they can also start to pressure tower a bit. 11 seconds until Storm is back. And I also love like the itemization straight into power treads, getting Orb of Corrosion. And look at this rotation right now. Like this is game-winning rotation.
Yeah. RDO is going to be the target. Scatterblast is going to split the pair, but they will be able to at least isolate RDO to the tree. King Jungle's trying to sustain through this, but he's just a level 4 Wisp. Didn't have much burst healing. One Fairy Fire, not enough, and it might not even be enough to keep himself alive, as the Spear, as well as the Scatterblast, will catch him. That's another great rotation. 5 unanswered kills so far from APU King of Kings. Game-winning moves, Lacoste, you say?
Yeah, Mini has been really impressive. I saw him play a couple of times. I watched some of the replays to get the better like grasp of the teams, how they're doing. And this guy, like, he knows what's up. I'm really impressed overall. Like, his rotations, his itemization is on point. Like, his Invoker, what he's probably most known for, just speaks for itself as well. And this is what I talked about. Storm Spirit going in, you need to be careful about that. He decided to take one of the stacks. It wasn't as big, but this should also result in tower. One thing that APU King of Kings don't have is tower damage. So Monkey deals some. You know, he's going to be relatively big. Orb of Corrosion is some cheap damage, but they need to play with the catapults. Or they need to bring numbers. Because if you see what's happening right now, top lane has fallen. And RDO is going to play the top part of the map. Doesn't feel too secure bottom after that big yank from Mini.
Yeah, NoPing, they set up the very traditional kind of rotation ward on the high ground spot here, top lane. And that'll give them a lot of cover here alongside the Wisp.
They're already prepared for the top lane that Luna wants to sit here. And also they want to be in the triangle, but that needs to be covered. Like, they need to be able to ward it first. Right now, they don't see too much on the map. There is Benny showing on the top lane and Valky on bottom, but that's it pretty much, because the rest of the heroes are missing.
Monster on this offlane Sand King is going to try and head into this first item, Blink Dagger. I actually kind of like that. They just need a little bit more initiation. Like Kips was saying during the panel, Storm cannot be their only source of initiation against a Bane. It's just a little bit too risky. Having someone to follow up or at least initiate before Storm, give the vision, I think is going to go a long way towards NoPing. Starting to recover this game. It's not too far out of their grasp yet. As Analog is scouted heading into the triangle. He'll be forced back. Out of mana, and they have vision. They're giving chase along with Mini in tow. Yeah, they're not going to chase this far, not having any vision on the Sand King. Heading in a straight line might be a bad idea versus that hero.
Yeah, also, Bane didn't have Boots of Speed, so no real chase potential, just sitting with the Windlace at the moment. Right now, some vision being set for Luna to be able to farm the triangle, and she's going to be pretty big. Let me swap the network to see how they're doing. Where's my key? Not working. Yeah, Monkey King's still sitting at the top of the network.
Still impressive stuff out from him. He's going to be going for that Echo Saber first. Nearly has that completed. Able to get these Jingu stacks up a lot faster. You can kind of tank a lot more damage when he's safely going to know that he has a good chance of getting up that Jingu Mastery. As Analog clears away mid. There's a smoke behind the tower here, as the supports will be able to find themselves a Mirana. The Invis Rune goes into the bottle of the Storm Spirit, however. There's the Cookie, the Leap to make a little bit more space. Boundless Strike doesn't quite find the Uli Core, however, as they look to now turn, along with this relocate in. It's NoPing, they finally shed some blood for themselves, as they'll pick up the kill onto the Bane.
Yeah, this wasn't very impressive. They catch Mirana, set things up with Nightmare, so you still need some time to execute. It wasn't even timed perfectly, but both supports were level 4, and it's kind of a shitty situation. You need, like, both of these supports need level 6 to be able to kind of play Dota at the moment. Because if you compare, let's say, Mirana and Io, Mirana doesn't need Moonlight Shadow to fight. Io's relocate is okay, it's not crucial, but if you compare like what Bane brings with Fiend's Grip, and most importantly Snapfire, so no surprise that they gave Snapfire a book.
Yep, get these kisses ready to start flying. Especially because they're going to be crucial for contesting that Roche, but not yet. Another 5 or so minutes until we expect that to start popping off a little bit.
You mentioned Gyrocopter's item build. This is what I've seen in other regions. Dragonlance. Dragonlance is one of the best items right now because you can disassemble it. So you get a Dragonlance, and then you can get either like Yasha, or you can straight up get Aghanim Scepter while disassembling Dragonlance, which I think is going to be the play here. So you get to the Aghanim Scepter faster. Every single item you buy, you get the cost-efficient small item from it.
Yep. Yeah. That disassemble play has been used quite a bit, and I think that's why we see the Dragonlance here. King Jungles is not tethered to RDO at the moment. Does have the relocate at the ready. Careful here, this Bane with Fiend's Grip as well. Could just start to kick off the gank underneath the tower. There they go, but they need to have vision here of the Wisp. Relocate is incoming. Kisses as well raining down, but he's already got him out of there. And that is 3 ultimates used there, Lacoste. They're not going to find anything for it.
Yep, nicely done. You said Io wasn't there, but managed to time it perfectly. He saw Fiend's Grip being used, starts to use the relocate and gets him out. Maybe if Snapfire used ulti immediately, I think 2 kisses would do the trick. Storm Spirit, like his item build, straight into Orchid, not fooling around, literally nothing, just Orchid, 1 branch and the bottle. I guess the reason behind this is to be able to get a better pickoff. Oh, KJ.
He's all right. He's got that tether play back to RDO. RDO says, what are you doing? Don't stop wasting time. Give me overcharge. I need to keep farming.
And to go back to disassembling items, Monkey King, he goes for Echo Saber. If like his second item should be BKB, no doubt about it, because you want to hit a certain timing. You can always disassemble it, so it's extra 1,000 gold that you need to farm for a BKB, and then once you finish it, go back to Echo Saber if you want to hit a certain timing. But if you feel like you need to farm, if nothing's happening, you're gonna keep it.
And speaking about these timings, Analog, he keeps getting these Mud Golem camps, which, of course, with their 50% magic resist is very annoying. But speaking of timings, he is now got this Orchid on the way. So I expect to see a little bit more aggressive movement from NoPing, perhaps Moonlight Shadow in 30 seconds or so. But I am expecting to see NoPing start to at least try and take a little bit more of a decisive role in this game, or a tempo-setting role, as there's the smoke play already, along with Theolicor and Analog. Relocate as well is ready, so don't forget they can bring in the Luna at a moment's notice.
Oh, it's a big one. Sanking starts a fight. Relo
Here's the zip.
available. No.
Arena is out, though. That might be enough to turn this fight as Sanking Analog trapped both in here. Scatterblast is going to pick off the Scorpion as down he goes, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Like I said, there's RDO immediately joining the fight. Benny is here as well, but only has a level 1 call down on physical damage as Many joins the fun, but the reload. Oh, nice play, King Jungles. He's going to bring back the Storm, but that's going to leave RDO here in a bit of a tough spot as the kisses are coming down from where the side shop used to be. That is going to pick up the kill on RDO. Theolicor just simply leaps away. A 2-for-3 trade off the back of the Orchid reveal. Still a better trade, though, for NoPing, even if they lose their hard carry.
Good old side shop. Man, I kind of miss side shop sometimes because we took out 2, we removed the shrines, now we have these crappy outposts that don't do anything. But the big fight for NoPing, I would say, even though they lost to Luna, next fight, like, should probably do the same trick. Their next big thing is picking up the Blink Dagger on a Sanking, which he has, and now they can start playing a bit more aggressive. And this is exactly what we see. Mirana and Sanking smoking up. They're ready to go once again. They don't rely so much on cooldowns. Even without Epi, they can still get the kill with 1 Burrow Strike into Orchid. There is no real counterplay. The only save Apu King of Kings have. Oh man, they need to get another sponsor so I can say, Apu King of Kings, yada yada yada, something else, and make a mistake. But yeah, Nightmare is their only save. There's the save. Arrow should be an easy one.
That's a pretty big one. I'm surprised that they had Valky up there to tank a gank, because he did just purchase his Blink Dagger. He was maybe looking for a little bit of a better initiation, but Benny is also about to purchase, and in fact has now just purchased his Ag Scepter. Like you said, he did that little disassemble trick. He had just the point booster needed for that item. Disassembles the Dragonlance. All of a sudden, you're rocking a full Ag Scepter. So his farm speed is going to start taking off. He's done a good job, actually, of keeping pretty close pace with the Luna, but right now, when it comes to the teamfight impact, Luna easily is going to have him beat to the punch. Speaking of punch, NoPing are going to land a few here onto the Bane, so they're without a Fiend's Grip for 20 seconds. And covered by the Moonlight Shadow after taking the Tier 1 tower, NoPing are not going to look for any further fights. It's starting to get close to this Roshan window that the panel was speaking about. What conditions do NoPing need to really safely go for it? Perhaps a kill onto Gyrocopter would do it, I suppose. Oh, but the spear, it catches Analog. He jumps right in front of it. Prevents the Sanking from tanking it, but he will drop himself. And it looks like Theo Licor is next to go. That's 3 dead.
Wow.
That's not certainly what you need to do, Roche.
they're not respecting the team fight damage, especially at this point when the BKBs are still not online. Wukong's command into Mars Arena and Kisses on top of it. Like, even with these 3 spells, they can just completely win a team fight. For NoPing, it was a good one. They take the tier 1 tower, they scout Bane with an arrow. Great follow-up with the Storm Spirit, but kind of overextended. So for now, we have a really interesting game.
For now, of course. Can always change on a moment's notice, but NoPing, yeah, overextending just a little bit there. Might change here. RDO, of course, going for my favorite build on the Luna. That's right, 6 Ogre Axes.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a thing of beauty. It's so much strength. I mean, what do you do against this?
I kind of prefer Shadow Amulet if you're griefing. It's the old school, because with Ogre Axes, you can't get the XP. Maybe you're tanky enough, you know, you sit there,
That's
literally unkillable.
Yeah, I think the reason Lacoste, he's probably going for it, of course, is for this max health regen that Overcharge has, you know. Shadow Amulet doesn't give you any strength, while 6 Ogre Axes is going to give you 60. All that health regen is going to allow you to sit and grief a little bit easier.
Oh, thanks for explaining me that.
I got you.
You know, thank you.
I got you.
You're a better griefer than me, huh?
What can I say? What can I say? Yeah, I've played a lot of pubs in NA, Lacoste. It's you have to learn in the trenches.
Yeah. I think this game is a perfect example how itemization should be used in the game. Like, if you talk about Gyro, something that I mentioned, and he goes back to Dragonlance, and what he can do is disassemble Dragonlance again and get a BKB. And he can also purchase Dragonlance for like 3rd time, but that's not what you want. Overall, just some top tier stuff, I would say, coming out from both of these teams. Snapfire as well. This item, you don't see it. Spirit Vessel against Io and Luna. She eventually gets Satanic. She has Mask of Madness. So that means a lot of healing. And I'm really glad that Snapfire decided to go for it. And now she even holds on to Philosopher's Stone, which means eventually you're going to get the Shard, you're going to get a Blink Dagger, maybe even a casual Glimmer Cape would help, but also the strength gain from Snapfire, plus the itemization, Raindrop, Magic Wand, and Spirit Vessel makes you so tanky.
Are you as big of a fan as the Spirit Vessel for NoPing side? Because Theo Licor has also had one for a while now.
Oh, it's kind of a classic. On Snapfire, you usually don't see it. Oh, Epi.
Yeah, Benny, he's going to be found this time around. Is he going to be tanky enough? Not quite, especially with that relocate, bringing in all 5 members of NoPing. That's going to leave the Snapfire here in a bit of a rough spot, but Valky's looking to try and turn, but the BKB from RDO is going to get it off in time. There's going to be the Fiend's Grip canceled, even though it did get through the BKB of RDO momentarily. Mini as well is going to use his BKB as APU King of Kings desperately try and defend the triangle after they've already lost their hard carry.
Oh!
And
He
that was close.
almost got it. That was like less than 0.1. But a great fight there. Luna, BKB, first usage. They managed to get the 4 kills. Monkey. I want to see his next item, whether that's going to be like Scotty, or if he feels they lack a bit of damage, go for Crystallis into Scotty. Maybe you noticed, but I tend to talk a lot about itemization. I think
No, I think it's crucial.
I think it really is crucial. That's why I talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I think it kind of determines whether teams can or cannot take fights. I think the best teams, they do fairly predictable things for a reason, right? You know, I was talking about Storm, right, as he got that Orchid. Of course, they smoke and they go to take advantage of it, right? These are just things naturally you want to do in Dota, especially when there's such a big objective as Roshan, right? And here's my segue. As the BKBs are up, we're in this window now. APU King of Kings have their items to possibly, contest this Roche as they look to set up themselves a little bit of vision. When do NoPing decide to make this move? Tier 1 tower is down. They still have their Tier 1 top, they're Radiant, so they have this advantage. When do things start to go, full Roche time in for them?
Right now, they can't just go in, considering the lineup that APU King of Kings have. they gotta respect it. Already made a mistake once. Their first Roshan timing was that fight when they completely lost it near tier 2 tower when they extended.
Yep.
They need to take another fight. What they're waiting for is Eclipse to be online, because that's the damage that they also need. Like, they rely on Eclipse, especially pre-BKBs. Gyro still doesn't have his, but will have it in 100 gold. Disassembling Dragonlance will give them that better timing that I mentioned.
Sorry, Dragonlance. This time it's time to say goodbye, as Benny's got it. The full BKB already on the way. Another smoke gank, though. They're going to kick it off to him. BKB's on the way. This would be tragic if he's going to go down, but the sleep keeps him alive for now. The epicenter as Analog jumps onto him. Out of mana, though. He's going to have to eat a Fiend's Grip, and down he goes. Theo Licor still trapped in the Wukong's command, is going to be second to drop. Apu King of Kings, though, they still end up losing 3 and cannot get either the Wisp or the Luna as they relocate back top lane. An explosive fight. Oh, this just breaks my heart whenever I see it. Gyro, he got his BKB mid-fight, but
yeah,
he needed it a little bit earlier.
Like, it's not that easy to use. It was a great Nightmare save from Bane and instantly Fiend's Grip on a Storm Spirit, so Storm Spirit dies. Unfortunately, Gyro was already low, so his BKB didn't do that much. Still, Luna, now king of this game for a moment. Let's see if she decides to buy a shard. I would assume she will, considering that still Roshan #1 didn't die. That means you can't really rely on Lucent Beam Shard to hit people, and you want to have that timing a bit earlier. Monkey King going for Deso. Like I said, cheap damage if they feel like they need more damage, because most of their damage comes out with the combo that they got. It's going to be way harder to execute once Storm Spirit gets a BKB. The only thing he needs to care about is Bane's Grip, and they can cancel that with either an arrow, Lucent Beam from Luna, which is low cooldown. You got that 15 talent, which reduces it by 3.5 seconds. And notice this, bottom tier 1 tower, still alive. This is something that Apu King of Kings didn't really play around, which is a bit of a shame, because it opens up the map for them, and they couldn't play the the bottom part of the map with this tier 1 tower still being alive.
Yeah, very true. It felt like they just kind of let NoPing kind of just come at them and rely on their team fight kind of counter initiation to get them out of a lot of bad fights. But NoPing, to their credits, they've been able to find openings regardless, as now Apu King of Kings are going to go for a smoke gank of their own. BKBs for everyone at the ready. There's no kisses and no Fiend's Grip, but they're both coming off cooldown right now, so they're timing this one perfectly, and they even find themselves a Wisp. Probably wanted the Luna. Oh, and they might not even get the Wisp, actually, as he gets a max distance tether, and he's out of there.
Boundless Strike not used. I think they thought maybe there's going to be a Fiend's Grip. A Boundless Strike needs to be used. Let's see how NoPing approaches this one. They have the tools to fight it. Storm Spirit still doesn't have a BKB, but I don't think they want to give this out one for free. Smoke?
No, they do not. Analog is about half mana, though, so he's a little bit restricted. He's got a full bottle and a Wisp if he needs, but with the Deso up on the Monkey King, this one's fallen just way too fast. There's the zip on in, but Benny's already grabbed this Aegis. Mini pops the BKB as they're going to go in now with the Epicenter. It's not doing any damage, though, because everyone's already BKB'd. The Storm is just going to die on the backlines as Many jumps him. RDO's even in trouble. There's no relocate out, so he just has to... Oh, there is a reload out. Just kidding. RDO is A-OK. BKB'd up, though, is NoPing. They contest the Roche, but they're just a little bit too late.
Too slow. I think it comes down to that Monkey King, who decided to purchase Deso, which opened up the Roche for them. KJ will pay with his life. The Olicor try to play, you know, go for a sneaky...
top lane. Nice. Mini, he's going to pick off that kill onto Monster. Just the game sense knowing that with Aegis, you know, they were going to be looking to cut waves and delay the push. He picks up a free kill as he just beats the cuts off the Sand King. But yeah, sorry, you were saying about this Monkey King Deso.
Yeah, this opened up the Roche potential for them. They decided to go in. It feels Apu King of Kings have great understanding of how strong they are in the team fights with the Wukong's command, and there's only one BKB for now. Storm Spirit game kind of fallen off so quickly. Sand King has 1,000 net worth more than him, and if we compare two mid laners, Monkey's sitting at 14,000, almost 15.
Yeah, he's managed to keep himself... Yeah, very easily above, actually, the Storm Spirit. That's a really good point. He's actually even just ahead of his Gyrocopter, who, of course, is farming with that Scepter, so that's no easy feat. But that's why Mini is the Monkey King specialist on this mid lane. To be honest, though, I'm more surprised that the Storm just hasn't been able to move around the map too much, because feels to me like they've got some pretty great setup, especially with Orchid. He just zips on in, finds a vortex into the arrow, and that's a kill. But we haven't really seen too many of those. He's 3, 5, and 8 on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, couldn't find many openings. I think that overextension on a mid lane kind of cost him quite a lot. And also Mini, his movements around the map were top tier so far. His itemization on point. He hit that level 20, -7 seconds on the Boundless Strike, so he will not be afraid to use it more frequently. Now, Gyro, having that Aegis, they can go for some... I mean, they still have to kill a tier 1 tower on the bottom, which would be pretty easy with just a Monkey King, but what they're looking for is some tier 2 towers and potentially open up even more, especially if they get a kill. If they get a pick off, it's going to be very easy. I'm really concerned about NoPing right now. They got like this Storm who's super underfarmed, and your offlaner, he doesn't scale. Sanking no matter what you buy on him, unless we're talking about being 5-6 slotted, it's still the same thing. His damage output is going to be the same no matter which item he gets in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes even.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, because it feels like Storm almost has that same issue, kind of irregardless, unless he's 6-slotted, of course. Once the BKBs come online, if you don't get like a 100-0 jump before they can get off their BKB, it feels like you're just kind of a support killer as well on this hero. We saw Analog make his jump into Roshan, for example, earlier, and then he was just out of mana and didn't do anything against the BKB'd heroes. They just ran him down. So it feels like you have two heroes that actually kind of fall into that same category.
Yes.
As there's an arrow onto Mini. He doesn't have Aegis, but he's fine. There's no immediate follow-up.
Mini needs to go back. They have 3 Spirit Vessel charges. I'm not sure if you want to commit. There's too much value coming out from that item to just use it on a Monkey King. He can go to base, TP back. They still have tier 2 towers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep, as Benny makes very quick work of that tier 2. There's RDO, so he's now got the shard like you suggested, as well as Daedalus, so just building into damage. Scotty is going to be next for him. Kind of surprised he didn't go for the Scotty first, but they do need damage from somewhere now, as it's been proven time and time now that NoPing don't have enough magic damage any longer for the APU King of Kings, especially when BKBs are online.
I think RDO's thinking here, what do we need? Mid lane doesn't deal that much damage anyway. Same goes for my off lane. So I need to be the one. Like, it's a bit of a risky play, relying on relocate to get out. I think this is a correct choice. Usually what we see is Crystallis into Shard, into Scotty. But this time around, he also needs to start thinking about those BKBs. Like, how do I deal damage? And Daedalus is the perfect choice, pretty much.
Yep, agreed. Plus at the rate he farms up, he should be not too far behind for that Scotty, as there's an arrow going fishing for Benny. He'll simply sidestep that one as he continues to siege the tier 2 tower. Mini will assist here, especially with that Deso minus armor. That's now the second tier 2 tower taken down. I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't expecting APU Kings to get the first Aegis this game.
Yeah, this whole NoPing's draft kind of relies on getting the first Aegis and then snowballing from there. This is something that they've done so far in the DPC.
I guess, how do they recover, right? They're just farming on the Luna now and dodging these fights, but eventually the fight's going to come to them, isn't it?
This is not a place to be. There's a tier 1 tower, but they need some backup. NoPing needs to play behind Luna because this is a very risky play right now.
Yeah, there's the 3-man smoke gank as well from NoPing, as they will hold their high ground ward. Luna was holding the tier 1 tower, and now they're going to go out and link up close to the outpost and potentially head into the enemy triangle. There's still an Aegis, though, for another, 35 seconds. Yeah, Valky's going to be the target here. He's going to get Orchided up. He does not have BKB, so they might be able to 100-0 him, but not if the Nightmare can save him. Doesn't save him for too much longer. Kisses, though, and all the magic damage zoning away everyone else, as no one came back in to help Analog. Monster not tanky enough. RDO a little bit hesitant to commit that deep into the triangle, so the long-range ultis will be able to shut down NoPing.
Very risky move. Fighting into that Aegis, I think the timing wasn't really perfect. Look at Benny's HP. He's very low. If they could have try to maybe time it a bit better. Wait for 20 seconds. Timing would have been much better. Even without any kind of empower and anything that can, any kind of steroid, Gyro's still keeping up with Luna, which is pretty impressive. I mean, they are, I'm going to say winning the game, but they're in a better situation. Still being able to match Luna's farm with IO is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I brought that up when we were kind of breaking down lanes. I didn't really expect them to keep this even, especially, again, with RDO, and even King Jungle is one of the better Wisp players in South America. So really impressive stuff from Apu King of Kings. With this first Aegis, they built themselves up a 7k net worth lead. How many towers did they take? 1, 2, 3, 4 towers down on the map. So really impressive first Aegis from Apu King of Kings. Kind of turning this game plan around on their heads, as there's going to be another jump storm on the way in here, going for the Bane first, as they've gotten rid of the Sand King. However, now NoPing on the run. Analog completely out of mana as RDO and King Jungle is relocating back into this fight. Valky has been a little bit isolated here, but Benny looking to join the fight is not going to be able to stun up, of course, the Wisp, as the relocate back is going to persist.
And Mini gets him.
Oh, yeah, Theo Licor was in the triangle. Oh, wow, and Mini's got a Daedalus.
When I said they need cheap damage, I didn't mean Daedalus and Deso, because right now this Monkey King is really big. They set up some really nice vision. Look at the, like, you can connect these 3 lines and it gives you so much information. Pretty much you get information from all 3 lanes. Analog, low on mana.
Yeah, I was going to say, they were looking for him. You were highlighting these wards and he zipped right through them. As, yeah, the vision game as well, really helping out Apu King of Kings. Especially for how aggressive they're playing. I mean, these wards are all useless, right? If NoPing is sieging your towers and doing all this, but with this first Aegis that they got and basically took away from NoPing, they've been able to play a very aggressive game, as down goes the last outer tower. Ooh, this game's starting to look pretty scary for NoPing, actually.
I gotta
Down
move
8K.
I have my camera where clock and net worth is, so I have to move it. 8k. Sometimes we can get fooled by those numbers, you know, it doesn't give you the exact way how the game is played at the moment and the state of the current things. But I would say this is pretty accurate. I would say even like 8k maybe feels a bit low on my end. Because like Luna can still do so much. Skadi is finished. That's gonna reduce some healing coming out from Monkey King's Jingu Mastery and Satanic from Gyro.
Satanic.
Yeah, so
yeah, it's a big one.
Great item. I want to see like how they can start. They need to find this Bane. Like Bane doesn't have a defensive tool. They have like Cookie. That's it. That's their defensive tool. So they need to be able to jump him. I think big part of the Apu King of Kings, I'm gonna call it a win, but the situation they're in right now comes down
success.
Yeah, it comes down to their vision, because they had a really great vision and they're underneath the board. Like this is not getting devorded, which is very weird.
Oh, the jump, the arena, they get the Sand King, and that could have been one way to deal with the Bane instantly. The stun as well finds Analog. He's going to get a mini zip and a secondary zip off and away, as Benny was looking to just chase them all the way into the fountain seemingly before he was stopped by the Lucent's beam. Yeah, I mean, you spoke about that net worth lead. Now it's 9k. The way I break this down is, I mean, basically, you've got one more hero that's doing way more damage now, and it's this Monkey King. He's got the Wukong's command ring, so now he's very useful for the siege, for that kind of long-distance siege, or for a potential Roche zone out, who's going to be respawning here in 3 seconds, and it looks like Apu King of Kings are going to go ahead and walk into the pit and
perfect
just
timing.
See him respawn. Oh, I think they see him?
Yeah,
they
Monkey,
see him.
Monkey
Okay.
saw it. Okay, so previous fight, they die underneath this ward. It doesn't get devorded. Now the observer ward near tier 1 tower on the mid lane, also scouting them out. They feel really safe, because like, where could they possibly be? I don't know. This is where like you kind of win the games off of these wards on the high ground. They're starting to rush already.
There's no arena for another 20 seconds, but there's a BKB ready for Mars, so he's going to be a little bit more tanky, a little bit more durable, difficult to take down. Gyro, the only one in the pit, as the Wisp Spirits will scout him out. Wukong's command being channeled by Mini, as there's the Yule Scepter, but no arrow is ready here for the off-lane Mars, as Roche falling low. Luna is underneath the ward, though, as Wukong's command's going to zone him out. The Aegis is on the ground here. No one's picked it up quite yet. No, it's Analog. He's picked up the Aegis. He's going to lose his life immediately, but that's not an Aegis for Benny, as the fight now breaks out around him. Mini, though, he's way too big. He's going to shut down Analog a second time. The arena is going to prevent Luna from escaping here, but here's King Jungles already with the relocate. Gets his core out of a difficult position. NoPing, they snatch away the Aegis. And now looking to retreat. How far can they make it, though? Not very likely, Lacoste. There's the Nightmare reflected. should still be enough to set up this kill pretty easily. Mars eats an arrow, but Mini is going to be eating Scorpion tonight. He will tear through that Sand King.
And
of course,
Benny
was
yeah,
waiting
gets
for the
him on
wisp.
the reload. Great fight. Like, they just do what they should do in this situation. Gyrocopter goes in, tanks up the whole Roshan with the Satanic. Luna tries to go in with the Lucidum, scout things out. Great Wukong's command. Even though Storm Spirit managed to pick up the Aegis, still not a big loss. Gyrocopter managed to pick up the Shard, which he's holding. Not the best one. I think maybe he wanted to give it to someone else, but also needed a slot in a fight. I was like, screw it, I'm gonna pick it up. This is game. I don't think NoPing has tools to come back, because Storm Spirit is completely shut down. If we look at the timer, it's 35 minutes in. These are like 20-25 minute items on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And that fight, to me, kind of highlighted the difference between mid laners, right? It was very tangible evidence of, well, this guy is extremely farmed. Monkey King basically did all the damage in that last fight as Benny soloed Roshan, essentially, and kind of ended up just using his Satanic to heal back up last second. But Storm, all he could really do in that fight was just remove Aegis at the cost of his own life, while the Monkey King was able to just clean house around him. Even through him, in fact, killing him twice essentially there. Yeah, NoPing, tough fight for them, tough game for them from here. I guess they're just looking for the miracle fight from now, but again, there's still wards in their base.
Valky, I don't know if we caught that one. He tried to push Storm out with the Spear of Mars, which is doable. Like, you can vacuum Storm Spirit out of Zip, you can use the Spear of Mars. It was very close.
Huh, I knew you could vacuum out of Zip. I didn't know you could spear him.
Yeah, you can spear
That
him.
is skewer him right out of a ball of lightning.
Pay
That's
attention.
amazing.
I know a couple of tricks. I don't know all of them, but sometimes, you know, I come in because I saw it on Reddit.
Yeah, of course. Of course, saw it on one of the YouTube compilations. What the
You don't
heck
have
is
to be
going on?
smart. You just need to find right information. Like,
True.
I don't think there should be an excuse of being dumb today. I'm not talking about Dota, because information is out there, more accessible than before. And let's see the push or the high ground. Mars can
All in
easily
the
set
palm of
things
your
up.
hand.
Yeah.
Like a phone. And like this game for Apu King of Kings at this stage, right? 16k up.
Monkey King
All
did
of
not die a single time, which is insane to think about. Has a full refresher. Refresher, one of the items that I feel it's going to get nerfed, considering how easy you can get it. And I think the cost, like, it got buffed way too many times. Also, it was 180. Now it's 160, so you can even use it more often. And having a double BKB, double Wukong's command for a fight just feels great. You can also siege, like, considering that Monkey King has that additional Wukong's command ring, it's very easy to siege the high ground. I don't think you can afford to go in on him.
No, yeah, I think they lack the damage to kill him as well. Even Luna, especially with BKB online, I think is going to struggle a little bit unless she gets some godly Daedalus crits. Who knows, though? There's very little else that NoPing can look to do at this stage, especially with the Storm. I mean, at least he's got Ball Lightning level 3, so, you know, he's not getting caught at every moment here with a slower Zip. But, yeah, I don't know what the Storm does anymore. I think it's really all on the back of this Luna.
Yeah, I mean, we can use the F word, not the one that you could, you know, the first one that comes to your mind, but the feed word. Because that's what he's been doing, I'd say. You know, sometimes you gotta be realistic, call it what it is. There's like one real stun that was Fiend's Grip, but it comes down to vision. They were not. His job is to jump Bane, because Bane creates too much problems for him, and he never managed to do so. Maybe at the early stages of the game, but after that, we have 10 players. Why are we not ready? Go when ready.
Gotta let the ping settle, Lacoste. It's you know, when you get this reconnect, there's the G from Apu Kings. Of course, with the 3 of them getting booted at the same time, usually it's some sort of server.
Oh, so
IP
that's how it
issue.
is. You gotta wait until it.
Oh, they catch Mini. They cut down his tree. No. There's no Luna and Io here. No chance to capitalize on the rest of Apu Kings. We're waiting in the fog, so a bit too spooky for them. Yeah, Benny's just massive now as well. You've got 2 really big heroes, Apu King of Kings, and really only 1 on the Luna. Maybe 1.5 if Analog can get the right target on his jumps in, but yeah, he's been struggling. He's back down to wave cutting duty. Good news though, no Aegis for anyone on APU Kings. That was at least quote-unquote taken away, snatched away by the Storm in the last fight. There he goes, another big ol' zip back to the fountain and back again.
And look at what Walkie does. Kind of looks like he misclicked maybe to some of the people, but using Hood of Defiance there, let's say he catches an arrow, he's still able to blink out if there's no follow-up and stuff like that. If he gets initiated on by a Sanking, there is potentially like a blink out of the things if he gets caught by Storm Spirit. So preemptively casting it in this situation is really justified.
Yeah, I agree. It lets him stand up there aggressively and not be afraid to get his blink canceled by, like you say, any of these kind of AoE abilities. Moonlight Shadow. Looks like they might just be able to catch Nuages here, but he's actually going to dodge this one out as well. And NoPing. This is, you know, the moves of desperation. You know, the pis-aller from them, if you will, is they just kind of look for anything, any openings. But APU King of Kings, recognizing that they've not really stolen a game off of NoPing because they've fought hard and they've earned it, but they're not going to give any free opportunities here for NoPing to get back in this game. Look how they protect even the Monkey King as he catches these stray arrows.
You have very limited space where you can play. What you can try to do is potentially relocate to a certain part of the map, leave Luna there, and then she farms. It's a bit risky. Luna's pretty jacked right now, has Morbid Mask, so I guess she's saving for Satanic instead of Dragonlance to kind of have that second life. Or she might start to think about, if things don't go too well, maybe she needs a Rapier.
That would certainly help their damage issues, wouldn't it? Especially because there's no evasion, so you don't have to deal with that pesky problem. That might be tempting. For now, though, everyone's just going to continue farming up their tier 4 neutral items. As NoPing, credit where credit is due. Finally, they've gotten the ward situation a bit more under control as they've set themselves up properly here in their own triangle.
Luna thinking about getting Ags. There we go. I think if you wanted to get Ags, you needed to get it a bit earlier, because the combination with the Storm Spirit who jumps and then gets caught, especially jumping the back lines, could have made the difference. But we'll see. We'll see how it changes. What he wants to do is disassemble Dragonlance, keep that Ogre Axe, and buy Aghanims. So he's very close, just 1,000 gold away, if he wants to commit to it.
Yeah, it does seem like a much earlier item, but there are still very few defensive items, for example, on this Bane, on this Snapfire. Just blink. I mean, Aeon Disc is pretty good at saving your own life for the Snapfire, I would say. But Nuage is going to end up being pretty vulnerable to this with only the Glimmer Cape to back him up. But yeah, it just seems a little late. But what else can RDO do at this stage is, you know, the good news is that it also kind of helps the Storm be a little bit more useful, as you say, at this stage.
Analog going for Ags as well, so this is big. If they can get 2 Ags and get a good fight off of it. Oh, she also finds Timeless Relic. This is a perfect Storm Spirit item. So someone can hold Ceremonial Robe, which means lower their status resistance by 10, which means longer duration Vortex, and then he gets a longer duration Vortex from the item as well. But you can also give it to Luna if she wants to like get more damage coming up from the Eclipse. Let's see who's going to hold it for now. I think you need to give it to Storm Spirit.
Did you catch how quickly RDO did his shopping there, by the way? They relocated him for the shopping, and then he was brought home to the fountain, and he just disassembled and assembled probably 3 items faster than I've ever seen anyone do before. he had that so quick. That was impressive.
I mean,
So
these
he's got
players,
he's committed.
these players are good. Yeah, he's committed. Aghanim Scepter done. Storm Spirit. Oh, where did his money go? Wait, he had 3,000 gold. What did he buy?
I think, did he buy a Sanj?
Oh yeah, he bought a Sanj.
Right, yeah.
Not sure that's like, if you're committing to this, Sanj's not gonna make a difference. I would say you're still gonna die during the Fiend's Grip, during the Spear of Mars. Like the value that you get kind of gets countered by level 20 Spear of Mars talent. If you're relying on getting out of the combo potentially earlier with some status assist.
This could be big, though. It's Roche time right now. APU King of Kings, they've got the Snapfire decorated ward in the pit just to scout as soon as this next Roche is ready. NoPing, they've got themselves a ward now on the high ground. They're going to spot Mini, they're going to go in on him, and that's the axe reveal out from RDO. They're going to nuke through Mini, and it will not be a deathless game here for the Monkey King. After 11 kills straight, he will finally take a dive.
Okay, the only way to counter Mini is to Mini stun him with the Eclipse, apparently. And Luna's getting
Very
close.
good.
Like, Luna is getting close to level 25. That's going to be the big one. Plus 0.2 seconds, and then you are kind of screwed. But we'll see. Gyrocopter sitting on 7,000 gold. What he can do is purchase the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, get one extra slot, and then get the item. Because right now he's struggling a bit. Can't pierce through Luna's evasion. And we have
Pushes
another
up as
Aghanim
well.
Scepter on the ground. Buyback from
There you
Mini.
go. Kisses as Benny's going to buy back. They're going for this fight now, but Valky, he's falling low, and down he goes as well. The Glaive's bouncing off of Roche. 3 dead already for Apu King of Kings. As NoPing, are they really doing this? They're trying to bring back this game.
Roche is
RDO
dying.
He's going to slay Roche. He's going
Jeez.
to pick up the Aegis as well, as he's going to be in a 1v1 versus Benny. There's Valky after the buyback, having dealt with the first life here of the Luna as they set up the Wukong's command around him. There is no relocate to get him out, and that's going to be a second death straight here for RDO. Oh no, it looked promising for a second there, Lacoste. NoPing, they made me believe.
Oh, they did. But look at this. He also managed to pick all 3 items from the Roche. He got the Aegis, he got the Cheese, and he also got the Aghanims. So Storm Spirit can't pick that one up. He already did. Has another 4,000 gold sitting on top of it. I want to see what his next item is going to be. Shiva sounds great. But if he also wants to play it, maybe a bit more fancy, I would say, a bit more flashy. Refresher Orb with Storm Spirit with Aghanim Scepter is kind of cool, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and especially with a Luna and a Sankey, I mean, you've got heroes to take advantage of that electric vortex, or the budget black hole kind of effect, right, where you suck them all in. I've seen that literally win games.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe it. No, it wasn't. It was in a different tournament. I was casting like a Thai Championships Cup or something like that. And yeah, I literally pulled back a game from jaws of defeat just off of this combo alone, especially if you end up taking your overload attack bounces. I don't think you should, by the way, this game. I think this is a game where Analog needs to be in creep wave cutting duties, as he has, to give him some credit, essentially delayed the game to this stage with how much he's been able to cut these waves. But yeah, this Ags on Storm Spirit could be a major turning point. RDO is going to have to buy back here, as I think Apu Kings, of course, they're going to force it out of him. And they conserve buyback on Benny, as well as Snapfire, but everyone else had to use it in that fight. So, again, a decent fight, decent showing from NoPing, especially getting all the loot from third Roche.
Yes, so Mini needs to be really careful. If Mini dies, this could be game. This could potentially just be the beginning of the end for them. They have so much tower damage coming out from Luna. Storm Spirit, he has Timeless Relic and the Quick Buy. I'm pretty sure they have the item. So 25 extra debuff duration on a pull. Sounds great. Just take it and give your item to someone else. So Ceremonial Robe, I will try to do the math right here, which is not going to be good. Duration 3 seconds on Vortex with the talent. So 25, that's 375, and extra 10%, so that's over 4 seconds pull duration. And imagine getting a refresher on top of that. It could potentially be 8 seconds pull from Storm Spirit.
That's the cost. We've got the player cameras now, so we can see what they're deciding. See, we have our lovely pause to, kind of discuss what we think we have. Now we can see the players and see what they're thinking as well. As both teams actually playing from a team house as well. There's Benny here, our gyrocopter player, maybe deciding how they're going to look to get into high ground, when they should expect this Luna buyback, what abilities they expect to be ready. Did anyone get any of the Roche bounty? No, Luna took it all. Yeah, he really just died for all the Roche bounty. Didn't even get in that much damage, just used his BKB to pick up everything.
I think it's worth it at this point, because they used buyback on... Who bought back? It was IO. That's it, pretty much, on their side. So it's really worth it.
So there's the readies. Guess while we're still pointing out items, the only core with an E-Blade is not really something I expected immediately after Yule's Scepter here for the Mirana, into a Wind Waker that she has queued up. Fascinating item.
very fancy item and also super expensive. If you can buy it, I think 4th row should drop a Wind Waker casually. Like this item is so good in certain situations. Let's say you're playing against Faceless Void, you use like inside the black hole. It's you have a great value of using it on your allies to save them, but it also doesn't like give you. I don't see a hero who just goes in and straight up buys it, because Yule Scepter's great, and then you need to farm another. What's the cost? 1300. Like, yeah, it's just not happening. I mean, it might be good in this situation if you get in a grip. If someone like, it's a great late game item. My problem is, how do you get to that? Because Mirana right now, she doesn't even have buyback, so you prefer buyback or Wind Waker anyway. Having Yule Scepter and E-Blade is great, especially if you want to, let's say, like use it on Satanic, use E-Blade for 4 seconds, and then use Yule Scepter for 2.5. That's just going to mitigate the whole healing coming out from the Satanic.
APU King's, very eager to get this match started again. Yeah, things that Roche can drop. How about some some forbidden neutral items? Do you remember when we had like Phoenix Ash and the Ags? What was it? The temp Ags thing was in the game for like 2 days. Drop those.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When they added neutrals, one of the neutral items was like a temporary Ags, or it was a buff that would give you.
Oh
Ag
yeah,
for like
that
5
great,
minutes or
great,
something.
that's top tier stuff. Whoever thought of that, good stuff, guys. Yeah, it was too OP. Like, you had it for a certain period of time. I think it was mostly used on Luna, because Luna was popular at that time as well. And then
Lots
you
of
like,
Ember, as
what?
I recall.
Well, here you go. Now we have this Eclipse that I can pop on my teammates, and you suddenly die. We win 2 fights, we kill another Roche, and we end the game.
All right, here we go. Speaking of ending the game, APU Kings, I don't think they could do it quite here unless the team fight just falls apart for NoPing, especially with buyback on RDO. But APU Kings, I don't think they'll be leaving from this push until they've at least gotten through that buyback.
Benny, sneaky one, using Trickster's Cloak, like a real trickster.
Very, very tricky indeed. So tricky for NoPing, as they're not willing to buy back for just the bot lane of Barracks, but mid lane is pushing in, so there's going to be no backdoor kicking in. Nice Lotus. That's also pretty tricky. Into the arrow. They use it for the setup. They're not going to buy back on it, and the side gunner is going to do his work to get through that last set of bottom Barracks. And now it's just mid, standing between APU Kings and the Mega Creeps. As the Fortify is out, they don't want to buy back on this Luna, but 30 seconds, I think they're going to have to, Lacoste.
These are Mega Creeps. 25 seconds. Someone needs to go in. Someone needs to go in and like try to stun him, leap into Yule's, try to force something. There we go.
Kick it off. There they go. There's the Luna buyback as well. Storm ready to go on in. He's got a cheese. The Nightmare save, though. Dodge a lot of damage, but they're just immediately going to delete the Storm. Oh, he eats another Fiend's Grip from Nuages. He's got buyback, but he's dead for 1.5 minutes. Everyone from NoPing being zoned out by the Wukong Cement, but as it ends, Monster's going to make a second jump in. There's going to be the Eclipse, but Benny gets off the BKB. Mini refreshes, and he's going in again, but there's a pause, Lacoste.
Ooh, this is what we call, puppy pause. He says sorry, apology. Like we had already 5-6 pauses, double sorry. So, yeah. Well, let's see what happened. That did not give us enough time to theory craft. I see Snapfire with the Eon disc. So in the end, Luna was forced to buy back. And Storm
Storm's
Spirit
brought back now.
Yeah, he has very limited mana, but has cheese to work with.
And this time there's at least no pesky Bane Fiend's Grip to catch him immediately. You can see Bane is currently orchided. This is interesting though. I feel like we never get to do this, huh? The analyst never gets time to speak during a team fight. What are you seeing here, Lacoste?
I see that Bane is not gonna die. He has a Glimmer Cape, while Storm Spirit keeps his bottle instead of Dust of Appearance in his inventory, so that means that he should be okay. There will be no real follow-up. Sanking already pretty much used everything, and yeah, Glimmer Cape says bye-bye to Storm.
Yeah, says bye-bye. Monster as well. Oh, he's gonna have to eat a little bit of damage out.
Benny caught that arrow.
Benny.
Lost a rocket.
Yeah. Oh, great Nightmare save. Wow.
Man.
Oh, man.
Serum has been...
Megas.
Yeah, just been on point with his grips on Storm Spirit, who goes in, but they need some kind of follow up. They need either they needed a better vision, or they needed Storm Spirit, or the Mirana leaping to the side and canceling the grip. Or we can say that this Kaya and Sanj could have potentially been a Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, very true, right? We were kind of thinking, oh, maybe this should have been the Ags instead, and then he bought the Sanj, didn't have money for it, but then he got gifted the Ags as RDO was able to steal, again, all the bounty from third Roche. Yeah, just hasn't really found much. Now he's learned, though, right? He's making adjustments. Analog, he's got the dust in the inventory rather than the bottle. Making adjustments.
Even if he gets that kill, it doesn't really matter that much. It's like 500 gold for him, but it also gets him closer to level 25. I lost personally track of time because we had so many pauses. Hype it up.
What? Oh, wow, Analog. Okay, he's going to be able to escape. Some fancy moves there. Sure, he wastes Arena Lacoste, but I would ask, does it really matter when you have a refresher on your Mars? Because he's got one. Double Arena, double Spear, ready to go.
He could potentially use 4 spears with his shard and refresher.
A lot of spears. A lot of control. I've seen that one before. Refresh spear to win the game. I think it was Team Empire versus Namiga or something during TI-10 qualifiers. Just a simple double spear sometimes is all it takes for you to break down a game and win a team fight here.
Late game Dota is insane. Like what you can do. But this is my problem with the sanking. If you are kind of losing the game. So he still does the same thing. Doesn't matter if he has level 20 talent. Level 25 talent's pretty big, but still very far away from it. So you have this Lotus Orb, Eon Disc. Your damage, still the same. Epicenter and Burrow Strike.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. To me, this is one of the last heroes. Not really. Let me think about this a little bit more. But you know, everyone used to say, "Oh, Ursa, TA." You know, these heroes they plateau right after
Not
like
anymore.
40 minutes. Not anymore. They don't. Sand King still does though, doesn't he? He, as far as his damage output goes, it feels like he's just extremely limited on the impact he can have. Once he's level 18, that's all you get from Epicenter.
Maybe, you know, in certain situations, don't get me wrong, Sand King's a great hero. When we compare scaling into late game, yeah, you can do well. Let's say you survive, your teammates die, you get all the last hits, you get all the XP, solo XP, then you're level 25, you get E-Blade, they're not moving, you get overwhelming blink. Then it's a bit of a different situation. You can scale, but you need those like 5-6 items, and then the hero also feels really, really good.
That's true. But at that stage, I mean, is it more the items or the heroes?
No!
As they're going to set the Bane here yet again. Fiend's Grip is ready. They don't even need it. Lacoste, they don't even need it. They build an arena here, and that's going to mark. Here lies Analog. Storm Spirits. Oh.
Analog
brutal.
off your account. I don't know. This man.
Oh, God,
this was
Lacoste,
brutal to watch, dude.
They might have to here as this fight here is breaking out. Could be the last one. Yule Scepter and this procced here for Monster, but he's got really nothing in the tank. He's just going to die. Has buyback, though. That's why he didn't use a single spell there. But Tier 4 is under siege. Kisses as well, just keeping them in the fountain. Theo Lecor is going to have to leap back in here. At this rate, they might just kill him. No, he's going to be A-okay. But the towers are falling here. As
Another
Luna's been
Wukong's
hit with a
ready.
stun, ready to go on in. But there's another Wukong's and another arena here. Valky jumps on in. He catches Monster a second time. The control onto RDO is too much, and everyone's dead already. NoPing. They're going to end up dropping game number 1 as all the monkeys dance around them. APU King of Kings, they take down the Luna, Storm, and the IO draft.
Oh, what a performance. APU King of Kings or Ape King of Kings with this mini performance, you know, King of Monkey Kings, because this was top tier performance from him. Like, I've been really impressed when I said, you know, game winning moment. He did extremely well in the mid lane, managed to kill the Storm with the help of the Snapfire. But yeah, some top tier stuff. Like, I really love the itemization. I don't know, 10 out of 10. I don't think you can get a better itemization. What you can get with the disassembling, what they've done. And yeah, I already signed up for a mini fan club last time I cast his games. Now I'm a platinum member.
There we go, platinum member, and you guys can be as well. Some top tier item builds and itemizations out from APU King of Kings is going to get them a game 1 victor. We've got a top tier panel as well, ready to break down that game a little bit more for you guys. Over to you, Avo.
Thank you for that, Richie. As you guys heard, we're part of the Mini fan club. I mean, Astini, you were talking about RTO, but Mini was one of the stand-up performers. I know you also have a lot of hype because I know you've coached him before. If you got 4 heroes, you better be good at all 4. And Mini was impressive on this Monkey King. What a performance. There was a bit of help from NoPing, let's be honest. There's a couple of base plays, maybe a little bit throwy, They gave him a little bit of pause there, huh? But overall, it was, I think, just a performance beyond what we were expecting from APU Kings, right? Astini, were you expecting this from Binomitas? If I told you Binomitas last season was going to beat this squad, would you have believed me?
I would not have believed. Or maybe I would believe on a game that NoPing does a massive throw, but that was not the case. They just played flawlessly. That performance on Monkey King. And also Nuages on that Bane, it changed my mind on the Storm against Bane matchup, because I thought as a Storm you can abuse a little bit that cast point that Bane has, but he got Storm all the times. And impressive play by the entire team.
Kips?
Yeah, I mean, same. I had my doubts about the Storm into the Bane before, and sometimes you're sad to be right. This was definitely one of those moments, because otherwise Analog played a really sharp game here. And furthermore, I think as well, this Gyrocopter pick, if you're not this savage about this, if you don't play up this hard as King of Kings did after laning stage, I don't think you get away with it. I don't think you win the farming matchup versus Luna, but especially this rotation that Lacoste immediately called out as the winning rotation. This is exactly what you have to do. You got to play this fast, and they executed it absolutely beautifully.
I'm telling you, Benny, to a degree, is a bit of a monkey himself. The guy. Really, that's why they give him the gyro. And usually, when you see these picks with comfort picks, especially as a panelist, we always talk about it. Say, well, maybe when you play against Div 1 teams, you got to move out of your comfort. But if you play them this well, there's a reason for comfort. Honestly, this is a strategy they're very comfortable with. Last season, they were honestly gyrocopter every game that they could, and not a hero that we see anywhere else unless there's an IO with it. Honestly, styling this game. Very impressive. Also, shout out to the Snap for Hanses. What a performance by him as well. Some catches incredible. Balki as well with a Mars that was within his talent pool. This was very different to a Lava game. It was not a game given to them. It was genuinely exciting Dota by King of Kings.
Completely agreed, and I'm a bit worried for NoPing right now, because they did this same draft 3 times in a row. Now they lost. They have to do something different for the first time since the start of the DPC.
I'm assuming they're gonna have some aces up their sleeve, though, right, Astini? I know these players are creative.
I'm pretty sure they have some other strats, because usually on Monster's team, he would always have his hero first phase, so they would either first phase Mars or first phase Tide. And that's what I would be expecting as a second strat, because that's how he played for the last year in NA, and I see no reason to change that if he can have such a strong lane with first picking a Tide, so they might go for something like that.
Do you think might be a little bit of a... do you think there was enough impact, from the Sanking this game from Monster? Because usually he's a very dominant player. Did you see the Sanking pick as being useful this game?
Useful, yes, but not as much as what you see him doing as an offlaner. It was okay, and you don't see Monster playing okay. You see him game-breaking ultimates, like double Ravage or game-winning Arena, and he could do some things with the Mirana, but not what you really expect from an offlaner.
All right, guys. For this next game, Kips, I would like to know from you. I mean, you talked about a different strategy from NoPing as well, but in their gameplay themselves, what would you like to see as an improvement for them this game?
A bit more cohesion in the team fights. If you know that you don't have the team fight advantage, you gotta fix the shot calling. You gotta especially make sure that you focus down people hard enough. And I think in this game, a lot of the times, APU King of Kings managed to divide that damage really well, and it was of course made worse by the fact that they did have damage problems as well overall in NoPing. So you gotta shot call very hard, very sharp if you want to make up for that. So if they get into this kind of trouble again, really one by one, guys.
Okay, that's a good call. Astini, for you, what would you like to see for NoPing coming game number 2? What improvements in their playstyle?
That they don't go all in on a strategy like this, because the Luna strat, if you miss to have the first Aegis, you're already kind of lost in the game. They were just with that slow death where you couldn't see them winning the game from the 20-minute mark. They were just like losing more and more and more, like delaying their death. But they were not playing to win. They're kind of playing not to lose. That you always lose like this. Because they had no options, because they don't scale as well as the other team. They don't have any team fight. So maybe pick later in the draft your hard carry and have RDO on a better carry matchup, so you can be comfortable. You're not playing against the clock. You're okay with the game delaying, because South America Dota, you see mistakes from both sides. And if you get to that late game fine and have the better matchup, it's good. And usually the games go to that late game. King of Kings, they played impressively, but still they have some trouble on closing games. That was very clear against Beastcoast, even against Lava that they won. So they can abuse that.
All right, we're going to have to see. We're going to take a very small break, guys, as we get ready for the next draft to start. And we'll finish this post-game panel and go now to the pre-game panel. We'll ask the same questions, but it'll be before a game, so it's going to be a different style. So we're going to see you guys then. Stay tuned, guys. Remember to follow Eeples Gaming if you want all the SA action. And we'll be back with the wonderful panel where we have an SA coach and a worldwide international renowned coach. That's Kips, by the way. So we're going to see you guys very soon. Stay tuned, and until 5 minutes. Bye. Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here in the pre-game panel. Wow, what a new, innovative setting we have here. Astini and Kips, I would have never guessed you'd be on this panel. Hello, guys. How you doing? We have Hokori's coach, in case you haven't met him. That's Felipe Astini. Also, one of the biggest connoisseurs of the Brazilian scene in general. And we also have Kips, I can't pronounce her Twitter name. I'm so sorry. But she's also a well-renowned coach with international experience, particularly a lot with a couple of SCA teams. Big fan of Adam, but and EU team. Sorry, I meant to say. Here she's to tackle a new region in SA. She's been learning a lot. Got some information from Ace as well, I believe. Right? I know he gave you a little bit of a pack, right, Kips?
Yeah, he has been super helpful, and I'm learning a lot of stuff. I don't understand though. I was actually going to ask you why there was a picture of RDO as a hobbit on Twitter today. Did you see that one?
I think Astini can explain this a bit better.
He's kind of small. He has like 1.60 meters. So they call him like RDO is a big player. No, never mind. He's like a small player that plays well. So they do some jokes on that sense.
Right, because I'm assuming in Portuguese, gran means both like a great player and also a big player, right?
Yes.
Right. It's just like in Spanish.
I love puns.
Oh, what an advanced community. Oh, okay. You guys asked for a different thing. NoPing said nope. NoPing. They go Triolina again. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
I guess they have the confidence. I did want to say one thing about what Astini said in the previous panel, that you can always go for the later game, right? But that is giving up the initiative and giving up the idea that you are the dominant team here and you can outplay them, that you have to wait for their mistakes. So NoPing with this draft say, all right, we still think we are the dominant team here. We still think we can execute this better, and we dare you to try and come at us again. We are confident.
Yeah, and they are 2-1 with that strat now, and they won against a super good team. And what they see is, okay, maybe we banned 2 heroes from Mini in the first phase, and they might ban SF now or Void Spirit. And because I think it's a better approach, actually. I know Nuage's Strength Protector is so strong, but you better target one player. Like either you ban his Strength and his other Titan, or you ban Mini, Monkey, and Invoker. So I like this approach better now.
Do you think the SF is equally as powerful though for King of Kings? For Mini, I mean, besides him being a comfort pick, like is it as versatile? Because the Monkey was super impactful there, but also because it was a more versatile pick, it did a lot more, right? Can SF fulfill that role according to you, Astini?
I mean, it has some team fight together with the Mars and Trinct. It makes sense together with those heroes, but I don't see SF so strong in meta now. I know everyone is doing that hero safe lane and so on, but
it's
my opinion, it's not good. Yeah, exactly. So I don't have a good feeling about the hero. That's why I would go with the Void Spirit here from his pool.
I really like the Void Spirit directly versus the IO as well. It is one of the best heroes at sniping the IO from behind, whoever it's hiding behind.
Right. I would agree with that. I mean, Void Spirit is also more consistent. Also, I am tired of seeing SF lose in EU where they think that he's the best hero in the world. Especially because I know that mid laners there go, give me SF, and then that's it. There's no more contribution to the draft, and then they lose for that hero. So please, no more SF or Troll. If they can do me that favor, we already got rid of the Troll. I'm pretty happy. SA is slowly improving for me. For NoPing though, we talked about buffing the Luna last time. We talked about picking up some team fight, but that team fight was not that impactful for Monster, a guy that usually we see being on the dominant role. What variations could we see on that Kip? Since you were the one that suggested Sanking last time, what would be some other ideas that would work and have a bit more presence in the game?
Yeah, normally I'd say, right, fine, we throw even more eggs into the Luna basket, right? But most of the heroes that would do that have actually been banned out right now. So no more Invoker, no more Snapfire. You could think about Ogre Magi, I guess. But you already have the IO for the attack speed. It's maybe a bit of overkill.
Legion, maybe?
Legion?
Is Legion that good right now, though?
Seen it struggle, especially if it's thrown into the Soul Initiator role again. And we saw NoPing have problems with that previously. At the very least, with this Treant Protector being on the field, it's pretty likely that there won't be another Bane.
True.
Yeah, and they might change the Mirana for a Rubik. I would be happy to see that.
Interesting. Why?
I think Rubik's super strong against Strength because of the cast point. You can just steal any spell you'd like to. It's also good against Mars. It's a Tilly core hero that he can
That is
play
true.
so well. And could be a lane duo, Rubik Legion, Rubik Centaur, even though it's a bad Centaur game, but it makes sense for the Io Luna draft.
Okay. I do like Centaur with Luna a lot as well. Ooh, Scarth Mage by King of Kings. This interesting. We saw there was, I think it was PuckChamp that played Scarth Mage with Legion. That was an EU, but we haven't seen much of this hero these days. And with Mars, it's also a combo. Opinions on this hero, Kips? Do you think he's strong? He's making a little bit of a comeback right now, or what's
Yeah,
the purpose?
I've seen an upward trend for Skywrath Mage as well.
Okay.
Especially if you're a fan of picking a lot of cores with reach and utility, and then you put the Skywrath on top to bring the big damage. And ooh, Doom though.
Okay, Doom
Doom
Grimstroke.
Grim.
That's a classic
All
combo.
right.
Not the Rubik,
That's a
but
big
like this
combo.
is as much combo as you get, but at a very different approach for Monster.
Definitely. I mean, I said before that I want to see another hero that can work well together with the IO, and a Doom certainly is that. And King of Kings just say, all right, fine, we're doing this, go big or go home. We put the Medusa opposite your Luna. We're going to try the exact same thing as we did before. Somebody who can, if you play her up, match that farming speed. And we've seen now that they can pull that off.
She also outscales Luna eventually, right? That matchup is not something Luna wins. She's good against Doom. And she could, well, and the thing is, she might punish the greediness of picking up a Doom offlane. Usually, this hero is made, you go Midas, you old 11 it, right? You Midas, you farm, and you're like, oh, guys, I'm carrying now. Don't worry. So, I'm not sure about this, to be honest. I'm not sold.
Especially with Trinct, such a strong lane.
Yeah. What's the plan now, Steenie? What do you see? I mean, you talked about Io Luna being kind of a one-trick pony of a strategy. How do you deviate this?
I don't know, because like Doom gives another option to the draft, but I don't know how good it is that you like have two play styles on the same draft, because Io Luna, the idea is that you are always fight ready.
Right.
And Doom
Death ball,
Greenstroke, you are ready to fight every 2.5 minutes. And it seems like a nice combo, but it's super hard to use the two spells together. It's not as easy as it seems, but maybe now they have a way of guaranteeing some kills and getting Roche. Like, if you just combo that well on a smoke, go back, get Roche. I can see that happening. It's not really a team fight oriented, that they can actually win a team fight against King of Kings, but they can make a pick off and do Roche afterwards. So a bit better than last game, but still not so confident.
I like your point, by the way. When you pick Grimstroke with something that's a low cooldown spell, you just throw out Soulbind willy-nilly, you just throw the low cooldown spell whenever you can. No big deal. For the Doom, it's tough because do you save the Doom for the double Soulbind? Did you get the best target for the Soulbind? Is Grimstroke in position? Being able to actually get the double Doom off is not easy, and sometimes it actually trips team up because they don't actually abuse the Doom as much as they want to. So I'm glad you mentioned that. There's a tiny you asked for last game, Kips, however. You still think it's good?
I mean, a lot of lower cooldown. There's a good target here as well in the Skywrath Mage. You can really keep this guy down. But the team fight from APU King of Kings is just so punishing. Like, the thing that you're saying about getting this combo off, between a Mars and a Treant Protector, APU King of Kings have so many methods to keep this team fight split up after the initiation comes in. So I'm envisioning this tiny jumping the Skywrath, and then after that the rest of his team has to come in, and they have to wade into this zone of death almost. Well, there is the SF.
Yeah, I mean, against Tiny, you kind of gave it to him, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 that he would go SF or Void Spirit because of his hero pool. And I'm not saying that on a bad way, because he really mastered the heroes, so they're strong enough that you can pick into any situation. And I believe it's a good lane against the Tiny. A melee hero, you can easily triple raise him. I see better team fight for APU Kings again. I see like same thing as first game to happen.
Okay, I see Estini's on the King of Kings wagon. I like it. What about you, Kips?
Very tempting indeed. I see a scenario where Analog can feed off of this Skywrath mage and get himself a game going, but then the tempo seems very halting, isn't it? Between that Doom cooldown and that Grimstroke that wants to do more. I do like the King of Kings draft here better as well.
Okay. Well, for the first time in this panel, guys, Apple King of Kings, they've won the hearts of our panelists, but will they win the hearts of our casters? And more importantly, will they win the actual game? Because that's what matters here. Nobody cares about our opinions. So that's why we have we're going to go right to the game right now. So SeekNStrike, Lacoste, please take it away.
Yes, thank you, Avo. Hearts and minds here for Apu Kings of Kings. No ping or maybe no plan, Lacoste, because they go back to the Io Luna. They just got beat with it. What's the idea here? Are you liking what they're proposing with this draft number 2, Lacoste?
I see a couple of issues that they have with this draft, considering how many counter initiations Apu Kings have. You don't like the fight? Use Medusa ulti. Use Treant Protector ulti. You don't feel like fighting in certain area? Pop the Mars ulti. Shadowfiend ulti will stop the initiation from the Doom. Like Doom or Double Doom is not very effective if you don't have a good catch. If you can, like, Luna doesn't provide you with any stun, mini stun, okay. Io, also nothing. So they needed something from the mid lane that, has low cooldown stun that can control them. I think Tiny's okay. I want to see how his laning phase is going to be. Into Shadowfiend. Also, you don't have the best hero to rotate in with. It could be like Grimstroke, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I want to see how these rotations going to go. If Grimstroke doesn't rotate, means Shadowfiend gets pretty much a free lane. Tiny in this matchup, starting with the 3-throw, which is fine, but he also needs to max out his other abilities. I think in this matchup, you want to try to kill the Shadowfiend, and you also want to come online as fast as possible, something that he did when he played against, who did he play against? I keep forgetting, Hokori. Yeah, did extremely well, but I'm a bit worried. Also, like Medusa matches up nicely against Luna, but also... Sorry, I just have to, having this long monologue about heroes.
Oh, you're good.
I love Dota. But Doom, later stages of the game, you already have a double Doom. And when he gets to that refresher timing, Doom in the late game is just one of the worst heroes to play against. Like, well, what are you going to do? I also don't see... I mean, Lotus Orb works well against Grimstroke and Doom, but I'm not sure who's going to buy it. Treant Protector... will struggle unless there's a Philosopher's Stone drop. He struggles getting items on the hero, and Skywrath Mage doesn't buy that item, neither does Mars. So it's gonna be a tricky situation.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of info after the draft, right? You just kind of seen what you see, and luckily the pause, of course, giving us a little bit more time to get through that, as we're still 20 seconds to the horn. I actually wanted to ask you very quickly. Astini brought up a point that I thought was super interesting. He said that they've got a lot better, like of a pickoff or like a guaranteed kill lineup with this double Doom and, Soulbind combo, something that they can very easily use to, for example, take Roche or take a big objective. Do you think that's going to be enough, especially with first Roche, first Aegis, for this Io Luna draft to really come through? Was that really the problem last game for NoPing?
Yeah, not being able to take Roche gonna set the tempo of the game. Or the previous one, they overextended near the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. So I want to see their approach. Like, it needs to be done execution-wise, Grimstroke, double Doom, and then turn that into Roche. Because with Io Luna, you have enough damage, you have enough sustain. So even if these two heroes still are left alive, plus maybe one extra, you can still take the Roche on with it, especially early on.
Yep. Keep our eyes down bottom briefly, because there is 3 heroes bot lane currently. There's Nuage's bottom here with the Treant Protector, so they're going to be looking for the surprise play, perhaps for a cheeky little bit of first blood. Mid lane, it's Raze's first point for the SF, as he pushes underneath the tower already.
They know something is up.
Yeah.
No ping, deep ward, tier 1 tower top, which means it's scouting things out. But let's see, KJ. Like, where could Trent possibly be? I don't know. They're pinging. They're actually
There's the
tipping
tip. Yeah, they know. He's like, go ahead, buddy. Waste more of your experience here. Go ahead. Please, take all day. How long do you wait for this? It seems like they're kind of forcing it a bit now, aren't they? There they go. They're gonna go for King Jungles, of course, for first blood underneath the tower.
And he
they
gets
will
it.
get
All right, where's the tip back? Like you need to, like everyone needs to tip him back. And we see some. I wish I could, translate this. What this means.
The only thing I could tell you is that the K's mean laughs in Brazilian Portuguese, or maybe regular Portuguese. I don't know, but I can specifically tell you in the SA region, those are laughs in the K's.
Okay. But Medusa CS was 1 after they've done it. Then I checked the scoreboard. SF was sitting at 8. Ooh, good slow. If they connect with the sun, he's gonna die anyway. So that's a pretty bad one, which means that he was not with Medusa for the first minute, even more. And now he died. His TP's on cooldown for another 40 seconds.
And trees are not so good with movement, so he's gonna take a long time to get back into this lane. We'll see here how he can do, especially if he just decides to...
Has boots of speed. It's fine.
Okay.
He got the first blood, got the money, and come back to the lane.
Bottom, spear. Just going to annoy RDO. They almost actually got another pick on King Jungles. But Benny, yeah, they're just going to continue beating into him as much as they can while they have this little bit of an advantage. And speaking of advantage, SF already kind of making a bit of room for himself here. Mini, I mean, I don't know, Lacoste. I see 3, at the top here on the hero portraits. You see their Dota Plus levels. I see 3 master tags, and that gives me a lot of hope for this APU King of Kings lineup, at least for the laning stage, that they're well within their comfort zone.
One thing that worries me about the laning stage, you're playing into IO. This hero is just too strong. The amount of heal that you get with just a ring of health, eating the tangos, I don't know if they have enough damage to burst him. Skyward Mage dropping low, already ideally in this situation for APU Kings is Skyward Mage dies, leaves solo XP to Mars.
There's a beautiful toss into the Inkswell. This could be a kill mid lane onto Mini, and it is. Nice rotation coming from Theo Licor, and an even better toss, to be honest, from Tiny.
Okay, so that's you just need 1 point in Inkswell. Let's see what Tiny decides to buy. I want to see a bit of earlier boots, just protecting himself right now with raindrops and the stick. But to go back to my point, in that situation where Skyward Mage has no mana, has no HP, the best trade, if you can get a return kill and then you just die, your Mars gets the XP, you come back to lane with full mana, full HP. They need to start thinking about these smaller things, because right now, once Wisp gets that level 3 with the overcharge, level 4 has a raindrop, you don't die. Look at the mana pool right now on APU Kings. They have none, which means they're not threatening the kills. And Luna, Fairy Fire, Magic Stick. You also have a Magic Stick on Io, so she's not dying. Yeah, you need a rotation.
Yep. Yeah, and speaking of not dying in rotations, top lane, you can freely rotate away from a Doom because, well, he's a Doom, right? And this Dusa, her start has not been too strong. He's actually even taken the Centaur Courser's Cloak Aura. I don't know if that's because he couldn't find a better creep or if that's just the one he wanted, but it is going to give him that little bit of magic resist as well, which is going to go a long way towards the harass out from Mystic Snake. But yeah, I don't think Doom necessarily dies in this lane.
No, they don't die. There's no way that they die. Also, Shadowfront rotations are very slow. Even if he ganks up, you need to mostly haste to be able to kill them. There's going to be a lot of harassment, but they have no stuns on the top lane, so it might be tricky to land raises, and it's a waste of time. If Shadowfront decides to rotate with anything else other than the haste rune, or if they don't have vision, he would just prefer to farm the jungle, stacking for himself right now, setting up an observer ward, and Tiny, not messing around. He understands what his job is. I see Blink Dagger and a quick buy. I press like.
Yep, it's easy. That's the clickbait for you, right? Just put that blink in the quick buy and guaranteed like. Can't see the dislikes anymore though, Lacoste. His top lane can't see the Treant Protector anymore. His monster will burn him down there. Just pretty easy kill, to be honest. Running him down with the Scorched Earth, and he's even going to be able to pull this creep wave. Something that's always really annoying for a Dusa player, having to last it under tower. She doesn't do it very well.
Once you get the power treads, it's much easier, but still, you would prefer if you don't have to do it. And we can see bottom lane, farming freely, this Skyward Mage, keeping mid, who's keeping mid? Treant as well. It's a tri-lane mid.
Classic tri-lane mid. You've heard of Tiny and IO mid. Get ready for Tree SF and Well, no more Skywrath, of course, because down he goes. The Lacoste's rotation proving to be a little bit better here than what Apu King of Kings could muster. Okay, so this is what Nuages does. He plants a deep ward behind the tower. My question is, Lacoste, can they even use this? Can they kill this Tiny? He's a pretty tanky boy here, 1200 HP and only an SF and maybe a tree to get through him.
It's more of a protection, I think, for the mid laner if Shadowfiend is standing there. Mars, he has Helm of Ironwill queued up. Not sure if he can get away with that. I think at this point, your Shadowfiend is like not a playmaker. Medusa wants to farm. So maybe an earlier Blink Dagger, something that he did in the previous game. I completely agree with his item build in the previous one. Getting that Blink Dagger, skipping Armlet is nice. Like Armlet's top tier damage, but in this situation I don't think you can afford it. Casual Iron Will is okay, I think, because their damage output is very like limited. I think you can like toggle through if you don't die to Tiny's combo, Treant Protector and Mars. He's still level 5. Yeah, I don't think they're getting anything out of this one.
Yeah, they're just going to get the Wisp as RDO gets the kill onto Valky, so already a much better trade here for NoPing. However, that's Nuages. He does at least kill the Courier. That was not going to be the full Mask Bandit, though. Just simply the Quarterstaff. So some net worth missing from Luna, but otherwise, just another kill onto the Wisp. Rotation mid lane. Is that going to be a bottle refill? Absolutely, you bet. Here's the classic. Tiny and Io. Haven't seen this one in a while, as I'm accidentally rhyming. Right now, NoPing looking to commit a crime of murder. Unfortunately, they lose the Wisp first. But they still will end up with that kill onto Mini. There's going to be the second kill then, out from Analog onto the SF. He's going to have a Blink Dagger mighty fast, Lacoste.
Yeah, and free lane top. Your Doom is free farming. Like, also Luna rotating top to take the tower. NoPing, they're making all the right moves. And you mentioned the Blink Dagger on Tiny. It's gonna be pre-10-minute Blink Dagger, which is pretty impressive. Level 9, combo already maxed out pretty much.
I mean, it's terrifying if you're Apu King of Kings, especially if you're a Skywrath Mage who has absolutely no armor. Down he goes. No armor, no HP, and really no chance. They cancel the TP, as Theo Licor was daring him to complete that one. Dares not, however. Top tower has fallen in the meantime, as you said, RDO making very quick work of that after rotating top. Benny doesn't even have a Yasha left, and he doesn't, a Yasha yet, pardon me, and he's barely got a jungle to farm in. I mean, look how aggressive NoPing are going to be playing this. RDO is even going to be able to kick Medusa out of lane at this stage.
They're very limited with stuns. Mars needs to rotate to get a kill, or they need level 6 on Skywrath Mage, so that needs to wait for another minute until he gets the book. Shadowfiend also going for BKB. BKB... I don't know if this should be spellcasting type of a Shadowfiend, but he already died twice, so you are missing a lot of timing, I would say, where you're not snowballing. So BKB feels much safer. Dire using a scan, they know something is up. Blink Dagger reveal, let's see what they can get from this.
Yep, they're going to have to try and wrap around, as it seems
like
they've been invaded here in the triangle. Oh, no, they're going to double back. Okay, they're going to double back. The famous quadruple back, and now they're looking at least for a kill down bottom. Valky seems to be the target. They've got vision. There's the blink. Yeah, they've got this one in the bag. Down goes the Mars. Going to be his second death here. 5-0-2 now on the mid lane Tiny. Much better game for Analog than the Storm game already.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been all over the place. Let's see. Skywrath Mage going in one more time. Full combo. Raindrop keeping him alive.
Careful here.
This is big kill.
The gap. This could be a big kill indeed at that, as they're going to at least hit him with the Phantom to slow him down a bit. King Jungle does not have the relocate, so he's limited to just the heals, but the heals are not enough. That last raise will collect the soul of the Tiny, and they're going to get the +1 kill onto Wisp. Once again, Lacoste, it's these little bits of over-aggression. Dive is always in the mid lane that seem to punish NoPing. It's, you know, let's not make too big of a deal out of it for now, but a lot of wind out from underneath the sails, especially if they collect a third kill here onto Theo Licor, is diving underneath the tier 1 tower.
And the tower.
King of Kings, and they get the tower. Ooh.
So they got one extra kill coming out from that observer board that you mentioned that was placed between tier 1 and tier 2. And also, they got 2 kills on Shadowfiend, good usage. He's like just 1,400 gold away of BKB. It's a BKB rush, but all it comes down to Skywrath Mage having a bit more tankiness, double null talisman and that infused drop, keeping him alive, managing to use the concussive shot and slow them down. The thing about concussive is you don't need more than 1 point in it anymore. Before it was like 1-for-1 plus ulti build. Nowadays I feel Ancient Seal a lot of value. I'm not a big fan of Arcane Bolt max, because concussive shot is now at all levels 40% slow. Before it was scaling ability, now it's just like whatever, Ice Frog. He trying to find a way how to buff Scarlet Mage. It's never enough. This hero just doesn't feel as strong.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Doom bottom. I was wondering where we're going to see one, as Monster was just waiting in the trees. He's going to now call on reinforcements with King Jungles and RDO, and down goes the Mars. However, counterplay is here as well as smoked up Rapu King of Kings. They're going to look, I think they were smoked, right? They were looking for Analog, but they're not going to find him. The Fear will. Mystic Flare, of course, is invis for a lot of spectators. The reload output is not going to come through from King Jungles because he relocated down bottom. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but a much better one here for Rapu King of Kings. And, well, in fact, I think they're going to get the numerical advantage as well. Silenced up and picked off. My goodness, Ancient Seal with Shadow Rays. Yes, by Wisp. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Rapu Kings.
Great stuff. Like, they lose Mars, but someone needs to tank that Doom. Doom was being held for a very long time. Medusa on top of CS chart, not on top of net worth. It's very hard to outfarm Doom at the early stages of the game. This hero is just insane in what he does. So no surprise. But looking at the Shadow Fiend, he's doing really well. Full BKB, 13 minutes in. After that horrible start, being ganked twice. Level 12 right now. Level 2 ulti. All right. We have a game again.
We have a game. Yeah, just the 1 overextension is really all it takes, Lacoste, and all that early game lead. You know, if it's easy come, easy go, as they say, right? It's easy to get that early game lead. It's just as easy to lose it and throw it on back. They still are holding on to that net worth lead, mostly, as you say, thanks to this Doom. And I actually wanted to talk to you about this Doom because I was kind of shocked, to be honest, to see him use it on the Mars just for that solo kill. Especially if they've scouted this BKB being built up by the SF, because, you know, it just never feels too great building a BKB against a Doom, does it? It's going to go through, you know, you need a Lincoln Sphere, there's all these things you have to do, but he's going for it anyway. Instead of a Dragon Lance or a right-click build, is he just ready to fight? He just needs to fight on this SF, or what is it?
I think he wants to stand inside, potentially bait a Doom on him, and they reset with either Treant ulti, Arena, or a Stone Gaze, because your target most likely gonna be Shadow Fiend in the mid games. Tiny, good Armut.
Yep, on bottom he goes. There's gonna be the Arena, this reset that you're talking about with 4 heroes to back them up. Very easy kill here. Rapu King of Kings, and Valky still lives. There's that armlet you're talking about. Pretty easy for him to toggle through that one.
Analog, twice in a row. Keeping the viewers and us entertained, and also keeping the game interesting. A lot of rotations to bottom. They showed, I believe, all 5 heroes. Yeah, it got scouted out by that ward near the tier 1 tower in mid.
Yep. There's a smoke as well behind this Dusa. NoPing, they know that a couple of heroes TP down bottom, but they don't see anyone else pushing and farming that bottom wave, so except for Mini, of course, so they're going to go ahead and just back away from this tier 1 tower siege, still respecting the team fight, as there is an overgrowth yet to be used.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, still 1k net worth difference. There's Mini showing off his brand new BKB. I'd like to see what he's got in his quick buy next. As I'm sure you do as well, but I also want to see what Valky decides to queue up. Should it just be Blink immediately after, or does he go BKB next on this Mars?
Yeah, definitely Blink. They need a way to start a fight, and there needs to be a follow-up. There's a great synergy between like Shadow Fiend Requiem and the Arena, so if you can set that up. Analog once again.
Oh, okay, and RDO this time around. I didn't see the Wisp TP on in. That's a pretty easy kill there onto 2, right as the ward expires. That's a nice usage there of the little waning moments of vision. They have a ward here as well. Rapu King of Kings, though, they're playing cute around this one. They've got vision here, but yeah, both teams know that they had vision. It's a little bit too cute, maybe.
Well,
now makes the jump on in, and now goes to Skywrath Mage. Okay.
Skywrath Mage kind of toying with Tiny, but Tiny had Tumbler's Toy. Ink Swell, Blink Dagger, hard to not close the gap at that point. How are we doing? Treant Protector, yeah, 2 points in Leech Seed for lane is fine. But that also means you will not have a Living Armor maxed out for a very long time. 26 seconds, level 1 cooldown, 14 level 4. He has Blink Dagger queued up. If he can find Lotus Orb, I think that'd be great. I want to see, like, Medusa. You don't want to buy Lincolns on that hero. It's not... Oh, I'll hold that thought.
As a Doom onto the SF, they should be able to nuke him. As down he will go. Death Requiem not really doing much other than maybe adding lag to a couple of PCs. And that's going to be the SF down for 40 seconds. Is it too early for Roche?
No, they have enough damage. The Shadowfiend's one of the worst heroes to respawn with because your ulti doesn't do a damn thing after. They still have like Soulbind, no Doom, Eclipse about to be level 2. It's not going to be enough experience to get Luna to level 2 if they're all sticking around the Roche pit. Dire scanning around mid lane to see what's up.
Yeah, it's perhaps not as fast as they were hoping for, as there's a Sentry D ward. Analog making the jump yet again, this time onto the Treant Protectors. The Eclipse is out to combat those in the river, but in comes Benny now with his own ulti. Monster BKBs, but he is still petrified. There's a buyback now from the Treant Protector. They have lost themselves Theoli Core, so it's a lopsided fight now with this buyback. Roche on just about half HP, and SF collecting souls in the mid lane to get a little bit more damage into his ulti. The Kings, they are going to be able to contest this one.
This horde on the high ground giving them a lot of vision with what's happening at their side of the map, but they're going in. Medusa very low in mana, only 250.
Okay, there's now the respawn from the Grimstroke as Benny still trying to tank through this Aegis. Analog didn't blink it. Oh, he's got blink though. He's going to find Valky. Down he goes. Valky with buyback as the Soulbind is going to connect the two supports. Mini though pops the BKB and the ultimate. The Fear onto RDO is good, but not good enough for the kill. As now both heroes still fighting for this one, but RDO is going to go down through the BKB. Could not live. The arena is out, and it's caught 3 heroes in it. The Core, who's just respawned, is going to drop. Down goes Monster.
Oh, what a fight!
Analog in there as well. Huge fight for APU Kings.
Whew, man, 2 buybacks. They go on Treant Protector. He immediately buys back, realizes, and they're gonna get Wisp again. Did Wisp buy back?
No, he didn't.
No, he just relocated. He just used relocate.
Full team
and Luna goes for a sneaky play. Once again, I guess that's the bug where Mystic Flare is invis for some reason, so I can't see it. But going inside the pit, tries to fight. I think she gets passed by Roche. And also, right clicks from the Shadowfiend at this point are no joke. Like, yeah, you have 15 armor, but still Roche hitting you and Shadowfiend hitting you with that presence of the Dark Lord. It's gonna be tricky. Shadowfiend going for Lincolns, I like that. Like, he usually is not the Lincoln's buyer, but in this situation, you have Lucent Beam, which is kinda because he can pierce through it. Other than that, you're fine. Like, Grimstroke doesn't want to use his spells to pop it.
You can just kill the Phantom while it flies to you, especially with that attack speed. Ooh, okay, I mean, the game is, I think, a little scary now for NoPing, right? Because it was looking good. They picked up almost a free kill into the SF, right? It cost them the Doom, but they killed an SF. They go into Roche, realize, oh no, this is taking a little bit too long. They don't get this first Aegis again. What's the game plan here for NoPing? How do they look to recover this now, or are they still in a decent position in this game where they don't need to focus on recovering?
Still afraid for them again. Mars, like, he's recovering. He managed to get the buyback off in the previous fight, and he got a lot of gold from it. So his Blink Dagger will be there. Skywrath Mage, as panel talked about, is food for Tiny. Managed to die 4 times, but he's been involved in a lot of kills. 14 out of 16 kills, so not too bad. And I like that he's not going for a lot of ATOS type of a build in this situation. I feel like he had a Glimmer Cape queued up, which is real nice. It protects you against any combo. And also, like, if they're not going for Dust, which we've seen in the previous game, these core players, they're greedy. Now, man, they're greedy as hell.
Yeah, you can't, you can't make room for Dust if you need your Quelling Blade at 20 minutes. It's necessary. The smoke play here into the triangle is not going to find anyone. Won't even find a camp, and they won't find one anymore. They've locked it. It's not Midas being used by Monster. Oh, there he goes. I was about to talk to you about this because he was actually still holding on to that Hill Troll Summoner from the Devour, which I didn't know had that mana aura. I always knew he had that really crappy heal. but he was using that mana aura, I think, to just spam his spells. Now he's going to pick up the Shard Golem, so we might get to see some Doom Limbs, unless he switches it to something better, like, I don't know, the War Stomp probably.
He saw Shadowfin. He got a glimpse of him. That's why he's already preparing. Because Shadowfin, I don't think that's the way to go. Like, if you want to surprise them with, but yeah, Lincoln Sphere is done, and he wants to be able to pierce it. He wants to jump in and be able to get Doom off on SF.
They catch the Uli Core. Down he goes, and they've also cut off Analog from really any sort of retreat. Oh, the reload out is perfect. Nicely done there by King Jungles, as he's going to take the Tiny home. Tiny says, thank you very much. Good luck on the way out. Gives him a nice high five and is not going to see the Wisp for another 20 or so seconds here. As King Jungle's hands off the keyboard. He's just going to drop a spray. Nice.
Not much he can do at that point. You relocate back into instant silence from Ancient
Monster.
Seal.
He's been scanned. They're going to find him. He's got BKB, and he's going to TP. Okay.
BKB. Down 1 second. I think APU Kings are very satisfied with it.
Yeah, they'll also be satisfied with the farm that this Deuce has found. Manta immediately after this BKB.
Man.
She's pretty
Look at
tanky.
this.
And
Analog. He's had extremely good game first 12 minutes, and now look where he is sitting. Behind Mars, who was really struggling. Oh, he gets the right one!
Yeah, they toss her back. They're going to doom her up, but after she gets off the Stone Gaze, so she can still actually turn and fight through this one. In fact, that's what she's trying, but no BKB here means RDO is going to be a little bit too strong with the Eclipse active. Mini is still holding on to his Aegis. He's still alive. He's going to go down to the towers, a multi-shot, as Analog has already died, kicking off this fight.
Everyone is super low. They will need to retreat. Like, they can get the tower and then retreat, but still, Tiny, once again, goes in, gets the real target off after Manta style, which is kind of lucky, but still not lucky enough to survive that fight.
No, he's not. Yeah, he is, I mean, true to name, right? Analog, we've all gone digital already here, as this SF is tearing through him.
A good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
So this should potentially be a tower on the bottom without Eclipse. Shadowfin was holding on to BKB for a very long time. And he has a DD in a bottle. Lincoln Sphere already done. Medusa. Thinking about going Lincolns. Your damage output is limited with it. I think you need to itemize differently on your supports to be able to protect against that double Doom. Because Doom is the biggest threat. Like, they fail the Doom, they lose the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, especially, and what's scary about it is, as the panel was talking about, it's a 2.5 minute long cooldown in between these combos, in between these fights that should be almost a guaranteed win according to your draft. So if you mess this up, you have nothing for the next follow-up period. And, well, APU Kings, they're slightly cooldown dependent, but if you don't have a Doom, I don't think they're necessarily too scared of you, are they? Especially with how short their cooldowns generally are.
They have long cooldowns, but still I feel they will take a fight, especially if the trade-off is like a BKB or 2 on side of NoPing. Okay, Medusa still thinking about that Lincolns or Daedalus, just going for the Crystallis, thinking whether she can survive or not, going low on mana. Well, there's a Clarity running on me, plus I have a Mystic Snake. I think it's might be okay to get it. Serum.
Yeah, well,
if you can get out of this, this is pretty big. 4 heroes showing bottom. Relocate used.
Yeah, space created. Voice lines coming through now. They're flowing like water here from APU Kings with how good they're feeling about this game. 5k net worth lead, but of course that doesn't tell the full story now, does it? Especially with how far Analog has taken a tumble. You know, they say a rolling stone gathers no moss, but given how he's not really been playing too much the past 10 minutes, this is kind of a mossy stone, isn't it?
It really is. At least he gets an item that allows him to scale, so we're not going to see the same situation as the previous game, where they were solely relying on Luna, and missed.
That would have been a kill. That would have been a big kill. Mini's here with a DD, and I mean, I don't know, King Jungle's still nearby. Oh, didn't have relocate. That was a kill for sure.
Yeah, that was a big play, because they realized it was used to the bottom and tried to make something happen. Didn't connect. Lucky going for Shard, pre-BKB. He's feeling himself.
Oh, he is. He had a pretty good game as well last time around on the Mars. So he's all warmed up. He's got the armlet this time as well, so he does a little bit more damage on this God's Rebuke. Yeah, he's having a great game.
I actually have no clue when they added the -10 Bulwark move speed penalty on Mars. Someone asked me, threatened me. I would not know. I would really not know the answer. What? I learned something today. For some reason, I just didn't think that was... It's one of those things that you never click. You think it's something else, and then you're like, well, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta love those small little interactions in Dota, don't you?
Yeah, some of the stuff needs to be fixed. Some of the talents are really boring. I think the best example is Razor, level 10 and level 15 talents. We have 9 agility, and then on 15 you have 14 strength. Very creative, I gotta say. And level 20 is not intelligence, so a bit surprised by that.
Okay. Yeah, they don't like having heroes having intelligence talents. They don't like this Mars either, as they will go ahead and jump them. I believe that was Doom utilized there. Indeed it was for 2 kills. There's going to be many, though, continuing to fight through this one. BKB, though, however, for RDO and Monster active allows them to shrug off the Requiem. But now the Dusa running on into battle. Gaze active, now with a full Daedalus. They're going to look to turn and try and fight through her. There's no BKBs on anyone, so this Eclipse could do a lot of damage here. But RDO, most of them are bouncing onto the illusions. Mini, though, is going to be first to go as he will fall. RDO falling quite low with the Wisp, keeping him alive, but no, Benny's got a little bit too much damage, assisted by the Skywrath Mage, and now, with RDO no longer in this fight, they still will be able to take down the Dusa. It's a 1v1 here, Skywrath Mage versus the Doom, but of course, out of mana here, Skywrath Mage should have this one easily. A little bit more mana there, courtesy of the Wisp. Monster will blink and secure the team wipe. Nice fight there for NoPing.
To get good Soul Bind and Toss combo, so it still works. It's a very good combination of the spells. They got the Doom off, and look at Doom. Doom is massive right now. Level 20, Shiva's Guard done. Less than 3,000 gold away from Shiva's. That's like 1 Hand of Midas usage and 2 Devour, so he's gonna have a refresher for the next fight most likely. And this is where you need to be afraid.
That is true, Lacoste. Although I would counter, and perhaps APU King of Kings are going to counter here by saying, okay, you guys used literally everything you had. We still have Arena, we still have Overgrowth. Mystic Flare cooldown, of course, is basically nothing. Roshan is up, number 2. Are NoPing in a position to fight and even take this Rosh, considering they lost Luna in that fight and couldn't, do Rosh immediately after?
19 seconds until Medusa. Shadow Fiend needs to farm up some souls, so holding on to this is, I'd say, a win for APU Kings, because they want to contest it. Luna this time around didn't go for shard herself, because first Roshan died relatively fast, and she wants to be able to pick it up from the second, if they get it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the big if, right? That's the perhaps major winning question, of course. As like I said earlier, APU Kings, with this showing, they're 1-1 currently. If they win this game, NoPing would fall to 1-1, and APU would go to 2-1. I say only with 2 major slots, so this Roshan might be a little bit bigger than just second Rosh Aegis.
It's a lot of minus armor. Solar Crest, Shadow Fiend, Aura. They're going for it. They're going for a good Medusa. I love that.
Too slow. Analog, he's jumped in. He's going to be petrified.
Up the shard.
And Valky, he's caught 2 on the outside. RDO gets the BKB off, but they've lost Analog. They've lost the Grimstroke. And they've lost almost any chance here at getting second Roche. As down goes Monster, the third to fall in this fight. They're going to get this Wisp as well. He attempted for another relocate save. There's many, the entire team with a tip onto King Jungles. They're really feeling it now, Lacoste.
Oh, they really are, and he's gonna drop. Tiny decides to go in. Nice premature Medusa ulti, where she's like, whatever, you jump in, whoever jumps is gonna die. Quick fingers, quick reactions, get the Aegis, doesn't get the shard. Tiny was able to pick it up. Let's see who he will give it to. Grimstroke bought the shard for himself, I believe. Io bought the shard.
2 lanes of Parrot.
This might be the game. 40 seconds without Doom. He actually invested into Perseverance, which is not something you want to do. This item doesn't give you anything.
No, it does not.
I don't think they can close out the game, but they could go for a second set of barracks, because they already killed the bottom. Going for the throne would be a mistake, but let's see what can happen. Presence Aura affects buildings. That's a big one.
Yep.
-7 armor.
SO onto buildings. It's huge. On it goes. As that's 2 lanes of barracks after the Roche fight, and that's kind of what I was afraid of and hinting at even, Lacoste. It's, you know, NoPing, they win that fight, but they pay basically the ultimate price, and the fact that they lose their Luna, they lose any Roche damage, and immediately after APU Kings, they just go right into it and take Roche. Nothing really NoPing could do about it.
This whole series pretty much can be summed up. Whoever gets the Roche, APU Kings, I think they're understanding what Roche gives to NoPing and how to approach the fights, and delay them possibly when they lost 4 heroes. But as you said, like, there was no Luna, which means no real damage to Roshan. If it was Luna, Io +1, they take the Roche easily.
Yep, for sure. Now RDO is a little bit sad this series. You know, 2 Luna games with an Io to back, and a pretty decent global lineup as well, right? You drop a Doom onto a hero, you relocate in this Luna Io, and that's a guaranteed kill, essentially. Last game with the Storm Spirit to play with. They've had the strats that's worked for them twice in their previous DPC outing as well, and well, he just hasn't had to grasp. He hasn't had the chance, rather, to grasp an Aegis this series. It must be frustrating for him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because his performance has been great. It's just like the rest of the team, decision-making wise and how to protect him, I would say, it wasn't really working out. It's being pinged out. Let's see, Skyrat Mage. He's good. He has the on this.
Yeah, he's okay. Away he goes, and in fact he turns, gets the Ancient Seal now, and drops the Mystic Flare. Invis for me, but not for Tiny, as down he goes. Doom has been dropped onto Mini, though. It's a lot of damage out of the fights, but Benny, still alive, is going to force back RDO, who BKBs just to escape through the arena. They might not even get this kill onto Mini, as the Eclipse at least is going to pick up the kill onto Valky, but Mini's still alive. He's going to have BKB, just no HP to fight through this one, however. Down goes the Skywrath Mage now, but Mini, he's going to drop the Requiem. He's going to look for the Luna, and Benny from behind to shut the door. King Jungles needs to get him out of here, but he's been killed and picked off. RDO is left without any support in the river. He will fall outside the Roche pit. It's going to be a big kill for APU King of Kings, as Theo
he will find him. Look at
by
this,
the
scouting
courier.
with the courier on the high ground, gives himself vision. Like Mini, I think he deserves the tips there. Manages to survive due to Drain Protector using heal on him, getting out of the fight, and now 50. Like this is mega creeps. Roshan is not gonna respawn for a very long time. They still have Aegis for 1 minute. It was a good go. They try to go on Shadow Fiend. There's no like real protection. Drain Protector uses ulti, Living Armor. That's it. But their damage output, if they don't catch him off guard, which they don't like, I don't think they can. They don't have enough stuns. Tiny goes in, he just straight up dies.
Yep. Yeah, jump in the Skywrath Mage, who had Andisk there, unfortunately was almost seemingly the kiss of death for
that was a big one. You have to click him. Like the one play
Yep.
they could have tried to go for, because they had a ward and they saw him coming, is to toss him back. Like toss him back instead of using the full combo, proc the E on disc, and then he's definitely dead. So that means mega creeps.
Yep, no chance to get anything. Monster very eager to show off this double Doom. He's going to try and wait the 40 seconds for the natural cooldown to come back so he can properly double Doom, but oh man, it's against the Mega Creeps. Luckily, with a Luna, you know, with a Tiny, with a Doom, you can tank through these things, but it's going to severely limit the way you have to play the rest of your game. 3 minutes until third Roche might respawn, as this Aegis about to be reclaimed here momentarily. There's that horn from Benny. But this Aegis was so big for APU Kings. I got him the Megas, all 3 lanes.
What Benny does is every single time he wants to buy an item, he puts Lincoln's here in his quick buy just to see maybe it's a good time to buy Lincoln's right now. And it feels like it never is for him. He always wants, I'm not gonna say higher tier item, but he also doesn't want to invest too much in defensive department.
Yeah, I mean, why bother this game? 2-1-11. I think they killed him, in the laning stage once, but otherwise a pretty solid game again out from Benny. As, you know, in fact, he's not even that great of a Doom target, is he? He was doomed in one of the fights, and just really didn't care too much, did he?
Yeah, he got the Stone Gaze off once he got tossed back to Tier 2 tower, and that's when you say, like, enough. They have 2 BKB piercing abilities. Like, you have Stone Gaze and Overgrowth. I've seen Medusas in other regions doing really well, where you stall the game long enough for Medusa to come online. You know that they can just go in. Fighting underneath the ward one more time.
This could
Let's
be
see
better.
what NP can do.
Not getting baited. Oh, Analog wants to toss back, but instead he's just going to eat a lot of arrows out from the Dusa. Oh, Valky from the side trying to flank with the Arena is going to whiff. That's going to give NoPing a little bit of an opening here, as Doomed Up is going to be the Dusa. She's attached as well to the Skywrath Mage, but his Andis proc's not going to get a kill, but Petrified is RDO. The relocate out is coming. Can they get him out in time?
He's out of mana.
Looks like he's going to try and fight through this one, though, but he's going to just fall. He's not tanky enough. The Overgrowth as well was there to stop Monster from going away. Analog stuck on the high ground, cosplaying a ward. He will be able to TP on home. Double buyback now, as Monster is just eating creeps on the back lines here. There's the buyback out from Nuages. He runs down a Monster. That was the double Doom utilized in this fight.
He'll
And
be able to
Monster-
get out. So,
Yeah, he will.
buyback from RDO, buyback from Serum. Unfortunately, Mars does not have one, but they're playing against Mega Creeps. Only tier 1, one tier 4 tower standing in the base. Shadowfiend, very hard to kill. Like, Medusa gets the ulti once again, and they just don't have enough damage. If the BKBs are not down and Luna not using the Eclipse, I don't feel they have enough damage. Tiny, once again, not the greatest initiation. They were fighting underneath the ward. He tries to get the toss back. Doesn't happen, gets juked, so they were forced to kind of retreat in a bad spot once again. Even though it's a 9k gold lead, at least for this game, it feels much, much more.
Can't believe Benny took that Arcane Rune. You're playing with an SF who just bought an Arcane Blink. You're playing with a Skywrath Mage, and you just, nope, I'm Medusa. I take everything. Hard carries, man. You can't play with them. You can't win without them. It's so difficult.
Very easy to tilt. Like, these like, carries, man, they... Whew, I could talk the whole day about them. Tiny, still no BKB.
No, he does not. Silenced up, taking a lot of damage here, half HP. Luckily, he's got that massive HP pool to back him up, but that's already tier 4 down, last tier 4 standing. Benny was starting to make very quick work of this buffer building. He's going to go back to this buffer building. You know what? Screw that buffer building. Goodbye. Goodbye, building. Deleted. Unoriginal. Boring. Now onto the throne. The tossback is good, though.
Oh,
Nearly
the
into
big
the fountain
play.
with that tether play, but Benny's going to get off the BKB. He's going to get off the Stone Gaze. Analog's going to go down. Monster is dying through his BKB. RDO is trying to jump these back lines as Minnie's trying to show off this Arcane Blink. The Overgrowth is good for RDO. Gets off a little bit of healing. Doesn't have a Satanic, though, and cannot out-sustain all the damage from APU King of Kings. They're going to win. They're going to take the 2-0, moving themselves up to 2-1, and NoPing dealt their first loss with the IO Luna draft. They will fall to 1-1. After this series. What a game. What a game, Lacoste.
I mean, coming into this series, I don't think people would expect to go this way. And this team, APU Kings, they also beat Lava 2-1. After seeing their performance, I'm like, well, this team, they look good. They look solid. We got to give credit to NoPing for trying kind of a game-winning play where they toss back onto Io, who relocates the toss Medusa into the fountain. It was a bit too late for that, but great showing from APU King of Kings.
Yeah, and that was an incredible game too, an even better game too, honestly, than game number 1. I think I went into game number 1 kind of, especially after what our panel said, was super, super confident, right, with this Io Luna, as they made it look super good, right, in their previous series. But just that first Roche, APU Kings identifying the key objective, the key win condition seemingly being that first and second Aegis especially, and managing to take the fights there was super impressive, very key. All right, with that, that's going to be all for us for our first series. We're going to throw it on over to another key part of our production. That's going to be Avo Plus and the panel to break down our series a little bit more for you.
Hey guys, hello and welcome to the panel as we get ready for the next series the day before. Let's talk about this wonderful series because APU King of Kings really bringing their A game today. Really showing up against NoPing. There can be a lot of criticism to be said about NoPing, and we'll talk about that in a second. But first, I want to celebrate APU King of Kings and what they did well. Once again, there were moments that were not so clean, but for the most part, that Roshan turning fight was a lot on him. Despite Roshan stopping him and bashing him, didn't really matter. That was Mini pulling through. The team fight really pulled through for them as well. I want to highlight one good thing in general about the team that you guys saw, particularly if we can start with you, Kips. Something that you really liked about what they did this game.
APU King Kings, their team fight shot calling is just really very nice, especially the calls on when to buyback or not. They're clearly taking these positions as well, where a buyback can actually turn a fight, especially around these Roshan situations. And I love seeing how committed they are to just investing in those buybacks, investing in getting the fight win, even if it doesn't start off on the best foot.
Steny, what about you? What did you like about them?
I would copy keeps, but then another point.
Yes.
The team fight, how well they fight, the synergy they have on spells usage, because this Roche that we are seeing right now, it felt like it was going the other way, but they just fought better. They used the spells so well with the Trinket ultimate together with Shadow Fiend, the arena afterwards to close it. Just perfect spell usage.
No, no. Thank you, panel. What a diverse panel. Wonderful 2 points that you guys gave me. Let's look at NoPing though, Steny. You were not very happy that they tried the same strategy twice. You thought it was a bit pigeonholed. Do you think that Doom gave them the versatility, or did it feel lackluster?
Nah, for a while it felt better, but I believe it's because Analog had such a great beginning of the game.
Yep.
It's not even about the Doom, because the Doom happened as mentioned that you can win a team fight or get kills every 2 minutes, but that's it, and you can't rush afterwards, especially with the nice buyback usage from King of Kings. And maybe if they waited 2 minutes more to actually win a team fight and go rush, because they got kills, but they couldn't do rush in time. That could be a way to make that Doom work, but it's very hard to make it work.
Yeah. Kips, were you... What about the Tiny? I know you suggested in the early time, because we saw it, as Steny said, do pretty well in the early game, but it fell off pretty hard in the mid-late game.
Yeah, and I think that's a window where your offlaner needs to step up for the fact that you've had so much time to farm because you've had a Tiny dictating the entire pace of the battlefield, and then he is going to have to get a BKB. He's going to have to get ideally an Echo Saber on top of that as well, just to be able to actually scale into physical damage mid-late game. And if he doesn't get that space because, you know, his other cores are a Doom and a Luna, then you get this scenario where if you don't fall completely out of control, you're just going to fall off because you're still playing Space Maker even after all this time. And I think they did that to themselves with the farm distribution a little bit.
And that compares directly to Mini as well, who was completely the opposite, right? Where at the beginning he was just okay, and then he scales pretty hard and was pretty much a second carry there when the Dusa wasn't available. But let's talk about the other second carry, which I was incredibly impressed by, which was Skywrath Mage. To be honest, I don't know about you guys, but I was very impressed with damage output in these team fights. I thought at first, oh, you know, Mystic Flare plus Mars, like, okay, I see the combo. You know, typical combo where you stun and you kill someone. But I was the arcade bolts, like in the team fights, he was just throwing them out, the double silences. Once he got that talent, the damage output was insane. There was particularly one team fight near the Roche pit. I was like towards the latter parts of the game where they started off by killing both the Luna and the, I think it was SF. Yeah, and the Dusa stayed there. And the damage was not coming from the Dusa, it was from Hannes. It was from the Skywrath Mates. Those arcane bolts pretty much chunked the Doom. Do you think this hero is a bit of a sleeper pick here, where we're going to see it a bit more?
I mean, it's risky, right? I think if the Tiny has a better game here and he can continue to scale, he can continue to survive going in, then that Skywrath will continue to die. But instead, Analog has to play so careful because he doesn't have any items. He can't afford a BKB until way later, so he just dies if he commits on the Skywrath.
So it's more of an issue of what happened with their draft that enabled the Skywrath so hard, rather than the hero actually being that amazing.
I mean, it is amazing if this condition happens. Like, this is exactly what you hope for.
Right. Steny, would you agree with that analysis?
Yeah, I think it's just like, and Hanne, he played so well with the hero, because I wouldn't think the hero is good, and even against Io, because you're a hero that you want to burst, and Io is super good against that burst by covering heroes with that healing damage mitigation. So it's just how well they played that made the hero look like so much damage output, but the hero is not that good. It's just the player, I guess.
Okay, well, thank you guys for dampening my excitement. That's why you guys are the smart analysts and I'm just the host. But that's why I get to say the goodbyes. And we do have another match for today, guys, so do stay tuned. It's going to be Beastcoast versus Lava, but that match will be starting in around 30 minutes. As this is not a running schedule for DPC, we always play by the times. So if you guys are interested in that, and you guys are asking yourselves, because you don't follow SADPC like these nerds, you're like, who's Lava? What is this team? Why should I be excited? Well, they're Thunder Predator, the old Thunder reporter that went to TI stayed exactly together without fear, but for the most, besides that, it's together. And this is always known as El Clásico here in South America. These were used to be the two best teams. Lava did lose to King of Kings, which we thought was a big deal, but now seeing that they beat NoPing, maybe it wasn't. Maybe King of Kings is just a new big roster to make it into Div 1, so we'll have to see. But for now, guys, I do recommend you tune into that. It's going to be in exactly 27 minutes, and we're even going to get secure an interview with them later. We unfortunately cannot do that with the current teams because, well, you know how players are. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to catch them with the right tech. But for the next one, we do promise we're going to have that in the post-game as well. So we do recommend you tune in if you're interested in some insight on either Beastcoast or Lava. We hope you enjoyed the panel. We hope you enjoyed the cast, of course. And we'll see you guys in 26 minutes now with the next game of the day. Until then. Hello and welcome. We're here with the SA DPC here. The Winter Tour Div 1 continues as we go on to Lava versus Beastcoast, the hype matchup of the day. We've changed our panel ever so slightly. My name is Alva still your host. We're keeping Astini here, the Brazilian extraordinaire coach of a many SA team and even some European teams at a time. And then we've added an SEA expert himself, a TI player, and also an expert coach, Mr. Winter Dota. How are you doing, Winter? Are you excited for this match today?
Yeah, this is one of the matches you've been, hyping up about. Want to see some of the players in both teams in action. I mean, we know what Beastcoast is capable of, but excited to see what our team Lava is going to do today.
Yeah. For those of you that aren't aware, Lava is the old Thunder Predator that competed at TI. It's the exact same team, except for Fear, who's not coaching them anymore, and no org either. They are called Lava, but it's just the name of their stack. They do have a sponsor, I believe, because they're called BestPC, so I'm assuming that's part of their sponsor, but it's not like an org or a well-known Peruvian organization. They do have salaries and everything, but it's not the same support that, say, Infamous or Thunder Predator would give their players, just so you guys know. I do believe they are playing from a team house because I think all of DPC is SA, but we'll have to see. Anyway, Beastcoast, last week, I'm assuming you caught their game, Astini. They looked... Yeah. Against King of Kings, okay, let's say. I mean, it wasn't the top tier Beastcoast we expected. There was a couple of throwy moments. Do you think that trend is going to continue? Because they had that with the DPC. They struggle a lot during online tournaments usually.
Yeah, on their first game, they almost lost. And I feel just like with their experience, they managed to put some shenanigans and delay the game and ended up winning. But at the end, what we have as a comparison is that both of them played King of Kings. So Beastcoast came out to 0, Lava lost to 1. So you would expect Beastcoast to have kind of a good game here. But yes, I do see that difference between the LAN Beastcoast. When they're in events, they're more hyped about playing well. And when they're at home, I don't feel like they're that strong. They're still maybe the strongest team in the region. Mm-hmm. But I think they will still make some mistakes as they did on the match with King of Kings, but they're still stronger.
Yeah. To put it into perspective, because I've talked to Beastcoast about this, they are not... Like, their issue is not so much the online versus LAN, it's the DPC format. They struggle a lot with this, like, 1 match a week or 2 matches a week, paying attention to these matches, preparing properly for these matches, staying on top. It doesn't suit them. They're much more of the old school Dota players. If I want to play 7 matches in 2 days and I want to get it all decided, right? Especially because, particularly their carry, Ector, has a lot of issues with, like, if he has a bad performance or he's done something that he wasn't too happy with, it just stews inside of him for a whole week. And it really, like, gnaws at his brain. You weren't, when you were coaching teams and playing, you weren't around for this kind of format, Winter. How would you have fared in this format? I'm kind of curious, actually. Would you have liked this format of, like, 1 match a week or 2 matches a week?
Yeah, more time to work. You have more time to you have more time to gather information and talk to the players. And I feel like certain players that I work with, they get so mad after losing 1 game. It's probably better for them to just play 1 game a week.
Do you think there can be a slight issue of you not being able to recover immediately? Because a lot of players, you play like playoffs or like group stages, you play like 2-3 games a day, and so even if you have 1 bad game, it's erased by the rest of them, right? Do you think that can be something that's bad that the players struggle with in the DPC?
Maybe some players don't like it, but I think overall it should be good to have some time to get a breather in, look at the replay and just understand what went wrong. Because if you're playing 3, 4, 5 games a day, group stage games, then you lose 1 game, you don't really have time. You're just gonna play the next game and try to forget about what happened in the previous game. Not much time for reviewing the replay. But I guess some players like that, they don't want what happened in the previous game to bother them too much. But I think overall, it's better for the coach or the statsman if you have time to look at stuff here.
That's why I wanted to ask Astini. You're coaching one of the teams in the DPC. You're coaching Okori right now. Is that like? Do you like this format because you get to do this for a whole week, get to work on them on the match? Does it make you feel more comfortable with the team?
Definitely, I completely agree with Winter because you have time to prepare for each match, so you know how the team is gonna play. You prepare a strategy to that specific match. And otherwise, if you have to play all the matches on the same day, you kind of prepare just your strategy and you hope it works. because if it doesn't work, you don't have time to change anything, and you're done for the entire tournament. So now maybe you have one bad match, but you can review it during the week and come up with new strategies. You have way more time to work, to prepare. So if you're on that preparation part, it looks very well.
Is this where teams without coaches come at a disadvantage? Like both Lava and Beastcoast don't have coaches. Do you think this is difficult for a team to have to do, or is it weak enough for the players to be able to do themselves?
I mean, having a coach can be a disadvantage sometimes when the coach doesn't. He's not on the same page with the team. It's pretty important. Yeah, it's pretty important to pick the right coach. You see a lot of teams they are very inclined to have a coach because you need someone that you trust or someone that the players can bond well with. And if the team is made initially and the coach wasn't there initially, you're adding a coach like, let's say, half a year or 1 year after. It's very difficult sometimes for the coach to blend into the team.
Okay, interesting. Would you agree with that, Astini? I know you've been in that position before, in both positions, actually.
Yeah, it's super hard to find a coach that fits into your team because usually you want someone that has good experience with the game, but the ones that have good experience, they are usually still playing. So you need to be lucky enough to be friends with someone that just retired from the game or something like that. And otherwise, the players will not trust the coach. And if there's no trust, you cannot do your work. Even if the coach is amazing and the players don't trust him, he won't be able to do his work. So I think it's an advantage to have a coach. Of course, I need to sell what I'm here to do, right? As a coach, I need to tell it's good. But I don't think like Beastcoast that they're behind by not having a coach because their players, they're super smart. They've been to 2 TIs. So I'm pretty sure they can figure out by themselves how to draft, how to better prepare for a match.
Well, would you think? Sorry. Would you think that there are a team that specifically needs a coach working on the enemies like statistics, like what they always lose with, what are the meta hero trends, rather than having a coach that would disrupt how they are drafting and how they are playing as a team, as per se?
Yeah, definitely would. Sorry.
I was going to ask, what are you talking about? What team are you referring to?
I'm referring to because you guys mentioned that Team Lava, they don't have a coach. And usually
they don't. They both don't. That's why I'm at.
Yeah, usually both of these teams, right? Do you think that when because you guys are experienced with them, when they hire a coach, they would prefer the coach working on the team stuff like the draft, or they would prefer the coach to be working on analyzing their opponents? What heroes do they usually win with, lose with, or what are the meta trends?
You can answer that first, Justine. Go ahead.
I would just guess, because it's not something that I get out of them, the information, that a team like Beastcoast, they don't want a coach that changes the way they play. They're pretty confident that the way they play is strong enough. So someone that brings to the table what you mentioned, like stats, analysis, like, okay, they're going to pick this, so we're going to ban that. So mostly preparing the draft, main points, bringing some stats that might be helpful to them would be something that they would be looking for, not someone that changes their play style or changes even the heroes they're playing. Maybe the heroes they're banning from the other team, but not changing even the player hero pool.
Right. I've had the lucky option of being with both teams. Coached Lava, actually, or their iteration when they were in Thunder, and then with Beastcoast as well. And for Beastcoast, it's neither the answer. What they want is a mental coach. That's 100% that. So it's like, it's not even someone that works on themselves and their game, but just someone that helps them get through rough moments, because that's their biggest issue. And they want someone like, yes, they might bounce ideas off that person and Dota and stuff like that, but right now they have an analyst/coach who's a Red Monster, right? And he like suggests picks, he'll do the meta analysis and trends, and it's okay. But what they've always wanted and what they want for a while is someone that could just talk to them and just like have a good relationship with them. And for Lava, they want someone that's going to help them with their playstyle, from what I've known. Like, they don't want them to suggest picks per se or change the way that they play, but they do want to look at themselves and go and say, this is what you're missing, this is what you need to practice, stuff like that, because they're looking to expand on their playstyle. Because Wu and Moose from Lava both have a very critical sense of the team per se, and they always want to take the team in different directions, but they need that extra voice that sometimes a bit more commanding. So I think Wu and Moose both are looking for that kind of like extra voice that's on top of them per se, a bit of the hierarchy. That's why also Fear kind of fit into the team. but it's a bit difficult. But yeah, Beastcoast is very unique in the sense that they really don't need anyone because they all already have a coach essentially in the team in Stinger, and they just need someone that helps them get through the mental hurdles. And I know for a fact, by the way, I'm saying this because I've talked to both of the teams and they both said this. So I don't know if it works, but that's what they want as we get into the draft. What a nice question, Winter. You should be the host.
But that's something regards to my feeling that they don't want someone to change their playstyle because they're the team in South America with the best results. So it's really hard that
100%.
someone can come up with something better.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think they want... I mean, like, they want someone to bounce ideas off of per se, right? But, like, you don't want to be... I don't even think a coach that changes your playstyle is good for a tier 1 team ever, right? Like, it's really just not that useful if you're a good team. I can't imagine a single coach that could teach more than the players know.
Usually the tier 1 teams already understand about the system, you know, who should be playing what, and where should they be playing on the map, and what your vision should look like. Most of the time, the small details that they need to improve on are mostly in like drafting or certain ideas, you know, in the game, how they should be moving as a unit.
As we move on from this coach... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think having, like you mentioned before, having someone to bounce off with can be pretty useful. Like, you need someone to discuss with you how you should be doing certain small little details, and having the extra person on the team helps the captain a lot, you know, because if you're playing and you're figuring these kind of things out on your own, it puts a lot of stress on the captain. It's hard to play well.
Let's move on to the game itself. Let's move on to the draft itself, because Lava, they pick up a hero that we've seen a bunch of this DPC Weaver, and then Beastcoast, they pick up a hero that we haven't seen at all this DPC because it's Beastcoast and it's going to be the Silencer to start off with. They combine it with a Snapfire. This is a Stinger pick, and it's a hero that some people claim is really strong, some people claim is really weak. Where do you guys stand? I want to ask Winter first. Where do you stand on the Silencer train?
It's pretty good against Weaver, I would say. We didn't see the hero a lot, but in this scenario, I think it's very good to counter the Weaver. And in general, I think he's a useful hero, useful support in the game. But when you pick Silencer as a 5, I'm not sure if they're going to put him in another role, but as a 5, it limits a lot of heroes that you can pick as a carry. Your lane could be really weak, like yesterday. It was yesterday where we saw Silencer plus Drow Ranger lane, and the lane was pretty bad. The Drow couldn't really do much in the lane, but he recovered later. But overall, when you pick Silencer, the laning could be a bit unstable.
Okay. Astini, where do you stand?
I don't like the hero, to be honest. Although it's really good against Weaver and also against Brewmaster, because I find that the counter to Brewmaster is Silence and Burst, and you have the Silence here. But I feel we are on a meta that you can buy BKB on your cores very early. You can go for these 3 cores BKB within 18 minutes, and then Silencer simply doesn't do anything. He's countered.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because the game is so quick right now, we've seen so many cores that just build BKB after a small item, or some even rush BKB. So Silencer is gonna be pretty much useless after that point.
Okay, we're gonna... I'm glad the hatred for Silencer is up. I want to see what they do with this. We have the Brewmaster though for Love, another hero that we haven't seen very often. But some people, again, similar to the Silencer, claim that this hero is still very powerful. Obviously, with the Axe Refresher Blow that was being run before, and a hero that Frank used to run a fair amount. What do you guys think of the picking the hero blind though? What's the idea behind this time? Or someone's blind.
I mean, it's not exactly blind because you already see one of the supports in the lane.
Yes, I'm sorry. I corrected myself immediately, Winter.
You are the one blind.
I am blind. You're totally right. That's why I have 2 great analysts that are gonna teach me about these things. So tell me, Brew, why is the Brew picked here?
10 seconds remaining.
You go ahead. Sorry.
I believe it's good against those hyper carries because, you know, Hector is gonna have all the farm on his team, and if you can just put that hero to fly, so you should be fine with that just by taking out one hero for the team fight, and that hero concentrates half of the net worth of the enemy team. Might be one approach.
Okay, I like that. Go ahead.
He fulfills the type plus Mars role that we've been seeing like a lot. I think in this region, Mars is probably one of the more preferred ones for that
all
role.
Regions.
All region. Yeah, you can fight. Your laning phase is really strong, but the Brew, depending on the lane matchup, he can be also a really strong laner. The Cinder Brew is actually crazy in the lane.
Yep. But with a Weaver, I guess you trigger Shikuchi, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. They have pretty good kill potential in the lane. But then again, because they already showed their lane, so probably you're gonna expect the other team to pick a good matchup as the carry against that lane. But overall, I think I agree with Astini that when you have Brewmaster in the game, he creates a lot of space. He can defend towers, he can push towers, so the carry feels very, very comfortable farming in the game. He should have a lot of space when this hero is in the game.
What
Is
are
there any
carry?
chance?
Oh, go ahead, Astini.
Is there any chance we are being baited here because they can do Brew 5 and Whisper has played Silencer 3?
yes, he
Long time ago?
has.
Oh, Silencer is a core.
No, Silencer 3 particularly. I did used to play it. I mean, it is a flex for Beastcoast. Everything is a flex for Beastcoast, right? You know, the old joke used to be like, you ask a normal team and you ask them like, what's a flex pick? And they go, well, you know, like Snapfire, right? That's a flex pick.
Oh,
They might tell you something like maybe they're a bit creative, SF or something. You ask Beastcoast and they'll be like, oh, flex picks, yeah, like Silencer, Tinker, that's a flex pick, you know. Like,
I mean, they have Clockwork already. So what? Silencer is the core?
could be a 3, could be also mid Snapfire.
Yeah, Chris Luck does that hero, so
Yeah.
it looks like they have 3 supports, but no. One of them is a hidden core here.
Yeah, who's the hidden core, guys? What are your guesses? Astini? Where are you going for? Let's make a bet.
I go for the Snapfire.
And Winter?
Because Silencer is good against these two heroes, I'm gonna go with Silencer.
Okay, I like. Let's see. Lava is checking in case there's a Snapfire. Obviously, they want the range hero ideally, otherwise she dominates the lane. Queen of Pain is a good idea. I also imagine Queen of Pain wins the lane against Snap, or do you just push it and ignore the Queen of Pain?
It should be 50-50. Both heroes should be
Okay.
able to farm. They're long range heroes.
Right.
5 seconds.
Thank you.
I mean, the the Clockwork should be able to make the Brewmaster's game a bit hard in the team fights. I think he just needs to make sure he focuses on him. And I feel like you kind of have to, most likely you have to buy a BKB. You don't want to buy a BKB on this hero, on Brew. But this game you might have to.
That's true. That does feel pretty bad. I mean, the idea is you can always you can BKB both to stop the clock and for the silencer, so I guess there's a lot of utility for it now.
Yeah, but generally you hate you hate buying that item.
Still not revealing what the win condition is for either draft. What are you leaning towards? Okay, now you see most of Lava's draft. You see the Ogre Magi as well, so clearly is buffing a core. Are you what kind of cores are we leaning to? What style of carry are we leaning to for Lava?
10 seconds remaining.
Usually we see Ogre with Luna, Duza.
5 seconds remaining.
Duza could work here, but it's gonna be probably banned by Beastcoast.
Right, depends whether they want to go for a more active carry or more of like the ancient kind of carry. But Luna is like a classic. She will fulfill most of the criteria. You can hit ancients, you can fight if you need to. You have so much support with the Weaver and the Ogre. I think it's pretty easy to pick a carry later with this kind of setup. You can pick almost anything.
Okay, well that's a great answer. That means that they're drafting really well, right? Winter that's open to anything.
You can pick an anti-mage if you want.
Does Beastcoast lineup does that condition you in any way, Winter?
5 seconds.
Does it sway you in any way? How do you deal with this lineup? I actually don't know what the hell they're doing, to be honest. Not that they picked an Invoker.
If the Silencer is a core with Clockwork, Snapfire, Carry, Invoker, Quas, Rex, they kind of need a front line, I feel, because if the Silencer is the offlaner, they don't really have someone to stand in front. So they're gonna need like some Grave King, some beef hero, like run in, initiate. Because when you have silence, yeah, like CK, when you have Silencer, you want to have those kind of heroes to run in, so you can just press your R easily. You don't want to be forced to press R when the enemy jumps you. That's not ideal.
How could Lava punish this? Seeing that they're gonna have to force the frontliner to be probably the carry. How could you punish this if you're Lava? What kind of carries could you be seeing here? I mean, Morphling is a good idea, for example.
5 seconds.
There's a lot of options though, but I feel like they can't really do much because they have to pick first and just see what Beastcoast go for. They just need to pick like a hero that works generally. In general, it's pretty useful and it works well with the lineup, and try to focus on having a good lane matchup, because they kind of have to know already right now what's the lane matchup. It's probably a Silencer plus Clockwork, judging by the draft, with the Invoker.
10
Or maybe maybe a Snapfire Clockwork. I don't know, but I'm leaning more towards Silencer plus Clockwork. That's all.
If it's Silencer Clockwork, is that a strong lane, Astini? I genuinely, I don't.
Silencer treats being so long that I don't see the hero that I'm not sure, to be honest. And
Okay.
Ogre is a hero that can soak up so much damage, but Whisper, he's a god on laning phase, so he's gonna make it look great. That's the thing. I can answer, oh, it's gonna be amazing, because it's Whisper. Although I don't think it's one of the greatest lanes. But
So
what
how-
I feel for Lava is they need to play fast, like just pick Luna or Duza, because they're gonna be countered on the core matchup, and there are still so many great picks for Beastcoast. I'd say the best one is Void, because if you have like Void as a setup for the Snapfire ulti, and if you happen to have Cataclysms afterwards, you just win.
Does he fulfill the role of a somewhat frontliner?
Not exactly though. And he's
Right.
he's also against a Weaver, which you presume that could get potentially an Axe later.
10 seconds
It could
remaining.
be troublesome, but the Weaver needs Axe plus Lotus this game, so it's
5
gonna take a while.
seconds remaining.
I'm curious to see if it is going to indeed be a Void the idea. I mean, for Lava, they're going to reveal their carry now, and they're going to take the Void for themselves. They also have some combo-ish, and I'm not the biggest fan, I'll be honest. Void plus Brew is not one of my favorite combos.
And there's Hector Wraith King here as an answer for the Void.
Wraith King plus their lineup is
10
actually
seconds remaining.
what they need. He's a front line. He can set up for his team.
5 seconds
He doesn't really need too much items. Just what everyone's pretty much going the Armlet plus Desolator. I've been seeing that build the most.
And it's going to be
Oh,
a Gyrocopter instead.
Gyro.
Okay. Interesting. Very different idea.
Gyro.
Why the Gyro here? Okay, it's offlane Snapfire. Interesting.
That
Why
cannon
the
to
Gyro?
kill. That cannon to kill the Brewings. I don't know. I mean,
Thank you so much for that insight. Astini, give me some insight on the Gyro pick. Why would they lean for that?
It's a hero that takes benefit of Alacrity at least,
Okay,
I'd say.
right? Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you,
it's rather strange, to be honest. I don't know what to say. It doesn't really have a very good matchup against the Chronosphere. You don't really have a save on your team. I
Right.
mean, Gyro usually you see with IO, you need a save, someone to buff you up. So it's rather strange. However, I would say that he's gonna be good in the lane against the Brewmaster. Apart from that, I really don't know what else to add to the Gyro pick.
I mean, the Ags is good against the Chrono, and it's also good against the Cyclone from the Brewmaster because it keeps on hitting. So you have
I mean, that's
that.
kind of pushing it, you know. If you
Look,
have to think,
This is what a true analyst does. You know, I'm grasping at straws, Winter. I'm doing your job. I need you to do this with me. This is the first time you see a Beast Coast draft. Usually, when you see Beast Coast draft, you end up like, what? That's your face, and they have to just accept that, go with the flow, and see if it works out. Because most of the time, it's both genius and bad at the same time, and that's where Beast Coast stands. It's a very beautiful in between.
I mean,
Will
that's what
they
they
be
did
able-
the last time, 5 melee heroes, you know, and you look what
Yeah.
happened. They should have lost
They
the game.
won. But they
Oh,
won.
come on.
They should do nothing, Winter. Beast Coast always wins, and will they be able to win against Lava? Time will tell. I will do a completely unbiased throw as we see if Lava can take on the champions of the region, or if Beast Coast will make this draft work. Let's go over to our caster, SeekNStrike and Lacoste. Let's.
Thank you very much, Avo. Yes, a very, very unbiased throw. You gotta like Lacoste, how he always goes. When I talked to Beastcoast, they told me this, but of course, telling it like it is this time around. What do you think? They didn't actually mention this, but the musical lanes of who is going to be the offlaner ended up being the Snapfire. What are your thoughts, and of course, your thoughts generally on how this game is going to play out?
Snapfire. I don't think like this is something that a lot of people are used to play against, so could potentially be surprised the amount of damage that core Snapfire can do. I also want to see what the skill build is going to be, because judging from the lanes, it's going to be Gyro plus Silencer, and Clockwork will be playing that position 4. With Snapfire, a lot of kill potential, Cookie into Battery Assault, Cogs type of a thing. Void doesn't care too much about it. Ogre's super tanky as a hero, but if he decides to step out of the position. If they get level 2 faster, there's a ton of kill potential on Ogre. And also, like once you hit that level 3, Ogre is pretty much food because he wants to be in front. And against Snapfire and Clockwork, I don't think you can afford to do that. So long range harassment and just protecting the Void, because this is not a kill lane for Lala. For Beastcoast, definitely is. My eyes, I would say, would be on the top lane. See how they're gonna perform. We've seen one Gyro previous game with no buffs, like he literally had nothing to buff him up, still managed to stay on top of net worth, like even managing to outfarm Luna at one point with Io, which was pretty impressive. So I want to see how that lane does, because this lane has a lot of weaknesses. You don't have a reliable stun. You're very... they can exploit the dive. I want to see if they block the big camp. If they don't, like, it's going to be problematic. And the Brewmaster as a hero, haven't seen him for a long time, but still favoring Lava's off lane against the safe lane from Beast Coast.
A little bit of sparring here for the minute 0 bounty. Not even Hector picking up the bounty because he wants his first blood versus Frank, and they're going to get it. It goes to Stinger. Position 5 silencer here. And actually, I wanted to touch upon this silencer because I was actually slightly surprised that not only to see the Brewmaster, but to see the Brewmaster into a silencer when it wasn't... I mean, it's Beast Coast, right? So you're really never even sure what position it's going to be playing until all 5 heroes are locked in. But even at that stage, at the draft, it was still pretty ambiguous where he's going to end up. The silencer pick just felt so darn good. Even against the Weaver, and then you ended up picking the Brew into it. So I'm also kind of curious to see what kind of impact Brew can have this game, especially because his other core he's playing around is a Faceless Void, and that Chronosphere doesn't really seem all too friendly for the Brew and his Brew lanes.
Yeah, he also likes to go in and out multiple times out of fight, and if he has Arcane Curse on top of him, that's not gonna be great. Like Silencer, Panel talked about how these cores tend to get earlier BKBs. Faceless Void and Queen of Pain are not those cores, neither is Brewmaster. But yeah, this is kind of a meta right now. Queen of Pain, I want to see what the build on her is going to be, whether it's going to be like an Orchid in Western Europe. Very popular build is Kaya Sanj into a BKB and Shard. So you have AoE Silence, and you also deal... Like, you become super tanky very early on. Makes you hard to kill. This was one of the Queen of Pain's weaknesses. And then you can get level 10 talent, extra 11 strength, which is pretty damn good. One of the best ones. This is the highest strength gain on level 10 talent.
A lot of extra HP could go a long way, especially when you're up against a lot of just magic damage in this early game. Especially with this off-lane Snapfire. Build tends to be Scatterblast, Cookie, Blink Dagger, Shard from what I've seen. And expect Whisper to more or less do the same, as there's Schofield making a lot of space. Of course, the Beast Coast guys changing up their names a little bit, and he actually might end up dropping here for a kill, but no, nice little tree cut there allows him to evade even Minos's or Quataro's. He's back to his own name. A little time walk progression.
Okay, one top. Looks pretty dead. They need the return kill. Oh, Silencer can't get it.
Oh, Frank is going to be too tanky. Frank the tank, as he's not going to go down. Dual Gauntlets of Strength build here to help him stay alive. And actually, he's going to be going for the Urn this game. This is a good question, actually. What is Weaver then going to go for as transition item? Because usually Weaver's going to head into that Urn Vessel, even if he's having a good enough start. But obviously, it looks like they're going to be going for the Cinder Brew and Ignite build in lane on Brew. So what is he to do here?
I think what you can go for is either a Force Staff or a Lotus Orb first. Lotus Orb, very hard to farm, but maybe a Force Staff. You also need Aghanim Scepter. Lotus Orb great against Silencer, and if you go Aghanim Scepter, you also need a way of dispelling the global to be able to time it nicely on your time lapse. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't think I remember seeing Weaver being played as position 4 without Urn. Maybe that's a pairing up with the Invoker as well. K1 probably gonna drop here one more time.
Yeah, it looks like he will. He's actually going to turn here with the Rocket Barrage. They will get the return kill this time around, but after the Gyro drop, so no experience there. Stinger continuing to fight here.
No, he's got to fight him.
Yeah, he's got to tank the creep wave, though.
Stick.
That's going to be a losing matchup. He's going to look to turn, actually. A Rocket Flare from the Triangle is going to assist a little bit here for Stinger, but they just don't have the damage to get through moves.
Stinger, very greedy. Like, this is your off-lane type of a Silencer build. Puts an extra point in Glaives of Wisdom. I've seen, during TI, a lot of Silencer 5s that didn't even put a point in Glaze of Wisdom, which I don't think is correct choice. You still deal a ton of damage with the last word. K1, like he spent a lot of time in the fountain, which means that Silencer is level 4, so a lot of kill potential. In the previous series, Gyrocopter didn't even get a Rocket Barrage. I think they want to battle a bit more. They know how aggressive Lava's lineup will play, so he decides to put a point in Rocket Barrage, and it also benefits Silencer if he can get, you know, a return kill, gets that stolen intelligence. Brewmaster, not a hero that's very smart, you know, especially when he takes the Cinder Brew.
Yeah, and speaking of, just very quickly to touch on this Weaver's build, they actually did communicate,
Okay.
and he's decided to build the Urn. So that's still in the quick buy for Frank, but he's likely going to ignore that and head into the Meteor Hammer first, build into the Perseverance with that rank help.
That's completely fine. You wanna, like, Cinder Brew with Urn is legit. You just ignite people, so that's pretty good. Let's see, Stinger.
He's likely dead. He's going to ignite, trying to TP. He's going to go all the way back to the fountain. He will live, but that's, of course, going to leave Hector all alone up top for some time. More time for him to farm, and he's not doing all too poorly, all things considered, especially because he's taken 2 deaths, not too far behind in terms of CS, but they're also not stopping Frank from farming, which might be the more immediate concern for Beastcoast, as he's going to have a well-timed Meteor Hammer. That's going to enable his push. Do we have stuns into Meteor Hammer? We don't really have good setup. Maybe if you can multicast a Fire Blast, but
pray that it's gonna hit. Bottom
right
lane.
now they hit hard. I was actually wrong. Whisper has gone into a bit of a little Shredder build. Now Soul Ring, there's going to be finally the pointing cookie at level 5, so 2-1-2 build for the Snapfire. But yeah, this minus armor has actually been working wonders for them in this off lane. As Whisper out.
Yeah, you want to get Lil Shredder, double the value. The more minus armor they got in the dual lane means the other heroes also apply more right-click damage, so I don't think you should be completely skipping it, maybe in certain matchups, but this one's definitely not it. Even though Faceless Void has a ton of armor, same goes for Ogre, you still want to lower it and not just rely on magical damage to be able to deal any kind of damage. Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave is available, 1 point in Shadow Strike, nothing wrong there. You're playing into Invoker, which means that he can easily out-region that damage that you're putting in.
Yeah, now Invoker has Urn on the way, as Leo Style jumped in a little bit too aggressively there. He's going to get his mana burned by the EMP. So this could be a good time for rotation. Whisper, 1 bash and he's in a bit of trouble, but Minos didn't find any there. And the full wand from Whisper is going to top him back up. Nice job there, as by Schofield, as he's going to just yoink away that bounty rune.
He was waiting as much as he could to waste time on Queen of Pain. That's like half of CS missed.
Yeah, now Moose, he should be fine. He's got Sakuchi ready to go. But they've done well in this top lane from Beastcoast to kind of stem the losses, because again, Urn charges onto a Weaver. It makes him pretty scary with this Urn build.
Oh, bottom lane, Whisper.
Yep, they're rotating though. Here's Chris Luck. Whisper is still alive, looking to turn. Kodato though is going to be able to get off the time walk. He's just going to look for the TP out, but the Cold Snap will shut him down. That was kind of a hopeful attempt to TP, as he will end up falling, and he's not going to have a teleport to get back in the lane. It's the walk of shame for him.
He thought they used everything, or he didn't have Invoke ready. So try to go for a TP. Snapfire getting a lot of it. Like, Snapfire is super tanky, gets 3.5 strength per level. Tribal split.
Yeah, Frank's still going to go for it. They want this kill onto the Silencer. And some fancy footwork here by Whisper is not, or sorry, Stinger, pardon me, is not going to save his life. There's even the lift now onto K1, as they will go further underneath this tier 1 tower. They know that there's no TP available from the Invoker. Urn charge applied. So it has to be Schofield to rotate on in. It's a long TP, and can they even threaten the life of Frank here? They certainly will try. Stick charge gives enough mana here for the Rocket Barrage, and even the battery assaults here making very quick work of Frank, but he is pretty tanky. Perseverance is going to keep him alive. Another TP coming. That Silencer back to the lane, I think. That's okay. Very strange TP animation. Got vision on Frank. That's going to be a level 3 Arcane Curse, and now Chris Luck is going to walk all the way over from essentially the bottom lane to apply the Urn charge, get the Urn a refill, and pick up the kill onto Frank.
I don't think that was needed, but they got the kill. Whisper should definitely die in this one. Well, Invoker got the TP off once again.
Yeah, Gotaro, he's gonna go down. Minos, he's gonna take a death a second time. Leo Style, though, will counter the rotation here of Chris Luck, but he's not gonna be able to get this kill. Another rotation, back to top, back to bottom. My goodness, this Invokers, he's got our heads spinning here.
We don't have lanes. At one point, no one was hitting the lane creeps. Everyone was just either in the jungle or fighting. Big rotations.
Yeah, big rotations. That's what I absolutely love about watching Beastcoast, and especially casting them, as Chris Luck is so eager to always make these early rotations, and he's playing such a great hero as well to make this happen, right? Quaswex Invoker, this control, these earn charges just keep piling on. He's going to be progressing nicely into his item and skill build. Gotaro is just standing on top of this TP, but Schofield is not scared of him here, especially without the Chronosphere. No reason to fear.
That's a level 5 Faceless Void, almost 10 minutes in.
Alright, Neo Style's gonna Sonic Wave for a kill. There's kisses as well, as they've got the oven cooking here for Frank. No Primal Split, no HP, down he will go. There's even a tornado now for Gotaro as Chris Luck taking a lot of damage, just falling a bit low. Whisper is gonna pick up the kill onto the Weaver, squashing that bug, but Chris Luck, he's gonna be able to out-heal the Shadow Strike, and underneath the tower there is no detection for him, so he will make it out of this one alive.
Oh, if Gotaro managed to get a kill, he would be like level 6.5, but let's check the network how they're doing. Like, he's doing very poorly on Faceless Void, definitely needs time to recover. We'll have Bloodlust. He's lower level than Ogre, which is something that should not happen. Maybe they decide to give him Book. Weaver is level 5.5. Nope, Weaver's just gonna keep the Book for himself.
There he is, Frank now with this Meteor Hammer complete. Again, he's going to be able to start pushing, right? So it's going to be the positives of this build as we get hit with a quick little pause.
Silencer, level 6, so they could try to make stuff happen, have a bit more global presence. Same goes for Clockwork, long-range initiation. They don't have like this reliable follow-up stun, which could be problematic in the mid-game, and also once they get the BKBs up. You have Clockwork, which is fine, but what's the follow-up? Like, where's the into Cookie, possibly? This elusive heroes like Weaver, Queen of Pain, and Faceless Void, it's not gonna be easy to kill them.
Yeah, these heroes quite elusive, and we already see Smile, of course, Mr. Chris Luck rebranding on over to that. Evade what should have almost certainly been a death, right? But he just kind of walks away. Now that Chronosphere at least is available, maybe they have the lockdown and most importantly the vision to kill the Quaswex Invoker. But like you're saying, where will this damage come from? Early on, Sonic Wave seems to be just about it. Ignite, I suppose, but damage over time into the regeneration of a Quaswex Invoker might not be enough. And the supports, oh sorry, this is not a support, this is an offlane Snapfire, pardon me, are now going to be bolstered by C Smile as he rotates down bottom, and they're looking to trade tier 1 for tier 1. Lava, though, they're setting up for a siege middle. Frank has not only, of course, the Meteor Hammer, but also the Primal Split ready to go.
Frank died 4 times. They're keeping the Wagon alive, which should be tier 1 tower. Yeah, so good trade. Lava loses
denied. They get it.
I'm surprised they didn't commit to it. They had Primal Split. What I guess the reason is Primal Split. It feels like if you misuse it, the hero kind of falls off. But let's see how much can Frank make stuff done in the next couple of minutes. Primal Split.
There he goes. Yeah, he's going to go running up to the high ground, but no heroes nearby. Even the hook shot might get Schofield out of this one. Closing the door, though, it's Gotaro from behind, and he will even be able to get this kill with Mask of Madness active.
I like that they gave kill. Queen of Pain understands Gotaro needs to come back into the game, and book delivery. Look at this. Book delivery to Faceless Void.
Yeah, he just needs all the experience he can get at this stage. Guess there more points in Time Walk means he can actually show up and fight, or just needs this experience overall.
That's why I was surprised, because Weaver bought it. Weaver is level 6.5, almost level 7. You don't really need that many levels, and you want to have them on Faceless Void to have his spells maxed out, at least the Time Walk, as you mentioned.
Cool Vessel now. for Smile, as he's not going to get the refill.
You know why? Because Clockwork has earned this
Oh, he
is actually
does.
griefing. Someone does that, he has 30 seconds to sell it.
Yep. I agree. I completely agree with you. I don't know why he's holding on to the urn. Again, he's got Weaver problems of what does he transition into. Oh, hold that thought, actually. They're going to turn for Frank. Because Frank stuck inside the cogs, actually not really enjoying this engagement whatsoever. Hook shot into the Sunstrike. It's not enough damage for the kill, but there he goes. With his own urn and his own rocket flare, he's going to pick up the kill. See Smile still empty on these vessel charges. Yeah, this Clockwork, he's got to get rid of him.
You know what you can do is put him in the backpack. Like once you know that there's gonna be a kill, so Invoker gets it. Because right now it feels bad to just completely destroy it. If it was a pub, like you need to coordinate. This is not a pub game. This is a professional. These are esport athletes that we're talking about, so they know better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a pretty big mistake, as they're going to just snipe Quadrado, or sorry, K1, pardon me. But no, Global Silence is going to prevent them from getting the follow-on damage, so that's just going to be a Sonic Wave used without a kill. Tornado, though, is not going to catch anyone as they look for the revenge kill onto Moose. He's already used his time-lapse. However, his courier is going to at least betray his position, as it looks like he's still going to be able to escape into the dire jungle, currently held by lava. Fields, he's given chase, but I don't think alone he can really kill onto the Weaver. And those urn charges. Oh, the urn has disappeared. It's gone, Lacoste.
Okay, that works. So half of the value gone. He, well, maybe a bit less than a half, considering he got stuff done with one urn charge. But, yeah, not ideal.
Oh, wait, Mask of Madness used? That means there's going to be no time walk available. They just turn and blast Quadrado. Okay, see you later. Old snap here onto the Queen of Pain, keeps her out of the fight, is now with Vessel Charges as Chris Smile, pardon me. Little Shredder giving them the extra little bit of range, and the homing missile. No, it's just a little Shredder from Whisper to get the kill. 2 kills for him.
The long range
they sweep through the jungle. They pick up 2 kills. My goodness, I'm surprised Minos decided to just try and fight that one out.
Very surprised, but the long... Like, look at the range that they can fight with. They have a Global Sunstrike, Rocket, like you see the other Rocket possibly from Gyrocopter, homing missile flying up to someone, and you have overtime damage from Arcane Curse, Spirit Vessel, one more Rocket hits. It's very hard at this point to just fully commit. They don't have enough, like, lockdown, maybe, because their only real initiation is Clockwork going in, but their team fight right now is still very strong, and we gotta give credit to K1. I also want to talk about, when nothing is happening, about something that a lot of Western and like even Chinese players tend to do, is not pick up Rocket Barrage at all, or like get 1 point in it. Like the value you get from your spells, it's just not worth it to get stats in most situations, because if you have like Rocket Barrage, you get a kill, the amount of gold you get from it instead of you know, getting extra 2 damage is really not going to make the difference. So 1 kill can make a difference. That's my point.
Yep. And right now onto Frank. He's going to be locked down. Primal Split. It's going to be constantly interrupted, not only by that silence, but by the battery assaults. So down goes Frank.
They still have
Global. As well. They get a cookie. They got Leo style as well, mid. Ooh.
Even if that
kills from Beastcoast
didn't connect, they still have Global to follow it up. 3k gold lead for Beastcoast. Looks good. They have also decent Roche lineup if they get like another 2 kills if Chronosphere is used, with a little Shredder, minus armor coming out from it. Should be okay. Like the efficiency right now, look at K1. He's farming the big ancient creep camp, and he does not want to stack it, because if you stack for yourself, you lose a little bit of value. Whisper also stacking for himself. So the map is being played very nicely by Beastcoast. Like no one's across the river. Look at the 2 wards from Lava. There are 2 wards in their jungle, which they didn't get too much value from it, because Beastcoast wasn't even playing there. So that means that Lava's not playing under their vision.
Here's a smoke, though. Frank this time hopefully can at least get off the Primal Split, as there's going to be the first Chronosphere of the game. It's a good target here onto K1. Sonic Wave and everything used to try and get this kill. They will eventually get it as the Global finally comes through. That's going to get the return kill onto Minos. Stuck inside the ice wall now is going to be the Ogre, as they look to turn onto Whisper.
Good Glimmer.
Remember, Glimmer Cave trying to keep her alive, but the dust is there this time around. As unlike NoPing, they buy their detection. SeekSmile now being dove underneath his tier 2 tower, has Ghostwalk, but no point in using it, as this fight is completely falling apart for Beastcoast.
This is going to be a full team wipe.
Fourth to go. It looks like it will be a team wipe. Schofield, he's not going to connect onto anything. He's even going to be hit by the Meteor Hammer. Cancels the TP from Frank, Leo style, to pick up the kill. And the tier 2 tower will fall alongside the rest of Beastcoast.
Surprised that Global Silence came that late. I think once they use the Chrono, you immediately pop it, because there's not going to be any follow-up. Duration of the Chronosphere level 1 is 4 seconds. Global Silence 4.5, so they can't use anything. And then you have a bit more time to reset, possibly get a Glimmer Cape on him. And even with just pull down, it could make the difference. Slow them, they can't reach. This fight was also with Queen of Pain with your Arcane Rune. I don't think you can ask for anything better. Like, this is just the best rune you can get. And she gets another one. You get double damage Kaya Saj. The build that I was talking about is done by Leo style. Also Fairy's Trinket, so even more spell damage. And now as Shard queued up. Like, this Shard is really, really good. It was underused. It's 1.75 AoE Silence, which is kind of great.
Yeah, especially because it gives her some control immediately when she lands. It's always the worst thing, you know. We saw that a little bit in our last series where, for example, a Storm Spear zips onto an enemy backliner, and then it's just immediately Fiend Script. Whereas with this Queen of Pain, she won't have that concern. Instead, it's SeekSmile with the concern as he throws down the Tornado. Cold Snap as well, but it's not going to save his life here. Sonic Wave committed, and that's going to be Leo style now on a dominating streak. As Lava, with a bit of a momentum shift, are starting to pick up kills all around the map.
They're playing it nicely. Faceless Void, meanwhile, farming. Chronosphere is used. That means he's not going to be joining any fights until he gets a BKB. That's going to be a big timing for Lava, because there's nothing that goes through Magic Community. I don't think he cares about Global Silence. There is no, like, real follow-up unless they execute perfectly hookshot into Cookie, Cold Snap, and, like, some right-click damage plus Gyrocopter being on top of him. So it's going to be relatively hard for them to lock down Faceless Void. With BKB, he's going to feel very safe coming into the fights.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still here.
Speaking of fights, it's been a while since Beastcoast have really looked to pick one of their own on their own kind of accord, if that would make sense, right? The last two fights have always just been coming to them. What are they waiting for? Is there a specific timing they want? Are they going to be looking to fight when they're more confident they can do?
I think it's go time. It's go time for Beastcoast, because Manta Style was just completed. He can dispel things off, Time Walk, Ignite, Shadow Strike from Queen of Pain. So I want to see them outpush the lanes, especially the top lane, and then smoke up, try to go for a kill and transition that into Roche. One problem is there's still a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, so that means, like, they can't, if fight happens around the tier 1 tower in the mid, a couple of buybacks are possible immediately into the fight for Lava.
Also makes it difficult to sweep across the map, as for now Beastcoast will head into the triangle of Lava. Unbeknownst to them, however, Lava is smoked up and they're heading into the jungle of Beastcoast. Putting up some wards here as well. It will remain unscouted, and again, because this tier 1 tower is up, it doesn't really leave Beastcoast anywhere else to go other than just for this top tier 1 tower, which they will now look towards. And Hector, they will at least waste the Alacrity duration, but it looks like Lava just going to let it go.
Using Meteor Hammer on tier 3 tower, he knows, he reads the map so well, understands that everyone else is behind K1. Deals some damage. Tower's missing 800 HP. Lava would definitely love to postpone the fight until Faceless Void gets his BKB, and possibly even Queen of Pain. I think for Queen of Pain it's much more secure to get BKB first before Shard. So changes his mind, which I think is correct here, and then you can go back to Shard. Shard is
they
great.
Might actually have a triple timing here, double BKB on the cores, as you mentioned, as well as in, I think, 500 gold. Frank has his Ag Scepter, a little bit more than 500, but right around there. There's a big item for the Brewmaster as well, of course. Second charge of the ulti allows you to use the Primal Split preemptively, you know, before a fight breaks out, and maybe that helps you get it off before Global, for example. So that's a pretty major item here for the Brewmaster.
Ogre pinging things out. It feels like he knows that they set up a ward already on the high ground in the triangle, and just needs to use the courier to be able to de-ward it.
Weaver not going into the Ags build quite so quickly, just with the Vessel next into the 4 staff, as you kind of called out before. Needs a kind of another holdover item because Lotus and Ags is kind of required for the Ags to be good, and those are very expensive items. Time being.
Force Staff, really great item here. Allows you to push people out of the cogs, which I think is their best lockdown pretty much, and then they can possibly reset with the time walk off, blink. Like even Brewmaster using ulti could be really good. You mentioned Brewmaster using his ulti preemptively. We'll see if that happens, because maybe he needs to play around Global Silence. This is his biggest threat. I also want to see if his next item is, like, even if he's not Global Silence, if he's caught inside the cogs, Battery Assault, you can't use Split, and that's pretty hard to execute. He needs to get out. Double BKB timing, and not yet. Queen of Pain still needs 500 gold, but Void has one.
They're confident, though. They're confident on this timing. Z-Smile is still a little bit far from his own BKB as that Roche is now scouted. There's going to be that first ulti use, again, preemptively by Frank, wasting no time. He's going to send over the Storm Bruling just to go ahead and scout for some additional information. Now, some more Swarm Beetles as now the kisses begin raining in, but Roche is too low. They can't leave it. Leo Style gets bashed by Roche.
Oh, will he snatch it?
Schofield trying to steal the Aegis. He's going to get it. The big old snatch out from Schofield as the fight breaking out. There's an attempted Primal Split number 2, but the Global Silence is not only going to cancel that, but allow Schofield to walk away seemingly scot-free with this Aegis. Stinger is going to be the only one to take a dive so far, as Minos will time walk across those those cogs.
Save Private
Clockwork.
Clockwork.
This Aegis. The Clockwork, he's still alive. Potato wants that prize that he's got up from him. Will he be able to find it? There's going to be another slow from the Cinderbrew. The Yule Scepter from Schofield as another great cogs. They might even turn. They get the faces void. He went so far for the kill. The cog pushed back into the Sunstrike, into the Scatterblast. They pick up the kill as Frank is going to commit now on this Primal Split. Lifts up Chris Smile. They will finally be rewarded for that kill onto the Snapfire. But Hector now showing up to this fight, looking for revenge. Frank cancels the TP. The Tornado. Oh, it cancels it. They knew where that Earth Panda was going. They find him. They cancel the TP. A spicy meatball for him now will be served up along with the Vessel Charge. He is going absolutely nowhere. He at least gets the courier before he goes.
That was
But what a fight for Beastcoast.
Interesting Roche. It gets scouted out by Sunstrike and Clockwork Rocket. Immediately TP'd by Snapfire, who stands in a good position, uses Mortimer's Kisses, and the perfectly timed Clockwork hookshot. Gets the Aegis and still manages to survive. So you now have to deal with Clockwork Aegis. I mean, it's not the most threatening one, but still, you know, having an ability to respawn while not being Raid King 25 minutes in, it always feels good.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's a series... Oh, goodness, there's the Shard Stun. Oh, the hookshot, though, blocked at least by Moose. Might allow Leosile to escape. He's got BKB, he's got Blink, he'll be okay. But nice play between the dual lane here of Whisper and Schofield. I mean, like I was saying, if there's a series that you should watch if you need evidence that, you know, getting an Aegis when an enemy team expected to can really destroy timing. It was the last one, right? That
Yeah, pretty much.
Lost NoPing both games. And here we go. Beastcoast now. They deny the Aegis, deny it away from Lava as it's on Schofield. So we'll see what they can do here with this timing. That was huge. That was huge. Not only that, getting the kill on Kotaro. I'm surprised he didn't just up Chrono, you know? Just commit for the Aegis.
Preemptively use Chronosphere. Like, that would end up in maybe even a bigger disaster. He got scouted. Weaver has been seen.
Yeah, they know where he's at. Close as Schofield, trapped inside the cog. Sentry Ward at his side. Force Snap to try and escape here. Sunstrike is going to prevent that, and there's going to be the last word doing just that. Another +2 int for Stinger. He's up to 12 total this game. Going for the Ag Scepter, so very greedy Silencer supports as they tend to be.
Not just Ags, it's also a Glimmer Cape and Ags on top of it. And even Clockwork is going for the Aghanim Scepter. Like, so both supports, like, their value, what they bring to the table is gonna be gigantic. It's gonna be enormous with those two Aghanim Scepters. Like, having AoE silence and the 2 hook shots, like, that's pretty big.
That overclock ability is super, super nice to have. Dual Ags timing. Schofield, he picks up the Ags, sorry, he picks up the Aegis and says, I am the core now, I will farm my Ag Scepter. See you later, guys. And he's making pretty good timing on it as well. Lots of powerful spells here for both of the supports, as Leo style. He's going to be scouted, walking underneath a ward.
I think about this Aegis and Clockwork, if they decide to take one more fight, he's most likely gonna survive, at least for the longer duration, so that means more gold for him from all the kills that they get.
True. More gold equals faster. Pardon me, faster Scepter timing for him. Already alone with this Yule Scepter, he's set up for a kill onto the Faceless Void. That, again, I cannot believe they picked up. But Kotaro, he's farmed up in the meantime. He's nearly, got level 3 Chronosphere on top of his fresh, make that an 8-second BKB, and has the Mjolnir now on his way as they get the kill onto the Silencer. Maybe looking for a Chrono here. Schofield and Whisper will abscond behind their tier 2 tower. Leo style giving chase as Frank has committed the primal split here. Schofield scouted. He's not an ideal target. Aegis for 30 more seconds, but they will take him down. Kisses, though, might allow this fight to reset as the Yule Scepter is going to interrupt Frank from getting off the primal split. Tornado is going to continue to interrupt this up from Chris Smile, but unfortunately did not get the cold snap applied in time. Now they make the jump on over to Chris Smile, but he's got BKB looking to turn.
Chrono.
Deafening blast onto the Queen of Pain. Chrono still a looming threat here as Quadrado just looking for a good target, but Beastcoast, their spacing impeccable as the Yule Scepter allows Whisper to dodge that Sonic Wave damage. Schofield is just going to lose the Aegis. It was expiring within seconds anyway, so he's going to get a fresh respawn. Frank setting up the Meteor Hammer, will connect it. There comes the Global Silence after Quadrado uses the BKB, but they missed the hook shot, and that's going to allow Quadrado to get
Oh, the Sunstrike!
The Sunstrike, it gets him. He didn't dodge it. Chris Smile picks up the kill through the BKB Chronosphere after the Global Silence ruined Quadrado's day. And that is going to be Lava retreating from this push, tails tucked between their legs. They do not win out on this team fight.
What a long fight. They try to go on Clockwork. He's juking. Everyone has a Yule Scepter. I don't even know if those are Yule Scepters or Brewmaster Cyclones. Everyone's in the air. Also, you have Invoker with his ability, Tornado. So kind of hard to see. In the end, K1, with his tanky build, manages to... Like, you also get the lifesteal from the Side Gunner. Paladin Sword works on it. So maybe that was a bit of a difference that kind of is between the life and death sometimes. And good Sunstrike, good Global. In the end, there was a buyback from Snapfire. Snapfire, level 18. A lot of damage from Mortimer's Kisses right now. But you also want to be able to, like, scale. So I like this Double Dispel build with Yule Scepter Blink, which allows you to go in and set things up, especially with the shard pickup. But you also scale. Like, if you go for... On level 20, you need to get the Little Shredder users your attack damage. And then you scale. You play for that 25 on top of that.
Eye of Scotty is finished now for Hector K1 after he lives through that team fight. Satanic is next for him. This game starts to feel, you know... I mean, this is what Beastcoast like to see, right? They've got Hector head and shoulders above the rest in terms of net worth. Stinger is currently being ran down by Moose. Silence applied to one, Bug applied to the other, but both will be able to live.
I mean, looking at Hector's net worth is just on the next level. Faceless Void, 14,000. Hector, 21,000.
Yep. It's always a full item. That's always how I like to kind of picture things or put it into perspective. He's a whole item up, and that's the Eye of Scotty here currently, as we can see. That's in the buy, or in the quick buy, sorry, for Minos. And Hector is already on to his next one. Satanic, and then AC after that. He's ready to go in full farming mode, and for now in full pushing mode. As bolstered by the Rocket Flare, he's going to feel confident to put some pot shots onto this tier 3. Force a couple of TPs, why not? Maybe even get the tower. Hey, who knows? And the style for the Dispel. Down goes the tier 3. He's not backing up. The rest of his team finally realizes, oh, Hector actually is going to push, and here come the reinforcements as they TP onto that outpost. So now full fight ready to go for Beastcoast as there's the Yule Scepter to interrupt the primal split. Hookshot as well out from Schofield. Kisses are connecting now onto Leo Style as the BKB is going to be not used.
What a play
the retreat
from Beastcoast. Cookie out. They need to get something out of this. Lava needs to chase. They need to punish this.
There's Ags. That was the time-lapse Ags for the... No, it wasn't. Pardon me. That was just his own. That was a time walk. Silly me. But it looks like Beastcoast, they're going to be far too slippery for Lava as they just... Hector's like, hey, guys, I see them on the map. Let's take their bottom barracks.
No response. And he's holding on to BKB for such a long time. You know what I want to see? Level 25, Snapfire with Lil Shredder multi-shot with Flag Cannon. There's going to be damage flying all around.
Yeah. Lots of cannons. They've got all of the anti-air here in the world, as they will lose the clockwork. This is a no-flying zone here for Beastcoast. Especially with that 20 talent. Looks like we're going to get there eventually, I dare say, Lacoste. As Whisper, he's taking the correct 20 talent to go into that 25, using his own attack damage, as well as having the Enchanted Quiver. Oof, it's going to be some kind of little shredder here.
That's a lot of damage once you get to level 20, because Little Shredder is a fixed damage, 95. Right now it's 150, so you kind of get to plus 60 damage per hit in Little Shredder. On top of, yeah, Enchanted Quiver, only the first one works. So I find Quiver kind of weird item, where like your first attack is from a long distance, then you're standing there trying to get close. Okay, I'll hold that thought. Roshan.
Yeah. Shot number 2. It was scouted, though, I want to say, by Chris Smile. Smile, pardon me, as he did Sunstrike it. Saw Frank. Frank as well just had his BKB delivered. Not an item our panel said that Brewmaster likes to buy all that much. His Whisper is going to delay it. He throws down some kisses. Not to completion, though, but that's Roche at half HP. Hook shot. He's at the ready now. Is Ector joining the fight, but the Chronosphere is going to be out. He catches Leo style, though. So where's the damage of the Chronosphere? And out comes the Cataclysm. Almost gets through Leo style, but they're going to get Ector. Down he goes. He's going to buy back and TP to the outpost immediately. Is this fight so far decent for Lava? Double buybacks committed from both sides, but the Faceless Void now will go down as Stinger picks up the kill. Leo Style needs to get the heck out of this fight, and now Whisper in trouble, just bought back earlier, so this would be a dieback penalty applied for him. Schofield still looking for a fight as Ector having bought back. Had to run back into this engagement. Chris Smile holding down the Ogre as Weaver is going to be the one in trouble, trapped inside the cogs and killed by Whisper. Ogre is going to go down. It's going to be 3-for-1 advantage here to Beastcoast, as they are likely going to go next into the Roche pit.
Beastcoast waiting with 2 buybacks, especially the one on K1. He tanks every single part of damage during the Chronosphere. And now, like, this is just standard stuff, but you also need to be like very careful how you do it. If you don't feel like you can win the fight after, this might be completely game losing. But in this situation, they rely on dealing damage with their ultis. 1 Brewmaster split used. Same goes for Queen of Pain ulti and the Chronosphere. Faceless Void damage output once the Chrono is down isn't that great. It's not so much about like Chrono. He can't go in and deal damage without a BKB. He's never gonna feel safe. Let's say jumping inside the Clockwork's Battery Assault or 1 Cold Snap plus a Spirit Vessel could completely ruin him. Does not have a second way of dispelling things. And now off to a high ground. K1, he's ready to siege.
Yeah. And even with BKB, it doesn't help that he took 1100 pure damage from the Sunstrikes there. Smile showing off his brand new Cataclysm Aghanim Scepter upgrade. There is no tier 2 top lane, so they could threaten to end the game, but they cannot threaten for Megas yet for Beastcoast. Hector thought about it. He'll put 1 love tap here onto the buffer building before he just backs up and lets the illusions do the rest. But Beastcoast, they know they need to push other lanes and finish other items. Ooh, okay, so the buyback on Hector, but of course you buy back for the Roche, you give him the Aegis. It's essentially the buyback there, issue solved. No one on Lava with buyback as they look to smoke outside of the base. The scan will scout him, and if this scan goes negative, which it does, it's going to let them know, let Beastcoast know perhaps, that they have made an aggressive movement out. Frank gets off ulti number 1, as it seems like they've also caught someone mid lane. It's just Schofield, but right now it's a 4v1 against Schofield, so it looks like they'll take him down.
No buyback for him.
A dieback for him as well. The lift onto Hector is now, it looks like Lava looking to reset here, potentially get into position. Chronosphere is ready to go. There's Cataclysm, though, for Smile, for C-Smile, as Global is used.
Ooh, not the best one. So they need to fall back. Beastcoast need to run back. There's still 60 seconds without the Clockwork, and Clockwork deals, you know, some serious amount of control in the team fights with a Yule Scepter as well. And that's an interesting build. He puts 1 point in power cogs. Just becomes more tanky with the stats. Because the cooldown is still the same. And attacks required is still the same. Damage and mana burn is kind of meh. So, I talked about stats over some of the spells. I think it's okay to take stats over power cogs.
Yeah, I see that. I think especially versus like a Faceless Void versus a Queen of Pain and a Weaver lineup, and even to some extent this Brewmaster, the duration is kind of like the only note I could see being worth, right? The mana burn and damage at this stage is pretty inconsequential. But honestly, against those before-mentioned heroes, if you don't kill them in 5 seconds, I also don't see you killing them in 8 seconds. So they just probably have a way out of your cogs anyway.
Yeah,
Actor
pretty
just
much.
casually walking up to the entire enemy team. The DD rune's going to spawn bottom, however. Doesn't have boots in the inventory. He's literally just, I mean, look where his closest teammate is. He is just completely alone. As Whisper is going to be scouted. He's got a BKB, though, looking for this quick kill at least onto the Weaver, and he will find it. It might be a dieback on Weaver. At least doesn't have the buyback anyway. That's what's important now.
Chris Luck coming with the DD and the freshly bought Sight of Vice, so that's going to provide him with a bit more control. Also, he could surprise potentially someone from the Invis. Taro. Well,
He's
TP
gonna
out.
get away. And Rocket Flare guessed he had gone a different direction. And speaking of Rocket Flare, we're going to have 2 of them pretty soon. Schofield is just 100 gold away now from finishing up his Acceptor and having the overclock. Most importantly, of course, it's double hook shot, but who knows, right? Maybe double Rocket Flare ends up being useful.
Double level 1 cogs. What up?
Oh, how do they stop it? What do they do? You know what they need to stop that on Faceless Void? He needs to change his build. He needs to go for 6 Ogre Axes.
The classic. We also have Aghanim Scepter on Silencer that just is insane. If he can survive the initial burst, and he might with just the Glimmer Cape now going for a refresher, like double Last Word and double ulti.
What is this? Gyro eat for breakfast? He's got 4,000 HP, Lacoste. When did this happen? My goodness.
A lot of proteins, it seems. Look at
Lots
that.
of protein. Yeah, he has a couple of shakes every single morning. And he is going to be shaking just apart these buildings because they cannot get him off the high ground. Lava, they seem unwilling to commit to this fight, knowing that Aegis is going to be expiring within the next 20 seconds. Beastcoast as well, hiding their time, as they recognize they might not be able to get it. Level 1 cogs. They're going to be used for Schofield to escape as he has to hookshot out. Sunstrike for Vision to D-ward, but unfortunately those are creep units, the Forge Spirit, so they don't one-hit wards together.
Lava wants to fight right now. They know there's no Aegis. They know that there's no buyback on K1. So if they can make something happen right now, the problem is bottom lane is being pushed in. So someone needs to address that.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's going to be too obvious.
There's no buyback either on Faceless Void. He does have the cooldown for it, but he looks like he expended some money on, I want to say, Scotty, to finish Scotty, most likely.
Scotty,
that
yeah.
Point booster. Send him back now to deal with the wave. Lotus is kind of still a pipe dream at this stage for Moose. He's just a bit too far away. He's got the plate mail, which might help him live maybe an extra hit versus the gyrocopter, but not much more. They don't have a dispel either for that global. Really, it's just all about this Chronosphere, it feels like, for Lava, the last kind of hopes they can pull this game back. Still very much a real threat, though, for Beastcoast, especially without buyback and without Aegis on Ector. They could lose this game. They're playing it fairly patiently, just farming almost the entire map and continuing to extend their net worth advantage, farm up the last tier 4 of neutrals.
What they want is to have K1's buyback for the next fight, so they're really not in a rush. They could also potentially do the same thing as they did, which was game-winning, going for that Roche play, using buyback on Hector, securing the Roche, getting him Aegis plus Shard as well. He didn't get the Shard, someone else picked it up, I believe it was Invoker, because Snapfire already had one.
While we have a quick little lull, I really, on that last Roche fight, if you all recall, that Stinger broke apart that Roche just by using kisses. He knew that they had to delay that Roche by any means possible. Level 3 kisses he just had because he was just level 18. So he forced Lava out of the pit, and that bought so much time for Beastcoast. So what a play out from him. As now, with buyback coming off cooldown for the gyrocopter, they are looking for another fight. 3 seconds until he's got buyback, and he is ready to go. It's another 50 seconds until Roche can respawn, as Beastcoast playing underneath their own ward right now. Lava, a bit of a precarious position, as Ector just runs up to the high ground. Primal Split number 1 used by Frank, and
Nice
Ector
dodge.
is able to make very quick work of these Brewlings, as long as he is not lifted. Frank might be looking around for number 2. 25, by the way, who's taking the 3 times call down missile, so look for that. There's another lift onto him. Gato, though, being zoned out by the illusions of the gyrocopter. That's now Primal Split number 1 down. That's the hook shot as well.
That's
Not
why
the
you
final
buy
one.
eggs.
That is why you buy the eggs. So field lifted, as there's going to be the global silence, because Auto this time he saves the BKB, but he's losing this 1v1 versus the Gyrocopter. Chronosphere is going to be used into the Cataclysm, though, as he is going to be able to time walk off a lot of this damage, but Whisper from outside the Chronosphere is going to blast him to shreds with the little shredder. They lose the Ogre, and there's going to be at least another Primal Split, allowing Frank to live momentarily. Whisper is silenced as he did try and jump onto that Queen of Pain as he blinks forward looking after her and will be able to pick up the kill. Whisper is just too big. He's the killing machine now as they use the splits to hold down Hector, but they've just unleashed, pardon me, the Snapfire upon them.
Yeah, that's game. Without Faceless Void, they just don't have enough damage. Queen of Pain buying back. This is gonna be Mega Creeps. Gyrocopter, too tanky. Meteor.
Yeah, the triple meteor as well. Frank's gonna live. He's got BKB. He's got 1 charge of the ultimate thanks to the refresher to use. But there's the horn for the Megas, and Hector's already hitting onto your throne. Tier 4s are down. The double buyback now from whoever's got it left. As Beastcoast look to close out this game here, and now Hector just hitting everything with the flat cannon active as they get through the Ogre. A dieback for him. A great blink stun from Whisper, but the GGs are dropped. The throne's gonna go down. It's going to be Beastcoast taking game number 1 over Lava.
Man, I didn't watch K1 in a long time since TI, but yeah, he's always a treat to watch. The way he farms, it's insane. Someone should make some kind of guide for newcomers how to farm efficiently, and should use K1 as an example.
Yeah, that's always something that they end up saying quite lovingly about Hector, is the man was just born with a Midas in one hand, you know? And he knows how to use it, always farming up. I was a bit surprised to see, especially because the panel also agreed that this was looking like a pretty good Wraith King game. Do you think this game looks a lot different? Is it still a Beast Coast victory had they picked Wraith King, or was the gyro pretty?
Yeah, I think it would go. I would
victory?
think it would be better because he, I'm gonna say, comes online faster, but with Armlet and Deso, you hit a certain timing. Like if you look how this previous game went, like, or this one, Gyrocopter, he died, right? And he came back to a lane, didn't have even a TP ready, still ends up being the most farm hero in the game for some, serious difference. And also 2 supports on Beast Coast, they did amazing job. Clockwork, stealing the Aegis, also top tier stuff.
Thing of beauty. Chef's kiss here for the supports for Beast Coast. A greedier bit of support duos. They both end up rushing at eggs, but I mean, hey, it works out. They steal that Aegis and they turn and end up winning the game. So well played to Beast Coast as they take game number 1. We're going to throw it over to Avo Plus on our panel to break down that game a little bit more for you guys. Over to you, Avo.
Thank you, Richie. What did I say, Winter? Doesn't matter. You could pick Gyro. You could pick whatever. The draft fucking be 5 melees. It's Beast Coast. They will win. That is the magic of SA. It doesn't matter whatever they draft. Though I will say that this game, while I would love to praise them and touch about how great a team they are in my completely unbiased view, there were a couple of points where I was a bit worried about Lava. I mean, some of the issues that we saw for King of Kings. I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but do you think this is the Lava that you'd expect, like the team that would be second in SA for you as Astini? Is this the team that you'd be like, wow, top tier, or do you think there's still a lot of things to be ironed?
It feels like even like after that major that they did impressively, they didn't come back as strong as they were, and then they didn't do such a good season 2. That's why they didn't qualify for the upcoming major. Then they didn't do well at all at TI, and feels like they lost that magic that they had, and they cannot find it anymore. They don't look like the team we've seen before.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's not to flame him, it's just that it's, as someone who has seen these players forever, they just look so lackluster compared to the team that I knew. Particularly, there was a moment where Minos, or Kotaro as he goes right now, was like really trying to be that consistent carry that everyone loves. And here we saw some plays. I mean, there are some moments you're like, why is he dying? Like, he got killed multiple times by the offlane, the supports alone on a void, but diving, it was just weird. Did you see a bit of a skill difference between the both teams, Winter? Winter, yeah, your mic is very quiet. We can barely hear you. Yep. Well, that's okay. Astini, Astini.
Meanwhile, what I can say about that is,
Yeah.
but on that sense, it's not like that Lava played bad and Beastcoast was okay. It's actually Lava played okay, but Beastcoast, they had amazing plays that Aegis still really made a difference at the game.
Fair enough. Who was your stand-up player for Beastcoast here this game?
I would give it for Schofield for the Aegis too. It made such a huge difference. If he didn't steal that Aegis, they might have lost the game.
Okay, that's pretty great. I think for Schofield it's actually a huge story as well, because it's kind of a redemption story for him. TI, his performance was inconsistent. The match they lost, his performance was particularly not very shiny. And even in the first match against King of Kings, he was part of the reason they were actually struggling in the beginning. But it seems like he's back in the groove, and it's really nice to see a team, get back into that. Of course, Whisper also a star performer for me, particularly, but I think Whisper always is, so it's kind of hard to say that, right? There's never a game that I don't think Whisper might be their best player. He's kind of incredible on this team.
Yeah, he's so consistent. He always delivers good build. Always. He
Yep.
wins lanes that you can't imagine that it's winnable. This guy is so great. That's why like every team bans Timber first phase, even though you don't see the hero first phase anymore. It just feels like, okay, it's Whisper. It's not like Timber, it's Whispers, Timber.
Yeah.
You gotta respect. So it's just on another level.
And if I could be crass for a second, I think any team, they try to sell me on this drunk shit of Silencer offlane or whatever, and I'm like, nah, no way. But you give it to Whisper, as you said. And then, yep, I'll believe it. He can play whatever, right? He was super innovative at a moment. He was one of the guys that invented the Leshrac offlane. Actually, to be fair, though, it was actually Brax who he took it from. But he was the one who innovated upon it and made it really strong, and it became a staple. He used to play Tinker offlane, Silencer offlane. This guy's just a machine, really. And his innovation adds to his skill level as well. But I want to see a stronger Lava. I want to see a Lava that can be at the level that we were expecting from them, the level that we saw at the Major, a level that I know they can deliver, especially Leo Style, who has been regarded as one of the best mids in SA for a long time. He used to dumpster every other mid laner, and now we're seeing not bad plays on Leo Style, but not that level that we're used to seeing from him, especially for those fans in the region. Can they elevate it? We'll have to see. We're taking a small break, and we'll be back with game number 2 between Beastcoast and Lava. See you guys then. That's it. Sorry. Hello, guys. Welcome to this very professional panel for Beastcoast versus Lava. We're starting game number 2 very shortly. We're going to see if Lava can bring their A game in game number 2 and force a game 3. Honestly, with how Beastcoast was looking game 1, it's looking unlikely. But also, with how Beastcoast was looking last week and how they usually are inconsistent, hey, who knows, right? I mean, wasn't there one season where they only lost to the worst team in the league and who got relegated, and then they won against everyone else? That's just Beastcoast for you. Who knows? Expectations for this game. Winter, you finally get to speak. We get to hear your beautiful voice. What would you like Lava to do differently? What were the things that stood out to you from them that you would like to see them change? Yeah, Winter, we can't hear you. Astini, I guess I get to ask you again. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna ask you a different question. Ask you a different question because Winter is not available. Let me ask you, for Lava, name some of the strengths that you saw in the last game that you'd like to empower, that you'd like to concentrate on if you're Lava.
Can I say things that I would like to change, actually?
Okay, I mean, if you have a lot of them, go ahead. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, go STD. That's two-man panel.
I like to see Moose playing on heroes that he can rotate and make a difference in the map, like Earth Spirit, Dusk. He's so great with those heroes.
That's true.
Maybe Frank with a more active hero, not cooldown reliant. So like maybe he played a lot of Nature's Prophet in the past. I know it's not on meta at all, but they can play way more aggressive in the map when they give Frank such an active hero together with Moose being able to rotate. Maybe you would like to see Leo style on Puck, also a hero that you can play very early with rotations. Kotaro with a Troll.
Did you find the Quap to be underwhelming? Because she's a hero that can rotate somewhat. I mean, maybe not as much as the Puck, but she is a rotational hero.
I think it's good. It's a good hero, and he played quite well. But the thing is, it felt like that dive on the bot lane where Faceless Void died while deeping. It made such a huge difference. So even though he had more net worth than Grizzluck, just with that TP, he had more impact on the silence. That was my feeling, at least.
I would agree with that. You know, one of my concerns when I always used to see the old Thunder and now Lava, right, was that I always thought that it was kind of dependent on Leo. Like, Leo would either carry the game or not, but it was rarely Minos that would make the difference there, or Kotaro now, right? I don't know if you would agree with that assessment. I felt like if they give Leo like a Puck or TA or a good lane in general, right, and he would actually be able to solo carry the game and create the space, you know, be a win condition, and then Kotaro would come online. But without him, the team seems to fall apart. I always considered him the pillar of the team.
I agree with you. There were some games that it felt like Kotaro entered the game when it was already won. Not saying that Kotaro didn't make an impact because he had some brilliant matches, but sometimes Leo style, he just creates that space in the map and just snowballs getting kills that it feels like it's won by himself, or at least it felt in the past. And that's the Leo we want to see back to play.
Yeah, same. I would love to see Leo style in that format again. I feel like he hasn't been in that level. Maybe the idea is also to get supports that enable him a bit harder, because we didn't really see that last match. They were kind of more laning. I mean, Beastcoast already started with Earth Spirit, though, which is, by the way, the weirdest first pick we would see ever. Because these days, Earth Spirit is no way near this valuable, but Schofield's favorite hero.
Yeah, and it was a hero that I would like to see on Lava, because maybe at Tusk here, they go for the Weaver again. I feel like that's one thing, like, Moose, he can really empower Leo style with his pick, so if has any position 4 that rotates. I know Weaver with a high move speed, not a high move speed, but with Shukuchi, you can be anywhere in the map. But it's not a hero that actually ganks, it's just like a lane dominator, and I feel they look better when he has a rotating hero that can work together with Leo.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
I believe Winter was
Oh,
back.
I think so. Nope. We false start. Ignore him. Oh, there we go. Oh, hey. Hey, Winter. How's it going? Do you want to join the panel? Oh, never mind. We lied. We didn't hear anything. We wanted to hear him. Same draft, Astini. Weaver Beastmaster again. Confidence or hubris? Okay, you don't
Yeah.
like, right? Hubris indeed. All right.
Beastcoast
Why don't you like
They're-
Astini?
They're doubling down on something that didn't work.
Uh-huh.
I didn't feel that much impact on the Brewmaster, neither on the Weaver. And of course, Beastcoast would have an answer pick here again, and they go with a Silencer. That's how good Silencer is against Brewmaster. So it's kind of weird that they went for the Brewmaster on the first game,
Team back.
and somehow weird that they went again. And Beastcoast bans the Puck, which is the hero that I'd like to see
Leon.
Lava using. Yeah, that's the thing. It feels like Beastcoast has the same read that I do of Lava. Okay, they're super strong with Puck, with that Earth Spirit, so we steal the Earth Spirit, we ban the Puck. But Lava feels like they lost confidence on what they are actually strong at.
10 seconds.
I agree. And I think that this has been their trend as well for a... I think this has been their trend for a while. Are you now? Are you ready?
Dire team back.
Okay.
hear me?
Now the stream hears you as well. Do they?
I think so. Ish.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
should be
Thank you.
good.
Right. Hello, Winter. Hello. No, Winter. I'm having a conversation with Astini though, so give me a second. Astini, did you think that? Don't you think it's been a downward trend for Lava, like, and again, Thunder Predator as well, for like a long time? This loss of confidence and almost a loss of identity in themselves. Like, I don't think this is just a DPC thing. I saw this in TI. I saw this in the in the months leading to it. In the last DPC, it just seems like this team is kind of lost themselves as a team.
Yeah, you have that sometimes going for things that you lose with your best strat, so you lose confidence on it, and then you think everything was wrong, and it maybe was just a small detail that you had to change. And they faced really strong competition, right? They were at Major, they were at PI, so I don't think they should have lost that confidence. They were so strong playing their own playing style, and I feel like they felt they needed to adapt, but they never actually adapted, and they lost their identity.
Dire team back.
All right, now Winter. Hello. I want to ask
Hello.
you,
Team
if you're on a team that's lost a bit confidence in your play style, that you might not have the same defined strategy. Is this the right way to regain it? Do you just go for the same style again? What's your goal? How do you regain this confidence? What's the drafting strategy like?
So if the issue is confidence, then probably playing more of the same thing will help you make better decisions. If you keep changing and drafting like 100 different heroes and you have the same issue, I don't think it's gonna change anything. It's just gonna make it harder for the players if you keep playing different things.
So you kind of like what they're doing right now, which is keeping to their strategy, changing a few of the things that they thought were wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't think they need to change too much. Maybe slight adjustments overall.
Okay.
But I feel like those stuff that went wrong in the previous game for them can be fixed easily. They just need to make better decisions. The previous game, I felt like the Chronosphere was... The first Chronosphere of the game was at minute 17, and they won a team fight. If you remember the fight, it was in the middle lane, and they used Chrono on the gyro, they killed a couple of heroes, they chased to the tier 2. Even though they did badly in the lanes, and Chris Luck was kind of owning them with the Invoker, rotating top, rotating bottom, but they just need to get their spells together with the Chrono and the Brewmaster ultimate, and they're gonna win fights.
Okay. This time they changed the quap for the Void Spirit. Do you like this more, Astini? Is this more the rotational hero you're asking for?
I like Void Spirit more here, especially for the reach on the backline to kill Silencer. But seriously, I see Void Spirit, I think on Bloodseeker. I see Weaver, I also think on Bloodseeker. So it seems like such a great Bloodseeker game here.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very good counter picking here. They're gonna have a lot of issues for sure. And Void Spirit is also very annoyed by Silencer. Definitely. I mean, you're gonna get a use anyway, but it's gonna be annoying at the start.
And they even keep a bit of a flex with the Bloodseeker, right? Because right now it could be a carrier off lane, because Hector also plays it, so you really don't know concerning Silencer and Spirit. It should be supports. I mean, who knows with Beastcoast, but...
Every time with Beastcoast, they have so many, like, I'm hearing a lot in the in the discussion that, this player plays, they have this hero, they have 2 or 3 people playing this hero. We don't know where they're gonna put this hero. And their drafts are, like, so far, I think, pretty unique. And even though I don't really like them, even for the previous series, yeah, but they make it work. They have their own way of playing the game. I like how they are farming across the map, and how they are taking team fights using the wards and everything.
I like
just
it.
like amazing team together.
Okay, look at that. High praise from a TI player himself. Yeah, Beastcoast, one of the reasons, if you guys are genuinely questioning why they developed this style, is because they, honestly, for the first year and a half or even 2 years they were together, they didn't scrim. So they all play pubs. So they don't ever decide. Like, you're like, why do they all play the same hero? Isn't that inefficient? Is it because they're trying to flex it? Is that like a next level strategy? No, they just all play pubs and they play the hero they like the most. And that's why they learn. And you go, so why does Schofield have such an ample hero pool? Why will he be giving some trash sometimes, like Ursa 4? Because Schofield plays carry in pubs, and he doesn't practice his 4 in pubs. Why? Beastcoast. Or a sociopath.
He's an amazing carry, by the way.
He is, right? Like, that's what's
His
crazy.
Morphling might be the best in South America. Like,
That's crazy. In case you guys don't know, Schofield actually came into the scene as a carry, to be honest. He played carry, then mid, then offlane. Then he went to 4, and that's how he's known in Beastcoast. But he used to be playing. He was like the 18-year-old. He was alone, like when he was gaming. Not alone as in the adjective, but the player. He was known as
those
the...
players make the best captains, to be honest. When a player gets moved around in terms of playing all the roles, he usually has the best understanding in the team about what they need to do from each position, and those
Not
usually,
Schofield, though.
yeah, those usually make pretty good captains, in my opinion.
Not Schofield, because Schofield's a mute. But yeah, besides that, yeah, he would be a good captain.
Avo, would you allow me to ask one question to Winter?
Yeah, go, please.
Sure, ask me anything.
Isn't Phoenix terrible against Bloodseeker?
Yeah, I think the same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing. That triple silence.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, what's going on?
And how do you protect the egg as well, right? Like, what's the Phoenix comboed with? It's just Phoenix, right?
It's like everything. You're always low life, and Bloodseeker loves that. Bloodseeker has high attack speed. He has that silence that can reach the back line.
You know, Astini, could this be like a scrim thing where they always pick these heroes that are always bad against silencers, so Beastcoast just decide to go
10
silencer?
seconds remaining.
Oh, you know what? Actually, this is not crazy.
5
Is
seconds
that
be.
possible?
remaining.
I mean, a lot of things are possible with the Beastcoast draft, yeah?
And also, yeah, Phoenix is also bad against the silence.
It's pretty much
it's
bad
just
against
weird.
everything they have. It's bad against
Yeah. I get like the confidence point that you should
Look
play
at
your
the ban.
strengths, but
They banned the Void and the Medusa, so the egg is definitely dying.
Yeah, what do you pick here as a carry that can defect the egg?
yeah,
Is there
you
anything?
can't protect the egg at all. Like,
No.
Real Master has not AoE control, and like Magnus card can protect the egg. If
I mean, at this
Magnus.
point, why are you drafting around your 5, though? This is the other
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, I agree. Very weird.
All right.
Could they pick now position 3 here for Beastcoast?
Yeah, or 1 could be either. I know Hector loves that Bloodseeker, but I know Whisper plays it too, so we'll see. I think a 3 is better, personally. What would you guys pick if it was a 3?
I mean, you could go 3 Bloodseeker, Conquer, carry, and then pick another mid laner.
I don't think Hector would come. Well, actually, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Oh, he doesn't play Conquer? Okay.
I haven't seen him play Conquer carry.
You can play Darkseer with Earth Spirit.
That's pretty good as well. Yeah, Darkseer give them some setup for their spells. Vacuum into the Conquer combo or the Bloodseeker silence. LC.
Legion,
Yeah, solid.
just in
solid.
case Phoenix wasn't countered enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a very good blind pick offlaner. You don't know the matchup,
Yeah.
just pick LC. Can't go wrong.
And Monkey is banned. Monkey and CK, that's the only 2
10
that
seconds
has
remaining.
a lane that you can really beat the Legion.
Ursa as well?
Yeah, I think Ursa is the last one.
But then there's no point to your
Uh,
Phoenix at all.
Their draft is so bad with the Ursa. No stuns.
Yeah, it really is.
Reverse and Troll, right? I forgot those.
Oh, Ursa. There we go.
I mean, they can do okay in the lane. I think the Troll against LC overall, but they're gonna have a tough time in this draft. If they don't win their
Troll-
lanes, I don't know what they can do.
Troll is not good against Bloodseeker either in the carry to carry matchup because you just rupture and
It's just for
kite
the
him.
lane, the lane dominance. Like you can do well against LC in the lane.
Yeah. Right. I think I know what you're gonna answer, but what side are you with, guys? Steedy?
Beastcoast.
Yeah, Winter.
Obviously, Beastcoast.
So, do you think this is actually a good draft though from Beastcoast, like compared to last one where you didn't completely agree with some of their choices? Do you think this is a good draft by them?
I think so. Much better. It makes sense. There's a lot of logic behind their picks, how they are setting up everything. And maybe they knew what the opponents were going to pick anyway. That's why they picked their draft like this. I don't know.
Mhm.
But everything is very solid.
You know what's interesting is in the 2 games we got to cast from them, the first game's draft is what, and then the second one goes and they actually do a really good draft. So I'm not sure if this is a trend, if they're memeing, if this is like them practicing picks. Who knows? But it's quite interesting that we've seen this trend from both. Last time for the first game they went the 5 melee draft, which was of course a favorite of Winters. He was really quick at praising it. Really enjoyed it. But we're gonna have to move over to our casters, see if they also enjoy the draft, and see if they can explain to us why Phoenix. SeekNStrike and Lacoste. Why Phoenix?
Thanks, Avo. Yeah, it's not quite 5 melees, but it is 4 melees into the Phoenix pick. And yeah, Lacoste, I didn't really see a whole lot of value in this Phoenix pick either, especially because it was 8th pick, which is generally when you want to get, your heavy hitters in there. You get 2 bans to protect it. I mean, what do you see into this draft? I'll yield the floor to you, as I know you probably have a lot to say.
I mean, panel talked about how this is a terrible Phoenix game. I think it's horrible. I don't see Phoenix doing anything this game. Maybe laning stage wise, it will be okay with Troll plus Phoenix. It's a strong lane. Other than that, you're playing into 1, 2, 3, 4 silences. Like just silencer. Just playing silencer against Phoenix always feels good. Last word, dive. You go back, you're silenced. It's just, I don't know, an unplayable matchup. On top of Earth Spirit being able to jump the back lines. You have Konka with the X mark. Phoenix is not going to have a good time. It's a position 5, so it's okay if your 5 is not having a good time. I'm looking more at this Brewmaster once again. Same build that Frank wants to go for. Not really impressed by Meteor Hammer Brewmaster, I gotta say. Yeah, he dropped the Meteor Hammer on position 5 for Clockwork near the tier 2 tower and used it a couple of times on a tower, but that's it. I feel like the itemization, they also have no stuns once again. They have like no reliable stun, maybe Meteor into Ether Remnant, which is hard to execute. You literally need to stand on top of someone and carry the carry matchup. Like you have Bloodseeker against Troll. It's just tough. You have also way of moving people with kick and X mark the spot. Legion Commander, like just press the attack on top of it against the egg and being able to dispel things. I gotta be good. I think this one's very easy for Beastcoast. I'd call this 85 to 15.
Okay. Those are some strong numbers. I got to be honest, I completely agree with you, and especially because Schofield manages to snipe the courier of Minos, of Kotaro. You'll notice he actually still has the Coiling Blade and Tangos, but it had all the stats, so he's missing all of his stats now that would have been on the courier. So his last inning is going to be a little bit more difficult here than it already was. Yeah, I don't know, man. This game looks mighty difficult. So I even see Smiles kind of matchups here as well. Like you said, Torrent X, even the run buff is going to be super strong. Stinger's got a whole lot of purpose. Like I was just shocked, even in the first phase, that Lava decided to go with the exact same opener when the Silencer was still in the pool and Beastcoast had 4th pick. Like, of course they were going to go for it again. It worked so nice for them last game.
And look at Stinger bottom lane, talking about Silencer going ham. Glaives of Wisdom, managed to right-click him like 10 times, 11 actually. That's how much intelligence he has lost. Doesn't have enough mana to use the Thunderclap, basically.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use it, as there's the Thirst already coming into effect. Yeah, you cannot go lower than 100 mana on a hero, thankfully, for the Brewmaster, but we might get to see him go down to that floor relatively quickly, as he'll at least get the D ward here. That's going to allow Moose to be a little bit more aggressive. Something that I thought I really like that Estini pointed out, that I'm a little bit disappointed that Lava didn't look to fix, was that they gave Moose, again, one of these heroes that, yeah, he can move around the map, but he's not going to move around the map the same way that a Tusk would, or the same way that a Shaker would. Right? Weaver moves around the map, but he doesn't move around with authority, right? There's a Weaver gank in the mid lane, mid laner can deal with it, right? Shaker or Tusk is ganking the mid lane, let's get those TPs going. I like Moose a lot more on those kinds of heroes.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. Also, I feel a lot of players can play position 4 Weaver, but most of the players can play heroes like Earth Spirit, Task, Clockworks really well. No, I'm not talking like most of the pro players. I'm talking about most of the like Dota players, because Weaver is an easy one, and yeah, you said Moose. Like, I mean, he plays those position 4, the rotating ones that threaten a bit more, like kill wise, and I prefer to see him on those heroes. But Weaver, strong hero. Oh, there's a reason why this hero's pretty much first phase every single time whenever it's available. Hard to kill, brings so much to the table. Bugs needs to be fixed. I'm not talking about like any kind of visual bugs or any kind of bugs, but the Swarm level 1 just deals too much damage, and also I don't think it should be 4 attacks to kill.
Yeah, that to me is the kind of the most ridiculous thing. There's nothing more sad than when you're playing like a lion or something and you go, well, I got bugs on me, guys. Guess I'm going to die. Not much I could really do about that. Well, let's look top lane for a while, shall we? Quataro, at the very least, right, on this troll, is getting in some CS. His courier is finally alive and has a big delivery for him, a full Wraith Band and some Iron Branches. So some much-needed stats here on the way. But the reason they were tipping Schofield is because he is just on the prowl for these couriers, man. He is denying all the deliveries. Let's see, he might... Oh, he got vision of it. He
No
sees the
roll,
courier.
though. As
No roll.
Boulder Smash, so can't close the gap. Kotaro doing a very good job. Last hitting without any stats, just a Quelling Blade. Almost perfect.
Yep. I mean, I think that is why, of course, they last picked it, right? I think he'd been very disappointed if he was not getting any creeps in the lane, but doing a decent job of it so far. So he's going to be press the attack with a sampler build for the LC, 1-1-1. Find just about everything here. And then into the phase boots for that armor.
That's how you play Dota.
Yeah.
You get each point of ability, see which one suits the best in the laning stage, and then you decide to max it out later on.
Got to test, you know, it's like when you go to when you're doing some remodeling, right? You got to get all the paint strips and see which one you like the best.
Yeah, I mean, you're not buying a car without a test drive, right?
Exactly, right? You don't want to commit to a build and have them realize, oh no, this is not the right build. Usually that's a very fatal error. And speaking of fatal, they might dive for Frank down bottom. They're going to get him pretty darn low, and with only one salve on the Weaver, they're already making really good progress. In fact, Hector,
he's going
thinking about
in.
going for the dive. Yeah, there's going to be the Swarm on top of him. Frank lives on a hair of HP. I want to say thanks to this armor from the tower, as Hector, he's dying to the Beatles, but he got the stick charge off. He's not going down today, not in a yellow submarine, nor to this regular bug. He will live for now.
Whew, surprised he didn't fully commit there and go for a kill, but the tower that you mentioned, the regen and the tower you get from tier 2 towers, did I say tower from the tower, or did I say armor from the tower? I feel like I said tower from the tower. But yeah.
You meant to say the power from the tower.
Yeah.
There's first blood on the Stinger.
Might even get K1. It is super low.
Okay, so Beastcoast slightly misplaying this bottom lane, just a little bit.
He's going in. All right. Big bait. Baited by Hector.
Oh, yeah. Cuts down the tree, but the tower's got him dead to rights. Wow.
This is perfect. He knew exactly where to stand and bait him. Fever goes in, tries to go for a hit. Well, there we go. A bit extra armor from the tower once again.
Top lane. Mini Echo Slam onto Kotaro. The overwhelming odds level 2 onto the creeps, and 2 heroes did a number to Kotaro, but he will live.
Living things die.
So looks like overwhelming odds is the build in this lane.
You do not want to max out Moment of Courage. You're not trading with Troll. You can't get close. This is not a killer lane. One of the reasons why Earth Spirit is not playing the lane. He's manipulating the creep wave, leaving a lot of XP to Legion Commander. He can gank the bottom lane. I think he might TP bottom and just gank. Yeah, there he comes.
Yeah, this bot lane needs a little bit of assistance. I think even with 2-1 builds here on the Silencer, they're really struggling to actually outdamage Frank. They always get him low, but just not low enough. As Hector even is kind of losing this battle versus Moose. They're going to go in for this little dive. There's going to be the Ignite as well. Stick charges and a couple of CS, though. We'll top up K1 enough to such that he feels confident and maybe trying to chase down Moose, but that's a bait for sure. So, lane's looking a little bit more difficult for Beastcoast.
Silencer.
Roll mid.
Keeping bottom. Has tangos. Didn't bring an extra healing cell.
I think Schofield is dead.
Yeah,
here.
he's
He's
super
gonna try-
dead.
Yeah, wow. Okay, Leo Style gets the kill there. All right. Well, this lanes are not looking good at all. Mid lane is still fine for C-Smile. First Luck doing decently in the CS department, as they will just deny the Weaver underneath the tier 2 tower. Stacks as well about to be scouted here by the Phoenix. Whisper's given some real chase here, but with Icarus dive, yeah, Phoenix will just go ahead and break his ankles and go the other way.
A bit of a different game for Silencer this time around. He's not the one putting in too much pressure. 2 deaths. Not a single point of intelligence stolen. I guess once they get to level 6, it's going to be easier. Brewmaster is level 4, but they also could need someone to stop the TP. Oh, 3 bounty runes.
Oh, that's money. That's stonks right there.
Big stonks.
Schofield. Big stonks. Purpose for him to be... Oh, Beastcoast, they got their voice lines in the game. That's probably what the update was in our last series. But, yeah, this is something that was also really awkward. Ava brought this up when they first picked the Earth Spirit. If he was the first pick in this draft, and hold that thought, actually, because Leo Style is making his first rotation of the game. He's going to miss the 8th Remnant, and the Bloodright's going to actually zone him out. Here come rotations back down bottom, though. Without the Dissemblate, he's going to have to eat this boat, as Moose also wants a piece of it. There's going to be a second Dissemblate, though, as he goes back onto Actor. Another Astral Step here, but the Mark, not enough damage here to get through the Bloodseeker. Plenty of armor for him.
Leo Style had
Like it's
Arcane
just-
Rune, so that means that his spells are going to be available once again. Might try to stick around, see what happens.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, snipes a courier. That had boots on it for Stinger. Lots of tips going on top lane. I must have missed something up here. There's a little... Go ahead and exchange a tip of the hat at each other. But, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about this Earth Spirit pick, because it was first pick overall, and so far I haven't really seen such a big reason why it's been the first pick material. Maybe now we'll get to see it, as there's going to be Actor rotating mid lane. The Dissemblate allows him to dodge the Bloodrite. They're going to kick him to try and get a little bit more damage in. 8th Remnant, though, prevents the auto attack damage. Still has the Resonant Pulse Shield, as out comes the Torrent. Even with the Sunray heal, that's not going to be enough. Schofield is going to drop. See, Smile could just easily tank through a level 1 Sunray. He doesn't mind. And a little bit of tower damage. Is that really it? They just wanted to kick people after the rupture?
Seems like that's it. That's the combo. That's all they've been waiting for. Hector, no HP. Throughout the whole game, he's sitting at like 30% HP, getting constantly harassed, trying to get the HP back up. Didn't happen a single time, but maybe now.
Just a Phoenix dying. I think we should get used to that. As here's K1 getting in a little bit more damage. As once
he's
again
dead.
back down to a 3rd HP. Primal Split to isolate K1 as down he goes. I think this should be a really easy kill as well on a Stinger, especially without boots. They're going to hurl a boulder at him. How rude. And Leo Style seems poised to collect the kill. Kill goes to Frank eventually.
That's a good one. P.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the reason we had such a long wait in between Beastcoast. They needed to add funds to their Steam wallet so they could buy their own supporter pack. Spam the lines.
It was worth it. I would wait the extra
Absolutely.
5 to 10 minutes so that everyone can get it.
Gotta have the voice lines in. Gives so much more personality to these games, doesn't it?
It really does. Silencer, what is he up to? Farming the small camp with your cane curse, living the dream.
Yeah, this is it. That's my life. I'm Silencer. I'm just trying to get my Tranquil Boots online. You know, an extra fluffy hat because it's getting cold with so many deaths he's been taking. Only 3, but just needs as much HP as he can get. He is not having as good of a game as last time. But, you know, it should be said, his spells are still super strong this game, right? Global Silence, very nice against 3 heroes. As, yes, Weaver will simply use Teleportation Scroll against Hector, his biggest weakness, especially without any stun nearby. Or an X, for that matter, which isn't really a stun.
That's
Would do
such
the
a
trick nonetheless.
big play from Weaver. Goes in, steals the big creep from him, experience, and then TP's out, forces him to use Rupture.
Refuses to elaborate further. Whisper's level 8. and has a duel. No opportunity to use it top lane, as in fact he might be in a bit of trouble. Here comes the Torrent, which whiffs. Supernova as well is going to be used, and that'll scare back Beastcoast. As with these three heroes, they don't quite have the auto attacks to get through a Supernova Sun.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower
Fortify's
is under
out, so it
attack.
looks like Beastcoast, they want to try and keep this wagon alive. Smile can tank for it. It's got 71 HP remaining. Oh, and actually it's going to go down to the enemy wagon, as there's the jump out from Schofield. Vigorous dive is out, and the Phoenix is A-okay.
Gonna
With
go
boots, he's gonna
for
be more difficult.
silence. Nor the slow.
They're
Middle tower is under
also
attack.
going for Hector. No, they're just booting him out of the jungle. Moose is making a lot of
Dire's
space happen, or
structures are
I guess
fortified.
canceling the space, because Hector can just not get any space to farm this game. He's always got this annoying bug in his jungle to deal with.
Radiant's bottom
Mid
tower
lane,
is
Leo
fortified.
Style gets an astral step out. And there's another rupture this time around. There is someone to cancel the TP scroll, so they will be rewarded with a kill. This seems like a really aggressive play from Lava, but they're going to use the split. They have Leo Style connecting as well, as the Rolling Thunder is going to whiff. Global Silence is through, but not fast enough. They get out at least the Aether Remnant, but now they're looking to turn, and in trouble is Leo Style. He's going to have a Dissemblate ready to use, brought back by the X. Torrent did not connect, though, but he's on 70 HP with the Magnetize ticking him down. They have the kill, and I gotta question why they thought that was a good idea. That was so deep.
I don't know. Like, they also have a ward, which is gonna get devoted. I feel like they got surprised by, wow, they have a global silence and they will use it to stop their carry from dying. I just don't know what the plan was there, especially with like a bit preemptive ulti from
There's the
Brewmaster.
duel.
First duel.
Nice.
There we go.
Plus 10 damage onto the Phoenix, very little armor, and very little HP on the hero at the time. That should net them a second tier 1 tower despite the fortify. Schofield's got to be a little bit careful here, as he is going to be tanking a bit of damage out from the troll. Moose is going to try and be in position to block the rolling boulder, but was just far away enough. And I think Schofield lives
He's okay.
here.
He has raindrop and a silence. Weaver can't chase with Arcane Curse on. I mean, he can, but most likely gonna die. Overtime
well, it's gonna
damage
get him.
from Silencer and Earth Spirit ulti is gonna be gigantic before they get any kind of dispels.
True. Yeah, very good point. This damage over time is super, super annoying for these guys to deal with. And they did get the tier 1 tower, by the way, in the wake of that Earth Spirit making space. That's now both tier 1s down. A lot more space for Hector to continue farming around the map. As anyone comes up top lane now for Lava, Beastcoast simply TP heroes to the tier 1 tower, and they get a quick little kill or two, or maybe even 3, who knows. Schofield going in again. Had duel ready. No vision immediately available, though, for Moose. And Leo Style going for the first item, Mule Scepter, almost has that one online, Lacoste, so
Radiant's
I think we're going to see him start to get a little bit more aggressive as soon as he has that Staff of, what is it, Intelligence? Staff of Wizardry? Staff of Wizardry. He'll be moving around the map and getting these pickoffs.
It's a good way to cancel the duel, get any kind of silence off of you. So I'm okay with that build. I think Yule Scepter into Aghanim Scepter to be able to silence people gotta be very good. Even like Kaya Sanj after that. Like, I think builds in Void Spirit, even if you like misplay or misbuild, it's still gotta be good.
Kill onto the Weaver. Like, kick his lifeless corpse up to the high ground. Yeah, Whisper and Beastcoast, they did scout. I thought they were going to end up going there for Leo Style, but they scouted a much easier kill. They went to guaranteed dual damage to get Whisper's game online, now up to 20, which is pretty big in the early game. And he's going to keep this ball rolling into the BKB next.
Considering
Some more dual kills.
he was not playing the top lane with anyone for a long time, was just getting the XP, getting the farm to get the Blink Dagger. He's doing fine. 20 damage. This is also infinite scaling lineup from Beastcoast. You have Legion Commander, Silencer, with 6 permanent intelligence stolen. It can go up higher, you know. If things go very, I'd say, chaotic, they can thrive in that.
Oh, here's a little bit more chaos. Another dual victory potentially here, but good control out from Leo Style. Global Silence is used because they want this kill, and they will get it. That's not another plus 10, at the very least. Global as well used for that out from Beastcoast. Oh, but Leo Style in some trouble, brought back. He has no Astral Steps. He's got no spells, and no chance to live either. As the boat will put him down in Davy Jones' locker.
Funka
as
got surprised by... Oh, Stinger will bait a big spell. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. He might even live.
This would be pretty big for
He's
them.
okay.
He turns around, continuing to fight. He's gonna live. Press the attack. Heal is keeping him alive as he drops the spray. I believe that's BSJ in some sort of onesie. And now Frank on to his own high ground is going to be left empty-handed here. He's just going to go ahead and TP bottom because there's also a dive going on down here. Cancels his TP, however, realizing he cannot stop any of this.
What a play from Schofield. He was sitting on top of
Dire's bottom tower
DP and knew exactly when to fall back, scouting things out for Chris Luck. I don't think you're getting this kill unless Troll goes like mega madman mode.
Oh, Yule Scepter immediately used there.
Not the mode I was talking about. I meant, you know, couple of roots. Didn't mean for him to pop the ulti straight away.
Singer is in some trouble, ticking down a little bit, but there's a rupture on a Frank. He doesn't have an ulti, doesn't have a TP, and Hector is going to look for the kill. Out comes at least the Supernova as they're going to look to try and turn this. Stinger's going to go down, but Hector with the attack speed, he easily has his kill, and Frank is up next. I think Hector got that kill as well with a Maelstrom proc. In it in style, as Stinger's going to go ahead and drop a tip onto the Phoenix.
Radiant structures
Yep,
are
that's the most Phoenix can really do this game. He at least gets something with his ulti this time.
That was very impressive. I mean, it's a hard Phoenix game. Like we discussed about it, panel talked about it, and not much he can do. Level 7. I guess he needs... There is no hero that can protect the egg. I guess their best thing is Cyclone from Brewmaster, Remnant, and Yule Scepter. And I'm pretty sure Yule Scepter is not going to be used that aggressively. He also wants to be able to dispel any silences. So, pretty hard one for Phoenix. Also playing into Legion Commander, the press the attack speed is pretty good.
Yep. Other than just the dispel it provides, right? Is very punishing game for Phoenix. So whatever he can get out of his ultimates, I think, should be commended, because you have to put a lot of context into how hard his game is. Smoke play now from Beastcoast as they might sweep into the enemy jungle. And Vector farming pretty aggressively. He's underneath a ward as well, so Lava see him. But if they can kill him is an entirely different question. Frank is thinking about it. This seems, again, pretty far and pretty hopeful at getting this kill, especially with the smoke incoming. Of course, they don't know that, but they soon will, as smoke will break. Whisper looking for the duel, and he's going to have a very easy one. They commit Rupture, Global, Boat. Just about everything is they throw the kitchen sink after that Bruce dead body. Phoenix, he can do nothing. He can do literally nothing. He's just dead.
First, last word, then he tries to come back. X mark the spot is there, and the global silence. It's just literally impossible to look good on Phoenix this game. I feel bad for him.
I do too. It's a very difficult Phoenix game. Even his heals are bound to be interrupted by something with so many silences, so many heroes to just jump you immediately. It is not an easy Phoenix game. I mean, he's at least tanking last word, but if Stinger decides this game is as good as the last one, he's going to go for Accept there, and then he doesn't mind throwing out last words because it'll be AoE. Oh,
one thing that Chinese players do from previous Season 1 and 2 that I noticed when they're playing into Nyx Assassin, they get BKB first item. Like, Tranquil Boots want BKB if they can farm it.
Look at this control. I mean, I haven't seen a Void Spirit ever be locked down that much. But Beastcoast, they just encircle him and they don't let him move. Yule Scepter, Dissemblate, Torrent, Axe, he could not go anywhere. There's no escape for anyone for Lava.
Oh, Whisper going hand him on Brewmaster. Let's see if he... Like, he's alone there. He's actually pretending that he has some kind of backup, and Frank just goes back.
Well, now the backup's here. The boat is going to completely whiff, but they're going to hit him with the duel anyway. So does Torrent, but that's okay. They're just zoning spells, but so far the duel's not going to get off, and he can be active for C Smile as he's going to have to just smile through the pain of missing those spells.
Smile, you're on candid camera. I don't know. This was... I guess if he wanted to start with X mark the spot, it would be much better. Pretty standard stuff, but maybe they lost the vision. Wasn't really paying too much attention. I'm like, yeah, I see the boat without any spells, just pretending that it's gonna hit. Didn't happen, but okay.
It's like confidence. Like, you have to act like you belong, and enemies will just walk into the spells, you know?
Is under attack.
Like, yeah, this boat will hit you. Just walk into it. And Frankie, he saw through that scheme. He wasn't falling for that one.
Yeah, it was instinct. First thing you see if boat is coming towards you, you move to a side.
Yeah. kind of hard. Big projectile, a big splash range, and you know who doesn't like boats, right? You always want to get a closer look at it. Frank, he resisted. It's like a siren. I always want to listen to the siren song, but you shouldn't this game, as there's global. It's going to prevent an 8th Remnant from coming through. Schofield even looking to turn. There's no TPs coming from Beastcoast, so he just throws out a Magnetize and he's going to back away. But nothing really much Lava could do either than just walk around a couple of times and absorb this Magnetize. Top lane, see Smile pushing completely alone. He's just going to BKB.
I just don't see any value you get from this Meteor Hammer, especially in this game. You don't have any spells to combine it with, which means you're not going to be using it in a fight. It's almost impossible to execute.
Yeah, plus with the amount of silences and lockdowns and duels that they have on this East Coast lineup, it doesn't seem like this is such a great game for a hero as, you know, fragile, quote-unquote, as a Beastmaster can be, meaning that he needs to get off his ulti. Doesn't really seem like that great of a game for him to, I don't know, stand still and channel something for 2 seconds. It's I don't know. I saw more use for it last game than this game, but I gotta agree with you still. It's a weird one. Here's another smoke, by the way, from Beastcoast. Oh, another duel, and this is just going to be a basically
Roche.
solo kill.
I think you go inside the Roche pit and probably try to get it. We'll see. But it's not being pinged out. They want a higher target. If they get something that could use like any kind of big cooldown, I think they would go inside the pit. I mean, they could still go in, maybe waiting for global silence for another 40 seconds. Just to be sure to have. We didn't talk about Troll Warlord. He's been farming. He's been farming silently. 0-0-0. Not a team player, but more of a PvE, standard carry performance. Has BKB, has Battle Fury, and also bring, I believe, is Yasha. Yeah, it's full Yasha.
Oh, nice catch there. But the X marks is going to be for the easy kill as Schofield rolls on through, trying to catch one. Has at least delayed Leo style, forcing out the Yule Scepter and other the remnants. That's going to be now 80 damage for Whisper. He's up to. Not bad at all, Whisper. I agree. Beastcoast, I think they're really feeling themselves in this game, though. Lots of voice lines, lots of sprays, lots of just kind of willy-nilly map movements, it feels like. See, Smile has just been pushing top all by himself. Just casually uses a BKB. He doesn't really care. That was his 8-second BKB he used. Didn't really matter.
No
Head down goes
biggie.
Roche.
Not a big issue there. Do you think Troll can end this game with 0-0-0?
I don't think so, only because this is not the Arteezy still farming kind of hero, you know? This is the hero that you throw yourself in to maybe buy some space for your team with Battle Trends, right? Like, AM, he just simply needs items, and Troll, he's going to need a lot of items this game as well. But, like, there's a glimmer of a hope in a reflection in a mirror down the hall that Troll can do something in these team fights with, like, a lucky root. Whereas for a hero like an AM, like, there's just no hope at all there.
Oh, let's see. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the involvement. Their global's still available.
Looks like Beastcoast are going to force this fight with the global silence. He's going to use BKB. He's looking to run, but doesn't have TP Lacoste, so he still could take that death as the rest of Beastcoast have scattered lava to the wind. There's the ulti active with the BKB, and he's getting through Stinger here. Has finally gotten a kill, but he's going to be dueled and very likely killed here, as there's going to be 100 damage now for the LC. So, you know, not the perfect carry game of 0-0-0, but he does at least get a kill before he dies.
He got the kill. Good trade-off. Position 5 for carry. It's a rough one. I don't think he has a hero to like play with. Like maybe a Void Spirit. Aghanim Scepter done on Brewmaster. Still yet to see good usage of the Meteor.
Very true. I mean, I guess it helps him farm the eggs. I think Frank kind of struggles this game to go, what's my transition item? Drums? That's a dead item. Urn is not a bad one, but of course with a Weaver, he's got to build that, because what else does Weaver build before eggs? It just feels awkward, right? You're talking about how the Troll doesn't feel like he has anyone to play with.
Oh, dual cast range.
Plays well at all together. There they go. Their duel's not going to get the kill onto Leo style, but the follow-up damage is certainly enough. They get through the egg very easily, as Hector will run up with 1,000 move speed and get himself that last double kill onto Moose.
Surprise, Hector decided to use BKB there, considering he still has Aegis, but They're not messing around. Kunkka, massive, 15,000 net worth. Silver Edge, BKB, Armlet, level 21. It's just, they might try to end the game here even without Global Silence. Let's see what they can make out of this.
Yep, at least probably a full bottom set of barracks. Troll is, again, pushing middle, because without the rest of his team, he's very little he can do except just get kited around and die. Down go the barracks. They'll slow these ever so slightly with the Fire Spirits kind of just lingering in, but not much they can do. Chrysluk's just going to TP away right in front of their faces. And Beastcoast are basically out of here. Lava, they're desperate for something, though. And, well, if it's something they want, it's something they'll get. See Smile, keep an eye on him. He's just put a DD rune into his bottle. And it looks like, I say, another fight is breaking out. They've got good control onto the Brewmaster. Silence up. He's been dueled as well. In comes C Smile. Look for a big old crit onto him. Down he goes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On over to Stinger as he gets another duel victory. Chrysluk actually, or C Smile in trouble. The
He's
bump up keeping him
toggling.
alive, as well as this Armlet toggling. They're diving tier 3 towers. They don't have the tier 2 as C Smile picks up the cleave kill onto Leo style. Okay. Schofield was looking to go for more as Whisper is just going to walk into the Aether Remnant. Another boulder smashed, but no bug killed. And, well, I think Beastcoast are just going to probably keep pushing, to be honest. I don't see much holding them back.
X marks the spot on Bloodseeker. He comes back, uses Clarity, heals back fully, level 20.
He still has a minute on this Aegis. I was about to say, was that really necessary? His Aegis is about to expire, isn't it? Nope. Another minute. That's another fight here at this rate.
He will X-mark himself right now with the bottle. Should be full HP. They have pressed the attack as well. Brewmaster split.
What can they do for it, though? As they're looking for
He
the
almost
D-ward.
he kills Brewlings with one.
Oh no!
crit,
Oh, he
pretty
kills.
much.
He kills even the regular Brewling. There's the second one out now. As they're holding on to just about everything. Supernova, there goes the Rupture. It's going to be onto the Weaver. Quintado now joining the fray as Silence up and in trouble as the Void Spirit uses the Yules to dodge the boat. As there's going to be the egg. Hector is hungry, though. He's going to have that one for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So Phoenix is to buy back. Oh, no, but the Tool is going to immediately chew through Leo style. East Coast, they've lost 2, though. They lost C Smile. And Schofield is going to get another roll away. Weaver still live a bit longer here, thanks to the time lapse. Quintado continuing to give chase. Into the trees he will go. Another rolling boulder is going to get him out of harm's way.
Doesn't even use the stone.
No.
Gets
Oh
kicked.
my goodness, he kicks him back.
Mid-roll.
Oh, look at this. And he's going to roll. What are you doing? Wait. Yeah, okay. Now I think, was that a little bit too cute for his own good? He's got another one, another boulder. This time he's going to roll away. The auto attacks hit him, and this time he will die.
He was just toying with them. Made with his life, that's okay. Who bought back? It was Phoenix who bought back. How's our boy Phoenix doing? 1, 9, and 2. Better than I expected, I'd say.
It's kind of where I expected him to be at this stage. I mean, buying back on a Phoenix just never feels good, does it? Especially after you get killed during Supernova, because you just don't have any spells for 30 seconds. But what else does he have to lose this game? At least he gets to use another trusty shovel. He's collecting all these salves. Traveling salves. He's like the guy, you know, oh, he just dies real quick. Whisper, he just duels him. I looked away for a second. I blinked and he died. His Whisper is now up to 190 damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Goodness.
Next Roche may respawn in 2 minutes. I don't know if they want to go in and end the game, if they want to take this one slowly. That's the suggestion. But knowing Beastcoast, they might go in and try to end the game right now.
Yeah, a lot of times for them, it's about sending a message. You're up 21k. You got a game to lose, you know. Might as well just dive some tier 4 towers, right? When else will you get the opportunity versus Lava? You only play them once a season, right? Got to squash some hopes here, as this is going to be Lava, I think, falling to 1 and 2, is it? Or is 0 and 2? This would be their second loss.
0 and
that this
2,
game
yeah.
is going. Yeah, 0 and 2 is going to put them squarely in the bottom 2 here alongside Hokori. Careful here, Whisper. Maybe I should be saying careful the Leo style, though, to be honest. With 190 bonus damage, Whisper hits pretty hard in these duels.
Step lively now.
He'll go for a hit. Yeah.
You smile. Kick picking this one off. As they've got control, onto Quadrado, they might just duel him, and he's dead. Global Silence prevents literally anyone from doing, well, literally anything. As Moose is going to follow, he's got 5 back, but whether or not he'll be able to use it is an entirely different question. Phoenix being chased down, brought back by the X-Mark. There just is no running for this Phoenix, unfortunately, as he will tumble for the 10th time this game. Leo Style trying to hide in the trees, use the Dissimulates, and here's Whisper right on top of that little portal. They're going to chase him all the way around. There's another duel in 20 seconds. Oh, they turn him to stone. Okay, Schofield has Ags.
They're having so much fun. Even if this troll was super farmed, once Earth Spirit gets Yule Scepter plus Aghanim Scepter, I mean, it gets really hard to play Dota. Pretty much, you know, you get kited. Troll could potentially need a rework. His ulti is pretty bad. That you can control yourself.
Yeah, it is not very good. As I think Ector's doing his Bloodseeker challenge where he needs to destroy barracks and do building damage, so he's going to go ahead and do that, while the rest of the team continues to spray around the tier 4 towers. And maybe go for a little bit of a fountain dive as they search in the trees there for Moose, who used the time lapse, but this one is all but over. Oh my goodness, that poor Phoenix. Oh, that poor Phoenix. He just got cleaved in the fountain. Couldn't do a darn thing about that one. They're going to throw themselves at Beastcoast one final time here. The duel, though, finds Moose. He gets 5 shot in that duel. See Smile continuing to just tank through everything. Even threatens to kill the Brewlings. Kick back into the silence. A play of beauty here from Schofield. He's going to turn himself into stone and live. As Hector says, porfa. GG, well played is called. Beastcoast, they take the 2-0 victory. Whew, I didn't actually get to see what he said before then. There was a previous message, but I didn't catch it, so...
There was a lot of spamming. I didn't notice that they said anything. They were having so much fun with their newly implemented voice lines. But yeah, great performance from Beastcoast. Lava kind of counterpicking themselves, I would say, trying to... I don't know if this is some kind of challenge, but... You're playing DPC upper division. I guess you want to give your best. Panel talked about how they, you know, maybe this is their best strat. Maybe this is something that they prepared and it's not working out. But they definitely don't look like a team that will go to the major, at least this tour/season. But Beastcoast looking as a classic Beastcoast, moving around the map, like K1 farming, rotation-wise, everything looks very crisp, but, you know, a couple of mistakes here and there, but that's just how they play Dota. They want to have fun.
That is... Yep, and they definitely had a lot more fun in Game 2 than Game 1. Game 1 a little bit more closely contested. But that's going to do it for me and you, Lacoste, as well, Beastcoast has finished out this series, and we finished casting them as well. We're going to throw it back to Avo Plus and the panel for them to break down the series just a little bit more for you guys. Over to you.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the panel. I mean, I don't think anyone in here is surprised about the result. I mean, there were some moments that were almost funny because I remember like there was one fight like towards the end of the game where you see the supernova and it almost went off. It was actually so close, and Hector almost like an afterthought comes in and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna kill this egg," and boom, 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 easy. Bye. Why did you pick this? I don't know. The whole game, there were some moments where Lava looked like they had kind of a chance, but to be honest, it was kind of Beastcoast's favorite the whole time. Maybe it was the early game. I don't know. It was not a very good game for Lava. I kind of have to agree with Lacoste that Lava is not looking like the team that might be going to a major or even get those top 2 slots. Like it's looking pretty rough for them, especially after losing against King of Kings. How do they come back from this, Astini? What is it?
First step is to fix the draft, because I really feel like they outdrafted themselves because they had the second pick, so they could answer to what they see on Beastcoast's side. But they would always pick a hero that's bad against Beastcoast heroes, so they definitely should start with the draft. That's the first very step.
You know,
what about you, Winter?
If you have second pick and it feels like when you're approaching the last pick and you don't have much to pick, it shows that your first 4 picks have a very, very major issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. What did you like about the Beastcoast games? Did you think that this was much more consistent than we saw them against King of Kings?
Yeah, definitely. They drafted, I think, a lot better. They were playing Dota more cleanly. But I feel like this game is also for their opponents. There might have been some mental issues from the previous game, because I felt like previous game they were doing much better, and possibly because some of their preparation work didn't go so well, and they didn't really adapt towards this silencer being picked early, and they just kept on going with what they wanted to pick, and it actually didn't work out. And like Astini mentioned, they kind of drafted themselves into a corner, and everything just went downhill from there.
Right. We are preparing right now an interview, by the way, guys, with the winners, with Beastcoast. We managed to snag this one. Ideally, we're gonna have to do these. We get to do these more consistently as time goes on. But for now, we managed to snag one with Beastcoast because they were so gracious as to offer it, which was very nice of them. And hopefully, for the second part of the season, we'll have it as well. It's a Whisper that's gonna be here on the interview. Just tell me when the interview is ready, producer, and we can swap to him as well and ask him a couple of questions. Yes? Cool. Good. Oh, it's ready? Fantastic. Can we stop to the interview then? And we can ask Whisper some questions? Great, fantastic. Hola, Whisper, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, estoy, sí.
Vale. ¿Qué tal, Whisper? Voy a hablar en inglés, obviamente, para las preguntas y luego te traduzco a ti, ¿de acuerdo? Y ya te voy traduciendo las respuestas.
Sí, sí.
Vale. Gracias, Whisper. Gracias por la entrevista, por cierto. Un placer.
Sí.
All right, so we have Whisper here. I just said the basic thing, when trying to answer the questions. So just going to ask him a couple of questions. If you guys have any in the chat, of course, in the audience, do feel free to suggest them. But we're going to start by asking him just how he feels with the new Beastcoast performance. He's feeling with this DPC League, the basic control question. Whisper, ¿cómo estás sintiendo como equipo? ¿Cómo sentís esta liga? ¿Os va bien el formato online de nuevo o estáis un poco cansados de este formato?
No, está bien, todo normal. Me alegro que nos esté yendo bien, ¿no? Hemos estado practicando y bueno, me alegra que los resultados sean buenos para nosotros, ¿no?
They've been practicing and they're happy the results are going well for themselves and they're feeling quite good. They're feeling quite good. La última vez que os vimos, las ligas fueron pues arriba abajo, o sea, cada un top, pero especialmente al principio la de PC costó un poco acostumbrarse. Esta vez ya os vemos yendo con todos al principio, particularmente ahora contra Lava. ¿Habéis sentido como que se ha adaptado más rápido esta vez?
Sí, no, creo que nos sentimos más cómodos que en la anterior season, creo, esta vez. Nos sentimos más tranquilos, ¿no? Como dicen, sin presiones, ¿no?
They said there's no pressure. They're much more chill this season, and they've adapted much quicker, so they feel quite comfortable. ¿Puedo preguntar de la partida, Whisper?
Sí, normal.
Quiero saber, ¿qué pensasteis cuando piquearon ese Fénix contra vuestro draft?
Me pareció bueno que lo piquearan ahí. Yo pensé que iban a sacar Fadeless Void. Si sacaban el Fadeless Void, probablemente nosotros no nos íbamos a acordar del Fénix, que es un combo que usan mucho ellos. Yo creo que estaba bien, pero no estaba en la casilla correcta, creo, ¿no?
Whisper gives us some interesting insight in the Phoenix pick. He says, they actually play the Phoenix and the Faceless Void a lot as a combo they play very often, but usually what they should have done, according to him, is pick the Faceless Void, and they probably would have forgotten about the Phoenix. But by picking the Phoenix first, it was pretty obvious to ban the Faceless Void, and then it was really difficult to cover the Phoenix. Mi panel Whisper está hablando sobre vuestro pick de Silencer contra Lava las dos veces. Es un pick que se ve a veces, ya sé que ustedes lo juegan bastante, pero es un pick que tenían particularmente contra Lava por su estilo de teamfight, por la manera que juegan como los picks como Fénix, porque contrastaba mucho el estilo de Lava en estos casos. ¿O fue más una idea que tenían ya de antemano contra cualquier equipo?
Simplemente como que tenemos héroes para abrir y demás, ¿no? Es simplemente uno de esos héroes, ¿no? Que nos parecen buenos, que controlan algunos equipos, sí es muy bueno, porque hay muchos equipos que juegan mucho a teamfight y bueno, de entrada bien, ¿no?
He says it's one of the opening picks. It's honestly a pick they use against any team that uses teamfight, and that's why they open with it. It's not particularly for Lava itself or something they saw in scripts. Tranquilo, Whisper, pero te voy a dejar dormir. Gracias por esta entrevista. Te quería preguntar finalmente, ¿cómo están las vibras para esta siguiente Major? ¿Os hace ilusión la posibilidad de viajar de nuevo? ¿Os emociona esta competición internacional?
Sí, todos están muy ansiosos, ¿no? Por volver a viajar. Creo que una de las mejores cosas de los torneos y demás es el viaje, ¿no? Que conoces otro lugar, tienes otro aire nuevo, ves a todos los jugadores de nuevo, juegas a la par con todos los jugadores, bueno, con todos los equipos en general, ¿no? Buenos. sí, todos están muy ansiosos. Esperamos que podamos dar lo mejor, ¿no? Si es que logramos viajar, claro.
Claro. He's very excited for the possibility of traveling. They're all looking forward to the potential traveling to a major, and they're all looking forward, particularly for the travel part, because a nice change in airs and a nice change in the routine, per se, as he says. It gives you a lot of excitement. Dentro de esta pregunta, ¿cómo os resultó volver a Perú? ¿Echabais de menos? O sea, porque llevabais mucho tiempo fuera cuando estaban practicando para el TI. ¿Echabais de menos, bueno, para ti, Bolivia, obviamente, echabais de menos la casa o había añoranza ya después de casi un mes y medio fuera?
Sí, no, la comida en especial es muy diferente aquí y allá, como que era muy distinto, ¿no? Sí, pues extrañé un montón. De ahí yo me fui a mi casa, ¿no? En Bolivia. Volví después de un año también, creo. Y era, está bien, ¿no? Sí, se han extrañado muchas cosas, pero de acá. En especial la comida, creo que era lo más importante.
¿Qué hiciste en casa cuando estabas de descanso?
Jugar Dota.
Claro que sí. Vale. So he says that after we went to TI, they were off for a month and a half. You guys don't know. And he says that the thing they missed the most was the food, particularly. He went back to Bolivia, and I asked him, so what did you do when you went back home? And he said, I played Dota. Of course. That's if you ever watch the Beastcoast video, all Whisper says he does is he sleeps and he plays Dota. Those are his two favorite activities. Bueno, Whisper, muchas gracias por tu tiempo, amigo. Mi última pregunta es, si viaja a la Major, ¿me invitan también a mí de extra? ¿Puedo ir en el maletín? ¿O sí, puedo? Prometo daros... haré de payaso si quieren. Lo hago gratis, amigo.
Eso es para ti, normal, sí.
Es broma, amigo. Mucha suerte la semana que viene, Whisper. Espero que hayáis disfrutado mucho de las partidas y os deseamos suerte con vuestro siguiente encuentro. Adiós. Un placer.
Vale, nos vemos.
He committed live on air to take me to the next major. So, you know, it's done. It's he fucked up there, you know. So there you go. They said they would hire me as their clown, and they're keeping true to that promise. Anyway, so after you saw that little interview, I thought the Phoenix Insight was actually quite interesting. I usually don't ask Whisper about the draft because he's not the one that drafts. I know it's Hector and Stinger, but the Whisper Insight, the Phoenix Insight was quite interesting, right? The idea that if they had picked Void, it's possible they would have forgotten about the Phoenix, and that actually would have been an okay draft because it would have covered the Phoenix nicely. But by picking Phoenix first, it was like a huge mess up, and it looked much worse in the draft. Like small mistakes, but very big impact in the end. So I thought that was fascinating. My 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show to you that within like those regional leagues, there's a lot of like results happening, and that's affected a lot by because how well one team understands the other team, and it's just pretty unlucky sometimes that you figure that you're gonna do this strat, but you forgot maybe in some scrim 1-2 weeks ago you actually did that against them, and you just totally mess up the draft. But it actually makes a lot of sense that if you want to go for that combo, you need the Void first. And if you don't have Phoenix, there's probably something else to replace it with, like maybe a ET, for example.
Yep. Astini, I'm going to ask you, well, both of you as well. Closing thoughts, not for the series in general, but I guess for both of the teams. Astini, I want to hear from you. You're currently coaching an SA team who's also in a bit of a struggling spot. No hate to Hokori, I actually love that team. What do you think if Lava had a coach? What would they tell them? What is it they need to hear right now so they can pep back up?
I believe it's most on the mental part that they should keep up, go back to the old confident play style that they had before, just like reset, forget everything that happened on the last 6 months and get a new beginning. I guess that's what they need.
Okay. Winter.
Yeah, I agree.
Beastcoast.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you that same question. I wouldn't give you the same question. That's easy.
Good,
he already
good.
heard the answer, Winter.
Good,
I want to
come
hear.
on.
I want to hear for Beastcoast. You want to keep this win streak going, but you don't want them to sleep on their success, right? You don't want them to just coast like they've done. Actually, honestly, previous DPCs. How do you keep them in the game, Mr. Coach? What do you do?
I feel like the main thing for them is to make sure that they don't get complacent, because when you're leagues above everyone else in your region, sometimes it tends to make the players complacent. Oh, we're really good, we don't really have to improve on much, but it happens, and the coach has to keep everyone in check. You need to make sure that doing well in the regional leagues doesn't mean that when we go out to the big events and we play against those big boys, we're going to have the same kind of result. We still have to strive to improve everything, the draft, the team play. And for them, I feel like the way they use the map and the way they work with each other, that's their biggest strength. And I think to get to another level, they have to try to develop maybe more heroes and maybe try to improve on their drafting a little bit more, because I feel like those small things, could change a lot when you're playing against the big boys.
Okay. Thank you, Coach Winter. Thank you, Astini, as well. I'm excited to watch Corey again, by the way, Astini. I hope this next one is a win. We're going to have to see, though, because for today, we have to say goodbye. We hope you enjoyed the panel and the cast as well for Beastcoast versus Lava. It was an exciting matchup, but Beastcoast is a little bit ahead. Let's see if Lava can recover a bit later. We won't be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, I lied about that. We're actually back the day afterwards. And the best way for you to know, instead of trying to keep up with schedules and time, what even is that? It's a concept. Just follow the channel. You get a notification. It's easy. We tell you exactly when SA is on live, and you get to watch this exclusive content like these interviews, which again you won't find any other English channel because I'm the only one who can speak Spanish. I have monopolized that spot, so I guarantee you those interviews are exclusive from here. And you'll also be able to find the English coverage of the official DPC leagues, of course, helped out by 4D, organized by them, and in this case, the cast is organized by ePulse Gaming. We hope you've enjoyed this. We hope you enjoyed the matches and that you've had a wonderful day. Well, guys, we'll see you the day after. Tomorrow, there are some Div 2, though, so please do tune in. See you guys then.